Also, self-styled evangelist Patricia Siedua, popularly known as Nana Agrada, officially released from the Nsawam prison after 7-8 months of her initial 15-year custodial sentence. And later in the bulletin, the minority in Parliament holds a press conference, and we will take you there shortly to get exactly what else the NPP in Parliament has to tell the Ghanaian people. You have details of all these stories and more coming up for the next 1 hour, and also your comments and thoughts are also very welcome. Details in a moment. Right, so the big talking point today has been the ongoing by-election in the Ayawaso East constituency. And we know that the independent candidate, Umaru Sanda, has expressed confidence of winning the by-election. Our reporter, Evelyn Tingma, spoke to him earlier when voting commenced in the constituency.
I've just finished casting my vote and I hope I'm winning. So I urge all my voters to come out massively and vote for me as they already promised. And I know Nima is going to win this election. Nima, Ayawaso East is the winner. So the vote is calm now. There's no any harassment. There's no any misunderstanding. Everything is calm and people are coming out peacefully and casting their votes. So I want it to continue like that before the day gets to end. I know I'm going to win this election. By 5 o'clock, I'll be pronounced the winner of this by-election. I've campaigned a lot and the people already knew me as their leader, and I've served them for a long time. For almost 20 years, I've been serving them. So they know what I'm capable of doing and they know what I'm capable of not doing. So they believe in me and they know that I'm going to provide whatever needs that they want in this community, inshallah.
Right, so prior to speaking to him, we also spoke to Baba Jamal, who also gave clear indications of confidence that he is also likely to win. Well, we will definitely update you as and when things unfold in that constituency. One key subject is that of security, and our reporters tell us that security has been tightened in the ongoing by-election in the Ayawaso East constituency. Hundreds of police personnel have been deployed to provide adequate security for voters. George Queening was there and has been assessing the security situation in this report. Officers, so you can tell police officers patrolling the area, cautioning people, helping them find their way around so nobody pulls any fast one on the officers. They have also been to a number of the polling centers to ensure that the enough security is provided, not just for those who are in the queues to vote, but also the officials of the Electoral Commission as well. And clearly, the reports we've picked up indicate that nothing untoward has happened, although this is a constituency where, because of how densely populated they are, and reports in time past of some miscreants sometimes wanting to take advantage of the way the constituency is situated, the police have been able to walk even into the nooks and crannies, like you can see on your screens, to just assure everybody of calm and enough protection as the exercise goes on for them to elect their next member of parliament. So we'll definitely be updating you on how things play out. This is your election command center between now and 5 p.m. and beyond. When polls close, sorting is done, counting is done, and declaration. You just need to stay with TV3 and all our partner platforms for the update of what's happening in the Ayawaso East constituency. let's turn our attention slightly away from what's happening in the Ayawaso constituency and go to another big story unfolding in the country. It has to do with self-styled evangelist Patricia Siedua. Many of you know her as Nana Agrada. Well, she has been officially released from the Nsawam prison after serving 8 months of her initial 15-year custodial sentence following a successful appeal. Instead of the 15 years, the court, presided over by Justice Solomon Opon-Chumesi, imposed a fresh 12-calendar-month custodial sentence on her to be served in hard labor from the 3rd of July 2025, when she was convicted for defrauding by false pretense. So the sentence actually took a retrospective effect. Now, Nana Agrada was giving a rousing welcome as she arrived at the premises of the Heaven Way International Church, a church that she has pastored or has been the head of for a long time. She was flanked by her husband and some church officials. She walked around the four corners of the church praying solemnly. And Lord Eduasare is a man who's been following this particular story for us. These are the church premises. He has joined us for a quick chat on this. Lord, thank you for your time. First of all, what was the reception like in terms of those who were waiting for Nana Agrada in the church?
Oh my, Martin, interesting things here at the Heavenly International Church. Now, even before Agrada's arrival, it was communicated early on by the Ghana Prison Service that she was going to be released today. And so from our church, she was actually released at dawn. And because of what they projected past everything that was going to happen around there, so they released her early. So before 7 a.m., Agrada was already in her home. And she had a very healthy breakfast prepared by her husband, because she was all smiles while she was home and everything. Now, when she came to the church, you had several church members clad in T-shirts with her face imprinted on it. There was praise and worship, a lot of dance. Although the church was not filled to its capacity, a number of the congregants who heard about her release came to the church because they had also heard that she would make a brief cameo or she would present herself to her congregants. And so she came, driven by her husband, and there are 2 more cars following. So it was more like an entourage came there. There was a lot of hue and happiness, powder in the air. You could hardly recognize some of the congregants because they had powder all over their face and in their hair and in their bodies as well. Now, like you're seeing your pictures, Agrada was clad in white with her white scarf covering her head, full of smiles, smiling at her congregant. But there was something, an interesting scene in the premises. Now, immediately she entered the premises, it was quite difficult to get an up-close shot of her because there were several cameras or bloggers around, and also her members who were so charged and excited to see her. Now, immediately she managed to make her way into the church premises. She knelt down in front of the church, muttered some prayers. All during that period, they tried to ward off the cameras or members who were trying to at least lay their hands on their founder and evangelist who had finally come back to them after her truncated sentence, now serving about 8 months, Martin. So right. After that period, she now walked around the church premises, all 4 corners. She first went to where the drummers and instrumentalists were, still praying, walking around, and then she went to the other corner and then walked behind the church to where the media guys were, and then the other corner. So when she was done with the 4 corners, and then she walked into her office, spent a few minutes with some of the church officials and her husband, of course, and then eventually she came out and then she left the church premises. Now, we do understand that there's going to be Thanksgiving service because it was announced in church on Sunday, and so Martin, we're expecting that Sunday is going to be much bigger than today because everyone now knows that she's out, and so they're going to have a full-fledged service to celebrate her arrival, and then also to thank God for keeping her. And now you realize that her skin is now, she actually has a tinge of glow, looking healthy and always so looking very healthy and happy as usual, like you know,
Right.
Patricia
We're
Chidera,
seeing, we're seeing,
Agrada.
Lord, we are seeing images of when she arrived at the church premises, like you've succinctly described. We've also seen the crowd that was waiting for her and those who were swarmed around her. But talk to us about her demeanor. We have known Nana Agrada prior to the court process, etc. Very outspoken, very verbose. Did you get that sense from her, or she totally looked and sound, or probably is looking totally different from the Nana Agrada we knew before she went into cells?
Yeah, Martin, there's a stark difference to what we've known of Agrada. This version of Agrada, I should say, was a lot more quiet and solemn and pensive, if I should say. As she glanced around her environment and walking around, she would occasionally just whisper something in her husband's ear, but you would realize that all throughout she appeared very quiet. I wouldn't say gloomy, but very quiet, and appeared to be in her thoughts, more like thinking about what the next phase of her journey is going to be, because now you know that this is not perhaps the same Agrada that we've known prior to her jail term. Right. If you recall, Martin, her husband described this episode of her as Joseph's in the Bible, and so he believes that this version of Agrada is going to be different in that God is going to use her in a whole different manner, like the way Joseph came out from prison and he was escalated to a prime minister. We are yet to see what Agrada's version now is going to be, that he's out of the prison sentence, Martin.
All right, Lord, thank you for that report. Lord Edwasari, our legal affairs correspondent, and also updating us from the church premises of Nana Agrada, who has been released from the Nsawam prison. This is News Central. It's a special coverage of the Ayawaso East Parliamentary election, which is also ongoing. So we will definitely update you or keep you in the loop of development as and when they do unfold. A few minutes ago as well, the minister in charge of government communications addressed the country. Now, he says a total of 1,201 public sector appointments have been upheld, while 541 have been revoked following a review of recruitments made after the 7th of December 2024. The special committee set up by the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, released its findings after examining appointments carried out during the transition period following the 2024 general elections. Speaking to the media at the Government Accountability Series, government spokesperson Felix Kwachi Ofosu says that the review was initiated after a total of 2,080 appointments were revoked as government accused the New Patriotic Party's administration of recruiting several individuals into the civil service without adhering to established recruitment procedure.
The committee's work spanned 21st March 2025 to 30th April 2025. It received 43 reports from institutions and individual petitioners. Of the 43 institutions, 36 appeared before the committee. At the end of its work, the committee made the following findings. 1. Of the 36 institutions that appeared before it, 28 had commenced the recruitment processes before the 7th December elections. 2. A total of 13 institutions revoked appointments made in a response to the 7th of December 2024 revocation directive. 17 institutions did not revoke their appointments but sought guidance from the Office of the President. 16 of the cases reported by the institutions were mainly payroll-related. In total, there were 2,080 recruitments, appointments, and promotions that were reported by institutions when they appeared before the committee. Now, out of the 2,080 recruitments, appointments, and promotions, 879 were revoked by the institutions themselves, while 1,201 appointments were left unrevoked. after the hearings, the committee recommended that 1,539 of the recruitments, appointments, and promotions be upheld because they complied with the prescribed recruitment and promotion procedures and received appointment letters before 7 December 2024. And this also implies that they achieved a pass mark of above 80%. The committee recommended, however, that the recruitments, appointments, and promotions of 541 persons be revoked because the recruitment processes ended after 7 December 2024 and failed to meet the pass mark. In other words, they also did not comply with the processes and guidelines slated or designed to govern that process. Also, the number of recruitments, appointments, and promotions recommended for revocation by the committee was lower than the number that the institutions themselves revoked in the wake of the Chief of Staff's directive. As I indicated, the number was 879 in all. That's the number of recruitments, promotions, and appointments that were revoked. Now, this differential is because the committee paid special attention to vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, particularly within the Ghana Education Service. There were some of our compatriots who suffered some disability, but we found that their recruitments should be revoked because it did not comply with the laid down process. But because of their peculiar situation and the hardship that could be imposed upon them if we were to enforce this directive, they were given some clemency, and therefore they have been allowed to regularize their processes in order that they stay within the public service and earn an income.
You're welcome back to your election command center, and from 7 a.m. when we polls opened the Ayawaso East constituency, we have been giving you back-to-back updates of what's happening. Well, a lot has been said about the NDC candidate, but the NPP side has also been very active campaigning on the ground. We'll switch back there in a jiffy to get the latest. Now that it is midday, we have about 5 more hours to go to the close of polls. But the former energy minister and who is a member of the New Patriotic Party, Bachi Ejako, has also visited the constituency as part of efforts to ask constituents to turn up in their numbers to vote for the NPP candidate. He's been interacting with the media. Let's take a listen to what exactly he's been saying vis-a-vis how the elections had gone so far.
Duration of the voting, counting, and after the declaration of the results.
And we've seen a lot of police deployment here, and I'm sure it is to your satisfaction as well.
It is to my satisfaction, yes, but I am counting on the day when we will need no such deployment. Because police presence is a signal of something untoward happening or could happen. I think that we have to move to a stage in our national elections where police presence will not be required to impose order or to get us to act in the proper way. That would be a happy day for this country and its democracy.
Now let's talk about the chances of the MPP. Baba Ali Yusuf, you're confident of victory for him?
We should be, and I am, because of certain shifts in the dynamics of this constituency.
Tell us about it.
Well, that we keep that up our sleeves so that your opponents won't redress them even in this late hour. But we know of the things that have happened, and they themselves know that have happened in their progression towards this election. And we intend to take full advantage of those.
This is a constituency the NDC has won for a very long time, a stronghold of the NDC. What is making the MPP very confident that this time the tides will change?
There is their stronghold, I agree.
Yes.
But every election is different. The minute you plan an election based on the past elections, you are courting failure. I know certain things have happened here, but in life, people change. Today is your stronghold, tomorrow it may be your weak hold. We are counting on certain factors that are inherent and present in this constituency over this period to turn things around.
I have two more questions. Global Info Analytics is putting the elections squarely as a victory for the NDC. Does it not disturb you in any way?
No. I've seen polls and polls and polls, both home and abroad, gone awry. So poll is a guide. If you take the information in polls, you can use them to reorder your steps, or you can use them to emphasize and strengthen your steps. He said what he sees. We will work with what he sees and what we know and carry the day.
And my last question to you, and please allow me, we cannot let you go without asking you about the NPP. The party has put in place various measures now. Elections will be happening very soon from the polling centers this time up. What do you make of the entire decision of the NEC executive, the function executive of the NPP?
That is our normal route. Voting from bottom up is not a ritual. It is a strategy of renewal and giving people a new lease of life and a new mandate. So it is the natural thing or the normal thing we've done since the inception of this party. So there's nothing new to it. It's not a ritual, it's a strategy for renewal.
Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Before we let you go, we've seen...
let's still stay with Washington.
The police around. Today happens to be a working day, and from the time we set up on the morning, it seems turnout has been on the low side. Will it be a factor that the heavy presence really is deterring people from really coming out?
I don't think the police presence is a deterrence per se. By and large, by-elections are not that patronized in this country. Secondly, by-elections in strongholds are presumed as foregone conclusions, and that in itself depresses voter turnout. So these factors may be at play. But as I made the comment earlier, it's good to have police presence, but it speaks negatively of our evolution in our democracy. i.e., do we need to be forced or compelled to conduct ourselves decently and properly at voting centers? If the police is the one that has to impose good conduct, then there is something amiss. I would wish for the day when we as citizens, out of duty to party and country, and out of self-decency and a good understanding of democratic processes and the power, will come to the conclusion that this is a very simple civil exercise that does not require compulsion or being beaten over the head in order for us to exercise good conduct. So yes, it's okay, but I want us to look forward. And you are journalists. You have to propagate this message of proper conduct without police. After all, what is discipline? Discipline does not mean someone is forcing you to do something. Discipline means you know what is right and you do it, and you know what is wrong and you desist from it without anybody telling you. I would wish that we get to that stage in the
Right, so that is the Honorable Boakye Jacko, former Energy Minister, and MPP MP, former MPP MP as well, who is in the Ayawaso East constituency, was there earlier to also observe and monitor for his party. And mind you, clearly, if there's a politics going on, it is also because he, as an individual, is seeking to lead the NPP as a chairman. So all those underground works are also ongoing. So the politics within the politics is clearly ongoing as well. Let's stay in the constituency and speak to some of our men and women who will be deployed into the constituency. Crosby, Noble Crosby Annan is our man who actually just interviewed Mr. Boakye Jacko. He's joining us now to find out. Let's find out from him. Crosby, thank you for joining us. So, first of all, where exactly are you? What can you report?
Of the candidates are also cooperating with our officials, and we think so far as things have gone, we appreciate. Right. We also like the presence of the media all over the polling centers and the polling stations, and we felt that shows how people are showing that they are patriotic to this exercise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tete. That's Director of Research.
Well, have you seen the conduct of your officers on the ground? How do you react to that? How have their conducts been? I mean, since you've been going around.
Well, I think they are more relaxed. They are performing their duties professionally with transparency. When you go there, the interaction between the agents and even the officials of the commission, you can see that something good is happening, and therefore we would like to encourage it. So far, we've done about 5 hours plus, and the turnout, as I said, between 25 to 10%. We are still expecting the voters to come out and vote because all provisions were made for them to vote, and this is their time to elect their member of parliament, and therefore we expect them to come out in their numbers. Though we understand it's Ramadan, we still believe that getting to the 7th, 8th, 9th hour, they should be here to perform their political duty.
Is your security tight, as in for the coalition at the end of the election?
Let me start from the point of the fact that Ayawaso is, as you see the place, people tend to think that Mamobi Nima is rowdy area. Indeed, it's not. And never in our electoral processes have we witnessed a kind of hotspots, violence, rowdyism in this constituency. And we expect so to be at the close of the day.
The MPP, for instance, were raising concerns about some cameras around being installed. Has it come to the notice of the Electoral Commission, particularly at the collation center and the voting centers?
No, but you've been here. I think I went past here, and I'm back. Have you seen any cameras here? So far, nothing. And the security men are aware of this. If indeed anything like that is happening, they would have stopped it. So I don't think there's any iota of truth in this. The commission will not allow said things to happen, to infringe on the secrecy of voters' choice. We will not allow that.
Have you had concerns or heard allegations of vote buying so far from your observations?
I believe you've been here so far, we've not seen anything. I was moving from one center as I walked through the ghettos. I heard somebody speaking in Hausa, though I'm not fluent in Hausa, but what the person said is that if I see anybody even taking 20 cities or 40 cities, I'll go and report. So it means that people are aware and they are conscious of what they are doing, and therefore, so far, we've not heard anything like that, and we think so far, so good.
Mr. I'm looking at the turnout so far. Have you envisaged the coalition could be done during the stipulated time?
Oh yes, so far as if the vote closes at voting closes at 5 o'clock, sure, we will all go up there and do the collation. I don't think the collation will be affected in any way. Okay. And one thing that you must also know that in our electoral process, there is no threshold for turnout. Even if at the close of day is 10%, we still go ahead and declare. But we are appealing that the maximum that I've seen is 25%. It's not enough. People should come out. The last time in the general election 2024, we had 74%. And we expected them to come out in their numbers and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. That
Fred
has,
Tete is
that has
the Director of Research Commission, speaking with us there on what his assessment of the entire process has been, his observations so far. He has spoken about the turnout, he's spoken about the conduct of the police officers, and of course the conduct of the people who belong to the same institution that he belongs to, and I'm talking about the Electoral Commission. So we'll get back to you, Martin. If there's anything else, we'll definitely let you know, and then we'll continue the conversation.
Thank you very much, Noble Crosby Annan from the Ayawaso East constituency. He just spoke to the Director of Elections, who's monitoring or leading the Electoral Commission team in that constituency to undertake or supervise today's all-important exercise. A big concern would be issues of voter turnout, and then also, usually by-elections do not seem to have the same number of people coming out to vote as in general elections. So fingers crossed, hopefully looking at how closely knit the constituency is, it might ginger people to want to come out to exercise their franchise. Let's stay there and speak now to Evelyn Tingma, who is also monitoring activities on another side of the constituency. We know that 114 polling centers are waiting for people to come and cast their ballot. Evelyn, thank you for joining us. To start with, which particular area are you? What have you observed? What can you report?
Yeah, so Martin, I'm currently in Nima, and to be specific, the Pentecost Emmanuel Temple polling station. And here we have two polling centers. We have 1 and 2. And so as we speak now, for polling center 1, we are expecting 388 people to cast their ballot. But as we speak, 110 have voted so far. And for Kabi at Center 2, 407 are expected to cast their ballot. But as we speak now, 120 people have voted so far. And so the voting process here has been smooth since morning, and there hasn't been any hiccup, and security has been beefed up here. We have police people numbering about 20 around here, and so there hasn't been any challenge here. But I will talk to the EC official here who is in charge and ask him what exactly the process has been like. So good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
So how has been the process since morning?
Process has been very, very smooth here at the center. And 388 people to come and cast their votes, but as at now we have 117 who have come out to vote.
Okay, so will you say the turnout is low, or?
Looking at the time, Ghanaians, they will definitely come, so the turnout is high. I would say high for now. It's approximately getting to half of the voters. That is 117. We are expecting 388 voters to come and cast their votes.
So, but have you encountered any challenge since we started?
Yeah, very, very peaceful.
But you were supposed to be given a tent, and I understand the sun is kind of disturbing you. Is that the case?
Definitely, but looking at it, 2024, this is exactly what happened here. So we are just managing for now.
Right. So the name is?
Michael Cranton.
And you are the
presiding officer for the Center 1.
Right. Thank you very much. So Martin, and that's the presiding officer here, and he's telling us how the process has been since morning. And so basically that is what is happening here, Martin.
Right. So Evelyn, maybe before you take leave of us, on your way into the constituency, generally, what was the sense you felt? Did you get a sense that there's an activity happening, so people were enthusiastic and were looking forward to it, or people were just going about their everyday activity as normal?
It was a mixed reaction, I must say, because when we were coming into the community, I mean, it's close to the market area, and so the place was very, very busy. And we saw other polling stations along the way, and people were eager to go and vote. Others were surrounded at those polling stations before we got to this particular place. And so when we came, there are also people around. People are doing their businesses, but those who are interested are really coming to vote. And so the general mood here, even around the Lima community, it has been an interesting one, I must say. And so that is exactly.
All right. Evelyn Tingma, thank you very much for that report. And clearly it's been a smooth exercise, which is one that we are all hoping will be sustained. And from all indications and the reports we're also picking from our reporters on the ground, it looks as though there's adequate security and there's adequate provision of electoral materials as well for everything to go on as planned. So your election command center will definitely update you on any new developments that may come up and any other key figures, notable individuals who will be going into the constituency to support and monitor and observe the election. We would update you on that. Personally, and even as someone who's covered elections for a number of years, this is a very good example of how Ghanaians can actually just go cast their ballot and go without any skirmishes. And I think it is another feather in our cap, a good democratic exercise that we should be proud of. Well, still a few hours to go, but let's see how things play out. Stay with us. We are your election command center will be back after this break.
Why are more and more professionals choosing Flamingo paint?
As an interior decorator, I aim for that beautiful, elegant look. Flamingo paint has great hiding ability to cover and transform old walls easily with just one coat.
Impressive. For me, as a
It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring the best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026.
I'm made in Ghana.
Ghana Month launches on all media general platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m. It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring. The best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026. Ghana Month launches on all media general platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m. It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking.
Welcome back to your Election Command Center, and we're bringing you News Central, bringing you other stories making rounds in the country and around the world while keeping very close tabs on developments in the Ayawaso East constituency. Just gone by, we also spoke to a number of our reporters who are on the ground. We heard views from key political actors who have been to the constituency and have also been sharing their thoughts on what they make of the exercises. Polls opened at 7 a.m. up until now. We've spoken to EC officials as well, who have also given their positions on what they make of the security situation, and then also the fact that the voting process has been smooth so far. So we are excited as your Election Command Center to keep you in the loop of happenings and developments in and around the area. I will try and move on to some other stories in a moment, but we also do know that some key individuals have still been to the area. Key case in point is we've had the former General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, John Boydu, visit the area. Clearly is also to do a subtle campaign, show himself to the party people, but more importantly to observe and monitor how the election of today's by-election is ongoing. So Joseph Gold Armstrong Alogbe has been interacting with some key NPP officials who have also been to the constituency, and here are their interactions.
The polling centers that we've visited so far, the turnouts are very, very low. And I believe it's because the people are not happy with the sitting government. Because if we talk about election in Nima, where has always been the stronghold of the NDC, by now the people should have been running here and there to make sure that they are casting their vote for their candidate. But because there has not been any development, there has not been any development, even in terms of the community. And so the people are not happy and they decided not to come out to vote. But we know by the end of the day, I mean, we have some appreciable number.
But you think it's working in the interest of the MPP?
Oh, well, that should be. That should be. Even though here is not our stronghold, but we know we have some numbers. Well, people have believed now in MPP.
Did you say you have some numbers, meaning you're not going to win this election?
Oh, no, when I say we have some numbers, even the numbers that will come out is likely to be that of the NDC. MPP. You understand? That is likely to be the numbers of the NPP. That's why I say we'll have some numbers.
No.
It means if NDC is not coming out, NPP is coming out to vote.
So you are winning hands down?
We are winning.
Inshallah. Thank you so much.
Don't be surprised to see us winning our Ayawaso East.
By and large, it's been peaceful. Yeah.
It's been peaceful. Yeah. But people are saying the voter apathy is going in favor of the MPP. Are you able to say something about that?
I don't know about that.
No, but people are not coming out to vote.
So far, yes, that's what we see. But it's just symptomatic of how by-elections are. Because particularly in this season where people are having their fasting and all that, I don't think that but maybe by the time we get too close to polls, things will have.
Is it going in favor of the MPP?
That one I can't tell.
Are you winning this election?
We will win because, one, the very things that the voters were told that they depended on and voted for the NDC, they've not seen that. They've never seen that. They were promised a 24-hour economy, and where is it? They were promised reduction in electricity bills. Where is it? They were promised reduction in water bills. Where is it? They were promised a reduction in school fees. Where is it? So really, we've not seen that. So the people are terribly disappointed.
Right, so that is John Boedu, who is former General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, giving his observations of what he thinks has happened or transpired so far. Prior to his speaking, we also had the Honorable Hawa Kumson, who has clearly given indications that the NDC's poor performance is the reason why people are not turning out to vote. So opinions are quite divided on some of the assertions that have been made, but we are definitely going to be keeping tabs on how things unfold in the constituency. And Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who interviewed these two individuals from the camp of the New Patriotic Party, has joined us live for a quick report on what's been going on so far. Joseph, thank you for your time. First of all, which areas have you visited and what are the key highlights you can report?
Honorable, thank you. We've been looking for you for a very long time now. Thankfully, we've seen you now. So we'll talk to you straightforward.
Right, so Joseph Armstrong was just getting one of the resource persons he wants to speak to. So I'm sure he's trying to work that out. And if he does get this resource individual, he will be speaking or picking his thoughts on what he's seen in the constituency so far. But if you go back to some of the key issues that were raised about, because of the fact that the people in the constituency, majority of them mostly Muslim of Muslim orientation, because they are fasting or observing the Ramadan, there's less activity. However, that does not mean that they may not or will not come out to vote. So, like the EC officials told Evelyn Tingma earlier, they are hoping that by close of day, probably after 3 p.m., heading towards the closing embers of the day, they would come out in their numbers to vote. Again, they talked about the fact that the key developmental promises that were made to the constituents have not been fulfilled by the current administration, for which reason they think that the constituents are not coming out to vote, or there is apathy in the exercise of their franchise. Is that really the case? If you're in the constituency and you're watching us, do let us know as well in the comment section. We are streaming on Facebook and on YouTube and then also on Twitter Spaces. So do let us know what you make of what the exercise has been so far and what is influencing your decision. There's largely the perception that it is the stronghold of the NDC. So if it is so, are you going out to vote again for them and just rubber stamping the party you belong to, or you're going to be listening to the specific ideologies being shared, promises and the campaigns being made to influence your decision? Well, that final decision lies with you, the constituent. But let's try that connection again to Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who has joined us. Joseph, my first question to you was to tell us what your general observations have been and where exactly you were. But you are trying to get someone to interview. Who was that?
So, Martin, currently I just saw the NPP PC coming in with Simon Taraj, also trying to, you could see them moving right behind me, moving from police station to the police station. Not long ago, we saw the NPP General Secretary, also that of the former Fisheries Minister, Hawa Kumson, all coming in here. All the MPP big weeks. You can see them all coming in here as I speak to you now, Martin. So the one you see on the background now is a PC for the NPP, and he's not speaking to the media yet, but we'll see that before he moves out from this place. We'll get some conversation from him and see how it's going so far. As it stands right now, the NPP is jubilating ahead of the counting because they believe that the low turnout that it appears we are experiencing now is going to work in their favor, and that they believe that the NDC people are upset with the ruling government. They've not done anything for the constituency so far. So those people who are coming to vote are for the NPP, Martin. So that is what is currently happening there. But so far, the election has been very peaceful. I've seen a number of police personnel deployed to this place with FPU vans positioned at very advantage places. Where I stand right now, I can count at least not less than 20 police personnel, and all other police stations have been to their well stationed, and I think they've been very professional in this particular election process, Martin.
Right, and again, you talk about the way people have conducted themselves throughout the elections from the morning up until now. But in your interaction with the constituents, the voters themselves, what did they tell you are some of the key issues that would influence which way they vote, whether they vote for the ruling NPP to retain the NDC as the key, did I say ruling NPP? Pardon me. Whether they're going to vote for the NDC to retain them or they are likely to change their mind. What key issues are of concern to them?
So Martin, as it stands right now, you know, we are still in the month of Ramadan where most of these people are coming. But let me see if I can get that of the PC to have a conversation with you right now. He's just right here with me. He said, you are live on TV3. Let's have this conversation. You've been moving from one place to the other. Tell me, how is it going so far?
Very, very smooth so far. No problem, no issue has been reported. And we are expecting that the process will continue in that manner.
But we are seeing that we've spoken with your former General Secretary, we've spoken with the former Fisheries Minister. They are saying that with the numbers they are reporting now, it's going in favor of the MPP, where a lot of people are not coming out to vote. You agree that those who are coming to vote are for the MPP?
I agree with you.
Okay, so sorry, we are live on air, sir. We are live on air. We'll finish this and then next minute. So let's take a walk whilst we move from this place. So you are saying that you are very sure of winning this election, but how will you say the EC and the police personnel have conducted themselves so far? Like, for instance, you see how they are moving out from this place because they are saying this place is a no-go. So, yes, we are moving away from this place. But how will you describe the election process so far?
As I said earlier, very good. So far, no incidents has been reported.
Let's keep moving.
Yes, so I think it's okay. It's okay. Voters get the opportunity to cast their votes. Nobody is preventing them. So I think it's okay. Generally very okay.
Generally very okay. But you sound very down. Is there anything that matter? You don't sound confident. Or you are fasting, so you are somehow hungry.
No, not
but listen,
we need to preserve our energy for last minute
for the victory.
And also for celebration of victory.
You are very certain of winning this election.
Very confident.
You are very certain of winning this election. People are saying you do not campaign. We are giving some amount of money to campaign. You didn't campaign because you are very sure you are not going to win this election, and you didn't waste any money at all in campaigning.
That's an allegation.
Right.
That's an allegation.
Yes.
Let's wait. 5
right,
p.m. the results will reflect.
Yeah. So Martin, that is the PC for the NPP. They're speaking to us. He's very certain that he's going to win this election, and hopefully by 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. when the election is collated and counted, you will emerge as winner, Martin.
All right, thank you very much, Armstrong Gold Alogbe, reporting there, coincidentally just being able to get the NPP's candidate for the ongoing elections, who has also expressed optimism of winning the day after polls are sorted, counted and declared. Well, let's take a step away from the ongoing politics and bring you some other stories. Now, the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee has called on chartered accountants to uphold the principles of good corporate governance as a means of driving national development. Abnao Sayasari expressed optimism about strengthening accountability and transparency in the country's public financial management system throughout.
Accounts have over the years come under intense criticism for engaging in corrupt practices. The 2024 Auditor General's report cited instances where some chartered accounts at various metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies were involved in financial malfeasance amounted to millions of cedis. The report further indicated that some officers failed to properly render accounts, leading to cases of misappropriation. Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, Abena Oseasare, cautioned against lapses in corporate governance among some practitioners.
In a profession that sits at the heart of governance, whether you serve in the public sector, private sector, regulatory bodies, or independent constitutional institutions, your signature will carry consequences. The credibility of our public finances depends on you. The reliability of financial reporting depends on you. And the fight against corruption depends on you.
The Deputy Minister of Education, Dr. Clementa Park, underscored the government's readiness to tighten financial controls, particularly within the education sector.
I encourage the Institute to remain unwavering in its standards. Let membership continue to represent discipline, competence, and character. Let quality assurance mechanisms be strengthened. Let collaboration with international professional bodies deepen. Let innovation in professional training continue.
President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, Augustine Ado, emphasized the need for integrity and professionalism among chartered accountants to drive socio-economic growth.
As professionals who preach integrity, you have a moral duty to smoke these perpetrators from their hideouts and ensure that morality and uprightness prevail in our public and corporate financial management arena.
At the 46th Congregation Admission of Members into the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana ICAG in Accra, 376 chartered accountants were inducted into the profession.
Well, that's it for News Central. It was live from our studio here at Adesanwe Kanda in Accra. I'm Martin Sedudati, and like I indicated, we are keeping you updated on developments in the Ayawaso East constituency by-election, which is currently ongoing. So I've been here with Johnny Hughes, who's got an analyst with him, where they're going to be crunching the numbers, what's happened in the past, and what to look forward to as the day wears on to the 5 p.m. close of polls in the constituency. So over to you, Johnny.
Thank you, Martin. And a very interesting turn of the constituency as we speak now. And I couldn't help but listen to Yusuf Ali Baba, who was very optimistic that he was going to, get the seat there. Everybody is hopeful. Yeah. Well, we'll wait.
No, you don't go into a fight with the mindset that you will lose. So
right, of course.
You have to be optimistic when you start the fight.
But of
as
course.
To whether you win at the end.
That's for the electorates to decide. And we do know that this is our continued coverage of the by-elections in the Election Command Center here in the Ayawaso East constituency in the Greater Accra region. We'll be crunching some numbers, but first, we are live on all your Media General platforms, also on Facebook at TV3 Ghana, 3FM 927, and also live on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio. This is the continued coverage of the by-elections in the Ayawaso East constituency. 5 gentlemen are up. Only one of them will become a member of parliament by the close of polls today. 114 polling centers and about 49,966 registered voters are expected to cast their votes today. So far, there's been no skirmishes, security is tight on the ground because prior to this day, the security in this republic led by IGP Christian Tete Yohonu showed some force in the Ayawaso East constituency. That constituency has been noted to be a hotbed of political activity, a flashpoint that has been known as neighboring communities like Ayawaso Central, Ayawaso North, Ayawaso West as well. And it's right in the heart of the capital city Greater Accra region. It's the host of the Jubilee House, if you will, the host of the home of the former president of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and many other iconic spaces within the constituency. We do know that it's predominantly an Islamic area. No Christian or any other religion or person subscribing to any other religion has become member of parliament in that constituency, at least since 1992 as we know it. But we also do know that there's a peaceful cohabitation of the people in there, because right at the Nima roundabout, you would see St. Kizito Catholic Church. To the right, to the left, you would see the St. Timothy Anglican Church. In the community itself, you see many different churches and mosques, side by side to each other. There's that understanding within the constituency. However, top on the agenda for them are issues of education. I'm told in the constituency that they do not have a secondary school of their own, as opposed to what the folks in Ayawaso North or in Ayawaso West have. So they're looking forward to have their own secondary school, because there's the predominance of drug abuse in that constituency, which is also negatively affecting education, as the youngsters who leave home to say they are going to school end up sometimes in the ghettos and the gallows doing their own business, and they never get to school. Their parents are not too sure whether they went to school or not. There's also the conversation about jobs and the high unemployment rate. You know that if you cast your mind back to the history of how Nima came to be, they were migrated from a place known as Old Fadama, what you now will call Agbogloshi, to the Nima enclave. And they were just dropped there because these are nomads and people will buy and sell and, spend just a little time in inland and go away. Over time, it became an established home for them. It was through the efforts of Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rollins, or Chairman Rollins as it was called, who came on and then later decided to do some demarcations for them. But as we speak now, the inner roads are still in a very deplorable state. And so that conversation is also out there in the fall. Unemployment is out there. I understand that the 24-hour economy market monies, funds have been made available. Where do they cite it? They've been asking questions, issues about health, and it's a full municipality. So the numbers, the revenue, and all the attendant effects that come along, do they have a facility that is able to accommodate the growing population in that area? We get to talk about that and some more of the issues about security, hooliganism, and many others. But Ebenezer Nyako is the man in charge of not global info analytics, EN analytics, and the best in the business, if you ask me. And we'll be doing some crunching of the numbers, what has been digging up about in the Ayawaso East constituency. There are 10 polling stations, I understand, that may be the game changer for whichever candidate gets to benefit from them, plus some more numbers. Mr. Nyako, good to have you. You look very sharp this day.
Thank you for having me.
So this is Ayawaso East. That's where we are playing now, right?
Exactly.
Good.
So
now let's take a look at what you have put together. This is data from 1992 to 2024. That was when we had the last major election in this country as a republic. That was when the late Honorable Turi was elected for the fourth time to become member of parliament of the constituency. It's been there in 2012, 2016, 2020, and 2024 until his sudden demise in 2024. But for the uninitiated, Mr. Nyako, what are all these numbers? What do they represent?
So what we are looking at is the registered population in Ayawaso East.
Right.
From 1992 to 2024.
Right.
So historically, you know that in 2012, Ayawaso North was carved mainly out of the Ayawaso East.
That's right.
So that is why you see the drop.
Right.
Okay, someone will ask you, how the sudden drop in voter population.
That's right.
But averagely, it has hovered around 110,000. That has been prior to the 2012 demarcation.
Right. So then, if you will, if you cast your mind back to that 69 era, 79 era, it just used to be Ayawaso constituency. Sheikh Isikwe would come in 69, and then subsequently we had East and West, and then you say in 2012, Ayawaso North was carved out of Ayawaso East, which is why we see the drop here. Right.
Exactly. So there hasn't been let's say, a significant growth level.
Right.
Since it became, let's say, the reduced Ayawaso East numbers. So it has hovered around 50,000, 54,000. So there hasn't been any
major
significant growth in the voter population.
Right.
And so maybe there are certain constituencies that are growing at a faster rate.
Right.
The Domi Kwabenya area, but you cannot say that about the Ayawaso East constituency. So you see that, I mean, its voter population has remained flat.
But we see a very densely populated Ayawaso East area. You're looking at the ECOWAS market, for example. You are looking also at the various splinter markets in the area. You're looking at the lorry parks. You're looking at all those things, and you get the impression that the heavy vehicular traffic in that area, the markets are usually choked. You get a sense that there are many more people there than the 54,000, 56, 48,000, and now 50,000 that we find in that constituency. Are we getting it wrong?
And it is very surprising. When you hear of Nima, Mamubi, Ayawaso East, I mean, you always have this concept of heavily dense population all over the place.
Right.
But when you look at the numbers, I mean, comparing to other constituencies, you realize that, I mean, they rank very low on the scale.
Right.
So maybe it is just in our minds that we think that the numbers are huge.
Right.
When you go to Numa, maybe they are concentrated. But on the scale of the voting population, I mean, there isn't that much voters within that constituency.
So
it
now,
used to be prior to the demarcation.
Right.
It used to be, let's say, if you're having around 100,000, because 2008, if you're constituency with over 100,000, you are big. Even currently, constituencies over 100,000, I mean, are deemed
you're a major decider in the general election.
Exactly. So it was a very huge constituency prior to the 2012 demarcation.
Right.
So, but what we see is that, let's say, half of the population were offloaded to Ayawaso North, and then the remaining half formed the Ayawaso East.
Interesting. Okay, now let's crunch some more numbers. We're looking at the election results now of the Ayawaso East constituency. This is from 1996 to 2024. 1996 was when Jerry Rawlings went for a second election.
Exactly.
That was when Albert Dubois, John Agyekum Kufuor, I should say, had come into the picture for the first time after Albert Dubois had failed to clinch power in 1992. Now, what do we know? Share with us.
I mean, from this, you just conclude that Ayawaso East, I mean, it's an NDC stronghold.
Right.
You don't need a prophet to tell you who is going to win. By this, you can know who is going to win.
You say nothing will change in this election?
Absolutely nothing.
There's not going to be a toss-up?
No. Nothing is going to change.
There's not going to be a flip?
No.
And why are you so confident? Is it because of the figures or because you do know that per the work you have done?
Yes.
Because if you look at the historical precedents in this country, by-elections, the flips and all of that, it does have some interesting statistics in there. But on this occasion, you are sure that in Ayawaso East, the MPP should kiss this election goodbye. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. You see that on average, the NPP has done around 36 historically, prior to 2024.
Right.
Okay. The only time the NPP tried to put up a strong challenge was in 2000 by Kofi Wayo, who stood on the ticket of the NPP. And that is where the NPP got the closest margin or the best chance in trying to win that constituency.
That's 43.9% in favor of Kofi Wayo.
Exactly.
And then 44.8%.
Exactly.
Whoa.
So it was a very close call in the year 2000. You know, Kofi Wayo had, at that time, had come in fresh.
He had the followership.
With his ideas.
The slangs, ABB4Mo and all of those ones.
So he was very popular within the Ghanaian electoral landscape.
Right.
So that is the closest the NPP got to in trying to win the Ayawaso East.
Right.
But since then, they have stabilized within the 30 and 39 band. So that is what we see here. Now, the 2024 was a special election.
Right.
Okay.
Why was it?
It was the nature. It was, I mean, Ghanaians, the economic atmosphere, other things all put together. So it was not only Ayawaso East that widened its margin in favor of the NDC. It was a national,
a national outlook.
Exactly.
Okay. But you wouldn't say that the late Honorable Tourist influence had it. I mean, he came in 2012, got 65.4%. In 2016, got 62.1%. 2020, got 61, and then back to 70, closer to 65.4. You wouldn't say that his influence, longevity, familiarity with the people now gravitating towards him, it played a role in that?
I wouldn't necessarily ascribe that one to him.
Okay.
The reason is that if you look at the general picture, 2012,
right,
there was a bomb for the NDC across board.
Right.
So you go and
this was after the demise of President Mills.
Exactly.
John Mahama, the candidate, had just taken over as vice president.
Exactly.
And so there were some sympathy votes, you say?
Exactly. So even at the national scale, you see that jump or bump in favor of the NDC.
Right.
And this tilt in 2016 was expected, or the performance of MPP in 2016 is expected because Nana Addo had come in. But even when Nana Addo came in, you realize that as other constituencies, there was a major increase for the MPP vote. You see that Ayawaso East stayed relatively stable.
Right.
It shows you that the votes for the NPP and the NDC, they are very stable.
But in this election, the NDC doesn't have, for want of a better expression, a united front, because Umaru Sanda, who used to be in the NDC, contested the primaries and lost to Baba Jamal, has decided to run independent. So on the NDC front, there are people who are originally NDC, who are also fanatics of Umaru Sanda, who may want to vote for Umaru Sanda and not Baba Jamal. How does that play out in all of these statistics then?
If his vote in the primaries was so huge, then you were looking for an upset here.
Right.
Okay. But what you see is that this election is not about who is going to win. It's about the margins.
Okay.
For the NPP, they are going to test whether they will fall back to pre-2024 data.
Right.
If they can fall between 30 and 39, or 35 and 38 or 39, it is a success for them.
Okay.
That is...
It would mean something.
Exactly.
Would that necessarily bolster the confidence of the MPP on a national scale, looking at the performance in 2024, looking at the issues of the post-primaries, presidential primaries of the MPP, looking at the questions of unity and how the party has to bounce back in trying to rebrand to be attractive to the people? You say if they get 39, it would mean something in that direction?
It's going to be a huge boost and confidence boost. We are two years into the next election, barely.
Right.
So what you want to do is that the data has settled. The anger in 2024 has waned. That is what, these are the things you are looking for within this by-election. Because there was so much anger within the 2024 data.
Right.
So what for the MPP, it is looking at where are we with the populace? Has the data settled to pre-2024?
Okay.
And that is what they are looking for. If the NDC should get 70, 68, 67, and the NPP is still hovering the 28, 30, then there is cause for concern for the NPP.
Okay.
So,
what kind of concern should that be?
No, what it means is that the carryover of 2024...
The effect is still there.
It is still there.
And that they have not healed, they have not bounced back, people may not have forgiven them, or people may not have found the NPP too attractive.
Exactly.
If the NDC drops then, would that mean that people are now beginning to look at them in the eyes, through the lens of complacency, or saying that, okay, well, it doesn't matter who you bring, if it's NDC, you get to win? Because as we speak now, we have not seen key elements of the NDC in the constituency, and that's become a topical issue on the ground. Would you say that then that will answer the conundrum of complacency on the part of the NDC?
No, it is the level of drop or reduction that's...
So 2%, 3% is not cause for worry?
No. If the NDC should come around 61, 60, maybe an upper of, let's say, 64, then you are looking at a party where it is not building on the 2024 momentum. Okay. And if you look at, I don't foresee it from where I sit.
Okay.
I will give the NDC an upper bound of 70. I don't foresee them going beyond the 70% mark. Okay, because historically they've done around 60.
Right.
And 2024 was a huge outlier. And so you are expecting that the 2024 result serves as an upper bound for the NDC and a lower bound for the NPP.
But then if you listen to Tanko Rashid, computer of the NDC's Director of Election or Acting Director of Elections, he is confident that the gains made by the government of the day, which is the NDC-led government, exchange rate relationship, CD-dollar relationship, fuel price reduction, inflation, interest rates, lending rates, it looks at all those things, reduction of the prices of food in the market. He says, well, this is a predominantly Islamic area. They are in the month of Ramadan, the month of fasting. They will have iftar in the evening, and they will use a lot of rice and oil and sugar. The prices of those commodities have dropped, and that could give them some favor in the eyes of the electorates. What do you say to that?
No, parliamentary elections are sometimes localized. Sometimes they don't correlate with what happens at the national level.
Okay.
It could be that even the NPP candidate is well connected.
Okay.
So that is why you have skirt and blast issues in Ghana. You can win the presidential election and lose the parliamentary. This is because everybody is connected.
Okay.
So it could well be that, for example, if the chiefs and imams, the NPP candidate is well connected to them, the opinion leaders, sometimes it is not what happens and the long economic data and the figures that you hear at the national level. It is localized. And so it is your ground game. How do you relate to the people on the ground?
Okay.
That is what matters in parliamentary elections. Even though we all see that economically or at the national level, things have improved, there are many of them who are voting because of their personal relationship they have with some of the candidates.
Right.
Not necessarily at the national level.
So
that is why.
Speaking of personal relationships, some have argued that Baba Jamal may not be a candidate for the regime. The regime being the executive and those around and some key party figures within the NDC. He may not be the preferred candidate. And so it could be the reason they are not showing their faces in the constituency on a very important D-Day like this. Could that affect the NDC's fortunes in the Ayawaso East constituency relative to this by-election?
The results will show. Okay, at this stage, you can't quantify the... Baba Jamal, in the first place, appear not to be a consensus candidate.
Right.
Looking at the percentage that he had.
So, at the primaries.
At the primaries. Right. Okay. So all of this will filter through when the results start to emerge. Then we will know whether that affected the performance that the NDC will get, or people were not motivated. Most of the NDC voters were not motivated to go and vote. All of this will emerge when we start to see the results. So for that one, let's see. Let's wait and see.
The personality of Baba Jamal then comes into the question.
Yeah.
He's charismatic. He's well known within the ranks of the NDC. He's been Deputy General Secretary before. He's been Member of Parliament in the Akwetia constituency before. Askolondo, that's his nickname. That's what they call him. He recently is the High Commissioner to Nigeria on behalf of the Republic of Ghana. But then if you go into the constituency, there are conversations about him not being too known in the constituency. And you find people in the constituency talking about he having to go back to Akwetia because Amase, the hairdresser who toppled him, is waiting literally for him. How does Baba Jamal's personality and his political experience play out in this?
I am of the view that as for winning, he's going to win. But
because of the party?
Yes, because of the party.
But not because of the individual called Baba Jamal and his political experience.
Yes, that is what I think.
Right.
If you go to a stronghold, there are certain phrases that even when you put anybody there, the person will win.
Mm-hmm.
That is the meaning of a stronghold. So when it comes to a stronghold of a party, it means that whoever the candidate is likely to win.
Okay.
And Baba Jamal is going to win.
Great.
The question is, by how much?
By what margins?
Exactly.
We'll come to that so we can explore further. I'm in studio here with Mr. Ebenezer Nyako of the EN Analytics, and we're trying to crunch some of the numbers, some of the work that is done, some very hard, detailed work. And this is a continued coverage of the by-election presently happening in the Ayawaso East constituency of the Greater Accra region. This comes on the back of the demise of the Member of Parliament for the area, Honorable Turi. Now, we go straight to Zoom. Dr. Jebontiani Zato is a political analyst and a political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. Doc, thank you very much for your time. Good afternoon. Hello, Dr. Zato. Good afternoon. You'd have to unmute for me, Dr. Zato, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Great. Now, the folks in Ayawaso East are on a very important exercise to get a representative for that constituency into Parliament. Your initial reaction, what you have observed so far, what can you share?
Well, you see, we are just expecting a lot from them. Remember, this is a Muslim community. They are in the middle of Ramadan. The sun is blazing, it's hot, they are tired, they are thirsty, they are hungry. I think these people just wish they could just go about their jobs and not be called out to stand long queues in the sun to perform their civic responsibility and duties. If you juxtapose this with the fact that it's just a normal working day and some of them have to go to work and come back, there's nothing actually stimulating or nothing actually interesting. So I'm not surprised that the turnout is low so far and the numbers are low. I can understand the toll this by-election is having on them.
Now, Dr. Zato, the other conversation is the NDC and the MPP seem to be the two forerunners in this contest, the two-horse race. The MPP is very optimistic that they are going to win for the very first time in that constituency, at least from 1992, as we know the record is, they have never won. But the NDC is still saying that, well, this is our seat, and we are going to hold on to it. Again, what do you see? Hello, Dr. Zato?
Yes, You went off. Come again.
Okay, so I'm saying that the NDC and the MPP are going head-to-head in this election. There are three other candidates, but it looks like it's the NDC and the MPP's game. The NPP wants to win this election. You have key officials of the MPP declaring that by the close of polls, they will emerge victorious. The NDC says, no, this is our seat, and we shall hold on to it, and we will win it. What do you see?
Thank you. I think history favors the NDC, and recent polling too favors the NDC. It will be, what's the name, a historic or a monumental event if the NDC, if the MPP candidate is able to pull this off. It will be historical and monumental. But there are reasons why the MPP candidate might feel a little bit, should I say, hopeful.
Right.
One is the fact that you are going against Baba Jamal. Baba Jamal is seriously wounded into these elections. The Baba Jamal that came from Abuja, Nigeria, landed in Accra before the primaries is not the Baba Jamal that today is after the primaries and coming out. They are two Baba Jamals. This Baba Jamal is very wounded. He became the subject of a whole national debate about vote buying and corruption of our electoral processes. He became a subject of investigation by his own party and by the incumbent government. Every single society organizations came out to criticize him. So that Baba Jamal is a wounded Baba Jamal. Two, secondly, remember, Baba Jamal does not actually have deep roots in Ayawaso East. And that is why I've heard one of your panelists saying that people are saying he should go back to Equatia, and where I must say beat him. So they don't see him as one of their own. In other words, he is an imposition. He's imposing himself on them using his money, using his resources, using the televisions and others. That's the other idea. Then third, precisely because of how he became the candidate, did he have time to rally the party around him? Did he have time to rally the party machinery around him? And I'm talking about the local party. I'm talking about the local people, kingmakers and queenmakers in the constituency.
Right.
So these questions can raise the hope of the MPP candidate. But again, as I said, it's just such a huge mountain to climb that. What they may be able to do there may be to chip away at his victory, to chip away at the percentage, the winning percentage. Because remember, Baba Jamal must get at least 71%. That was what the last guy got.
Right.
Anything below that is considered a failure. Now, there's a wildcat. You can throw in the independent candidate.
Okay.
So if he too comes in and does well, remember, they are all trying to take votes away from the NDC and from Baba Jamal. Baba Jamal has to build a huge wall behind his 71% and make sure that nobody breaches it. If they break that wall and go down, even to the middle 60s, Baba Jamal may end up being a one-term MP or it may have a term because it will invite strong challenges at the end of this time.
Now, the the national chairman of the NDC and other big wigs of the NDC, largely national executive members, were in the constituency to lend support to Baba Jamal. Baba Ali Yusuf of the MPP has also enjoyed similar fate as some key members within the MPP have also gone to lend support. Would that have any colossal effect on the election and the results thereof, especially in a very critical constituency like Ayawaso East?
Oh, yes, they do. They do. I mean, it's an election. And everybody that comes can contribute. Some of those that come may contribute resources to him to campaign. They may help him gain the traction that he wants. For instance, if the general secretary of the national chamber of your party comes there, the media traction you get alone is more than if they don't come. So, yes, it's going to have an impact. But I see all the parties have different objectives. They are not all there to do the same thing. For the MPP, they are there to make sure that at the end of the day, they can say that we've eaten into your victory. If they achieve that, then it will be considered a victory for them.
But what would that victory translate into in terms of the national outlook and also in preparation going into the 2028 general elections? We saw the results in 2024. Specifically in the Ayawaso East constituency, the MPP had 28.8% of the total valid votes cast. The NDC had 70% plus of the votes cast. What would that victory on this day mean for the MPP in terms of that focus on 2028 and the bigger outlook in terms of national scale?
Thank you. We all know that this election will have absolutely no effect in Parliament. We know that it's going to remain the same. We know that. So the question is, if you move from 28.8% and just in a year, imagine you are able to, let's say, increase that by about 10%. So give you 38% or by 5%. That is the hope. Because I don't know whether you understand where I'm going, but that is why I'm saying that you can lose, but you can also win. If they lose, if the MPP loses and go down below this 28 number, then they really have a bigger problem to do.
Does personality count for you in this election, and political science, visual communication, etc., will come to play here? In terms of the two key personalities, Baba Jamal on one end and then Baba Ali Yusuf on one end, does their personalities count so that the electorates will be gravitating more towards one, leaving one behind? What do you say?
It does. Personality can count. But the point I was trying to make before, just to connect, is that
right.
If you do better, if you lost by almost 50 marks, and now if you're able to claw back, so if at the end of the elections, the MPP gets into the 30s, it will mean that they've appreciated it. And then they can then, as I said, what did we do right to appreciate by this much? Then we can extrapolate it and try to do it more. That is the only bragging rights they can take out of it. That's the point I was trying to make. Because after all, the eventual winner, and if you are Baba Jamal and you perform less than this 71%, it means then that you are an unpopular candidate, and then you know that you have a bigger tax to go ahead. That's the issue I was trying to make. But yes, personalities count. Look, it's at the end of the day, every election is local. Every election is local.
Right.
So If Baba Jamal is perceived as being a foreigner, if he's perceived as being one who is not like one of us, who just came from Equatia, just came from Abuja, and because he has money, was able to win this. If they perceive him as that, then they will perceive him as the other.
Right.
And it may affect his outcome. If Baba Ali is seen to be one of them, that he's one of our guys, he's here with us, we know him. He didn't parachute in from Akwetia, or he didn't parachute in from Abuja, he didn't parachute in from ambassadorial role, that he has always been here with us as one of us, then it may make him be more pleasing to them, it may draw him more to them. Remember, it's no matter how big the constituency is, there are also friendships, there are also families, there are also lineage. So if these people know that, look, Baba Ali is one of us, this is where he prays in this mosque all the time, he's always hanging out over here, we know him. That personally, that knowing him and understanding him may also inure him to voters than somebody who is perceived as being foreign and not one of us.
I see. Now, Doc, before I let you go, I'm also interested in the NPP now with a flag bearer. The NDC doesn't have the benefit of that. Would you say that if Dr. Bawumia, for example, had gone to Ayawaso East, because his home is encompassed within that constituency, he goes to Ayawaso East, holds the hand of Ali Yusuf, and then, tells them that they should vote for him, it would have changed the fortunes of the NPP in that constituency? Could it have?
Wow, then that would have been $1 million endorsement. If that one holding of Hannah would be enough to change the deficit of almost 71%. Look, I'm saying that if the optics would have been good, the campaigning would have been good, but it's difficult. That singular act alone wouldn't have been enough. Even if it was necessary, it wouldn't have been enough to change the electoral cycle. But again, what it could have done is to say that, okay, how do we campaign in such communities? Such predominantly, because as I said, MPP historically doesn't do well in Muslim-dominated communities. They don't do well. That was the reason why when Akufo-Addo came in, he established the Ministry of Zongo Development, and in 2024, and in 2020, in 2024, it was changed to Zongo Development Authority. So they don't do well historically there. So the question then is, now that the MPP is out of power, they could try to use it to say, what lessons can we pick? That's what I'm saying. If they're able to do better than 28%, they will say that they have picked valuable lessons to see how to do. If they don't do better than 28%, then they will say that they have not picked any serious lessons, so they have more work to do. Either way, the MPP wants to see whether the 1 year in office of this, and remember, the MPP is trying to make these elections a referendum on the NDC government 1 year in power. That's what they're trying to do. So the idea is that if Baba Jamal wins more than 71%, then you will see that people really in love with the current government. If Baba Jamal does below that, the NPP will take that as a victory, because all they are saying is that Ghanaians have started they rejected that just 1 year in office.
But the NDC is very confident of an overwhelming win, especially when they believe that they have been able to turn the fortunes of the economy around. Exchange rate looks better. Prices of commodities are dropping. Inflation is down. Interest rates and all the other things. They're talking about the real bread and butter issues. They say it affects the people on the ground. So what you are postulating now may not be the case for them by the close of polls. Your quick reaction before I let you go.
No, so we are saying the same thing. So the NDC is saying that because of these very things we've listed, then they will vote more for us. So we will at least get the 71% or more than that. Right. Remember, 71 is the benchmark. So they are saying that precisely because of this thing. MPP is also saying that this scenario you've created is too rosy. That's not the reality on the ground. That's not in their pockets. Because of that, they will not get the 71%. The question then we all now have to ask is that at the end of the day, if their NDC is able to make the 71 and more, then they could say that their narrative is the right one, is true. If they are not, then so it becomes an issue of bragging rights, not the substantive issues of filling the seats. Who will come out of this at the end of today and saying that we won? Winning here, victory here, as I said, I've defined it, does not mean who goes to parliament. I think Baba Jamal will go. Winning here, who has a talking point outside winning? Will it be the NDC increasing their margin, or the MPP increasing their margin? That becomes the talking point.
Dr. Zato, I want to thank you very much indeed for your time. But I want you to quickly hold on for me as I connect with Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otri. He's also a political analyst, and he's joining us here now. Doc, thank you very much for your time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Johnny.
What do you see so far, or what have you seen so far in Ayawaso East constituency? Is it going as you would have expected in terms of voter turnouts, the flow of numbers to the various polling stations? What do you see?
Well, let me say good afternoon to your viewers and to my co-panelists out there. By-elections have usually not witnessed, high voter turnouts. It could have been different if, for example, the stakes are quite high. Now, what I see is that, like Kumeu, when the NDC was going for the by-election, I told them that they will not win. But at that period, they needed to get some statistics to work out with when it comes to the Ashanti region, which they did. And so they realized that they had they had more votes than what they had in the 2020 elections. And though it was a by-election, they had over 1,000 more votes. And I said that if that number is replicated elsewhere throughout the Ashanti region, then it means that the NPP will be going into opposition. And that's exactly what happened in the 2024 elections. So, fast track to Ayawaso East. The NPP, looking at the difference, they know very well that they cannot win. Secondly, they seem not to be highly motivated. They are still in the reorganization period. And they know very well that the current government still has that goodwill of the people. So what they are going out there to do is, as I said earlier, to get some statistics, to get some data that they will equally need to do some introspection analysis when it comes to other elections within, the Accra metropolis, for example. Now we are looking at a place where it is densely the support base of the NDC.
Right.
If there is any difference, it will have to come because of the individual person, the character. Because when it comes to the MPship, it's different from the presidential elections. That is the more reason why sometimes you will have a situation where an MP, a PC, may have more votes than his presidential candidate. It is because, apart from having the support base of the party itself, there are other people who are non-aligned and other people who belong to the other political faction who see him as someone that they can entrust on their future. And then they will vote, and that person will have more votes. In this case, I foresee a lower voter turnout. If that happens, that will be a bit difficult for Mr. Baba Jamal to make the 75. But that should not mean entirely that the goodwill of the central government is lost. Secondly, the goodwill of the central government could also work some magic for Mr. Jamal. And as you pointed out earlier on, the economic indicators of those of the previous government, as it ended in 2024, and what we are seeing today, are diametrically opposite. It favors the central government more. Of course, it doesn't mean that they have eradicated poverty. Just last year, thereabout, we saw a figure of, is it almost 900,000 of, Ghanaians coming out of the poverty, cycle. So it means that generally, this government still has the goodwill. And if you're using the global analysis data with the approval rating of the president, he's talking about 81%. That is very high. In University of Cape Coast, that is an A. And I have scored the president with respect to what he delivered in terms of the State of the Nation address, putting him somewhere between 75 to 78, close to an A, but not yet, because we still have, other things that as a nation will have to deal with. So by and large, I think that there's been some professionalism on the part of the security. What I expect is the fact that the NDC will win, but as to the margin, it could easily be affected by the voter turnout, but not exactly being, the goodwill of the government coming down.
In 1995, for example, in the Navrongo Central constituency, you have the NDC losing to an independent candidate. Fast forward to 2003, the independent candidate lost to an MPP man in that same constituency. And then you're looking at Chereponi in 2009, NPP lost to the NDC. And then you look at Jirapa in 2009, NPP lost to the NDC. You look at Kombungu in 2013, the NDC lost to the CPP. And then Talensi 2015, NPP lost to the NDC. And Menfi West in 2015, NPP lost to the NDC. And Akwetia in 2025, as we just had it, the NPP lost to the NDC post the demise of NS Yaokumi. You say none of these flips can happen in Ayawaso East as we speak now, per what you see?
Yeah, the other dynamics is the fact that we are looking at a situation where you have an independent candidate coming from the fold of the NDC. And you know that when it comes to by-elections, one, the individual must have character and must be overwhelmingly popular on the ground. Two, he must have resources. He must have resources. If you look at Ayawaso East, it's a mixture of the affluent and that of those who are extremely poor, and then some middle class. This time round, it may not be like government going to do some shabby roads, as it were, to win the heart of the people to go and vote. What I foresee now is some kind of distribution of rice, oil, and because of the
Ramadan,
the Ramadan, the Chivia that they are doing. Yeah, so that could be the main motivating factor to bring out people to come and vote. After all, they will just say that, oh, when you break the fast, you can serve this, you can use it to serve the family and so on and so forth. That will be the narrative. Now, what is the strength of the what's it called? The individual, what's the name? Mr. Umar.
Right, Umar Sanda.
It's his strength. Yes. What I heard, the narrative I heard from him was the fact that he was instrumental in bringing the late MP. Right. So he felt that the wife was not going to contest and that he was going to contest. Now the wife contests, she doesn't win. And of course, the NDC candidate has already been selected. So he wants to leverage on that to what? To energize his support base. Now, if you have a situation where the delegate who voted for the woman, the late MP's wife,
right,
decide that, well, they are apathetic and they want to vote for, what's the name?
Umar Sanda.
Then the dynamics could be different. Now, the other thing too is that, well, if you listen to the chiefs, the local chiefs in the dominated areas where the NDC is, they came out after elections to say that it should not be annulled, nobody should dare that, and that let peace prevail and let them move forward. So,
but if you look at, if you look at what Global Info Analytics did, the survey they did, I mean, they did a poll there between the 28th of February and the 1st of March, just before this by-election. They put Umar Sanda at 3%. Baba Jamal had over 70%. The MPP's candidate had just around 25% or so. So it doesn't look like Umar Sanda stands a chance against Baba Jamal, even if he gets all the other persons that you are talking about, all the other different constituents who may not be so happy about the candidature of Baba Jamal tilting in his favor. What do you say?
Yeah, so that is why I premised my argument using the if clause. That is, if those who supported the woman, if you look at the trickle-down effect, that would mean that they also have families. That will also mean that there are others who are pathetic. Others will also think that, well, they didn't get the TV, so those who got the TV should go and vote. So that's why I said that if there is a lower voter turnout, that will affect Mr. Jamal's percentage that has been given him by Global Info Analytics.
Okay.
That being said, I do not know the strength. I've seen that document that you're talking about in terms of the data, the survey that he brought. I've seen it.
Right.
It doesn't give him any much, chance to get to a certain percentage. It is very high on the side of Mr. Jamal. He is going to win convincingly. He's going to win convincingly because he is very resourceful. He has the wherewithal. He's been in the trenches with the people. To suggest that he always budget 2.5 million Ghana cedis to give out that money, interest-free loan to the people, that should tell that the guy is a grassroots person. If only it is the case. There's not been anybody who has come out to deny something of that sort. So the dynamics, let's see how it goes. But as it stands now, there is no way that the NDC will not win the elections.
I see.
I think that the central government may be the more reason why the delegates and the electorate over there may overlook, some kinds of deficiencies in the candidate that is the overwhelming, favorite to win.
Great. Now, Dr. Zato, let me come to you for your closing thought. And I'll ask this about fidelity to the NDC. The people of Ayawaso East have been very, very faithful to the NDC since time immemorial. But then fidelity to what benefit is the question that is being asked, because questions about inner roads not being well structured and not being well tarred and cut out, jobs, unemployment, conversation, education, health, sanitation, security. It's a myriad of issues, a salad of issues that they are looking at. And they've been very, very faithful to the NDC. But what are they getting out of it? Should they be concerned about it as they go to the polls today?
Hoping that the voters in Ayawaso do not make this a referendum on the government. You see, you don't want a referendum to be a nationalism because even the issues you've just talked about, the argument could make that the NDC has been ruling this country longer than the NPP, and they have won this seat forever. What have your NDC MPs been doing? I mean, we are talking about some of the most deprived areas in Accra, just outside, just in the middle of Accra there. So if people begin asking those questions, and if people begin to say, look, the reason why our place is not so developed is because we are sure that we will always vote for the NDC, and the NDC has taken us for granted. If that is the narrative, I don't think NDC will be happy in this evening. No, I'm not saying they will lose, but they won't be happy. So I heard my colleague making that point. You don't want that because that history is not a good one. It's not good. It's not good to say that since 92 to now, we've had only NDC MPs. So what have they done? How much development have they brought home? Especially if you look at neighboring or adjacent constituencies that probably have had MPP MPs or a mixture of MPs. So you don't want to do that. There was a research somewhere that they were trying to make that correlation, let me say correlation between the parties that dominate and the level of development that comes. It wasn't good. It wasn't good for parties that continue to vote for the same candidate in all elections. In fact, rather, parties that tend to vote for different candidates may come out better. So that's the question. Baba Jamal will not want them to be saying that, hey, listen, since 92 up to now, we've been voting for NDC MPs.
Right.
What have we got? You just listed a myriad of problems. He doesn't want them to do that. So even if inflation is down, even if interest rate is down, even if general goodwill of the government is still good, he doesn't want people to be reminded of the track record of the previous MPs. No. He will probably want them to say that, okay, look, I am new, I am here, and I want to chart a new path. I want to create a new NIMA. I want to create a new Mamobi. I want to create a new Kanda. That is the argument he wants to make. And that is why you realize that when they went there, the MPP guys were reminding them that, hey, listen, blindly voting for an NDC candidate has left you where you've been since 92.
But then the argument can also be made, Dr. Zato, about the MPP just leaving power after 8 years of being in power. And the president of the republic at the time, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, would usually tout his NIMA-ship or NIMA citizenship and tell us about how he grew up in NIMA, how he still lives there, etc. But then for 8 years, they didn't see much. I remember I did a documentary on the Nima Alhamdu Gata, that 441 Gata, left still uncompleted and all of that. If the people of Ayawaso East are to look onto the MPP with some favor in this by-election, they will be looking at what the MPP did during its 8-year tenure to say that, well, there's a glimmer of hope. Let's choose an MPP person and perhaps our fortunes will change. Can the MPP hold that trump card on this day and hope that something will change in their electoral fortunes?
So you are basically saying what I'm saying. The NDC will hope that the residents of Nima are not looking to history to vote. They will hope they are not. Because even based on what you've said, they will hope that they rather vote on what the merits of the candidates on board. Because if you go back, even look, you could make the point you were making, that Nana Addo said this, but they rejected him. They never voted for him. He never won there for president, or he never won there for MP. Even though he's one of them, and you're talking about the gutter and everything. So the question then the people are asking themselves is that, why should we continue voting for an NDC candidate who we know it just go be, as someone say, same, nothing changes? Is it time to shake things up? Is it time to tell people of Nema that you have to earn our trust? And to earn our trust means that you have to bring development, you have to bring infrastructure, better roads, better schools, better health system, better jobs. Do they have to do that? Because right now, it doesn't look like the people of Nema and Ayawaso East vote for people on their competences or ability to deliver. It seems now they just vote on people based on their party affiliation. And the party affiliation has not served them well. So the question is it time for them to check it out? That's what I'm saying. The NDC and Baba Jamal will hope that the people of Nema do not look or read too much into history in voting, that they may try to look at the merits of the candidates and vote. That may be what will save them. Because my friend too, a colleague also talked about the guru of the government. Yes. But you and I know where Nema is, where Mamobi is. None of that is translated there. The 1 year in office, if you want to go to Namobi Nima and say which are the new projects, which are the new things, which are the new developments that have come to say the 1 year that they can tout themselves as achievement from this, you may not get. So that is the problem. They may not want that. That is then where the ruling government may not want a referendum.
I see. So, Dr. Zato, the NPP opted not to contest in the Tamale Central by-election post the demise of my very good friend, Dr. Murtala Mohammed, in that very sad helicopter crash, because of the circumstances surrounding the death of him and 7 others who were serving their country. Now, a member of parliament also dies intestate, and the circumstances are almost the same. Tamale Central is
now you just came. Your mic went off a little bit.
So I'm saying that the NPP opted not to contest in the Tamale Central by-election post the demise of my good friend Murtala Mohammed, PhD. Now, in the Tamale Central, you know that constituency is NDC, and that's been the story. Now, another member of parliament dies in a constituency that is NDC in the Greater Accra region in Ayawaso East, and the NPP is not extending the same courtesies that they extended to the NDC in Tamale Central, but have chosen rather to contest. What makes the situation different? Do you know?
Sixtus.
This is Johnny.
Sorry, Johnny. Your background. Okay, so let me answer that question. Yes.
Right.
If you remember, if you watch carefully, you realize that before January 31st MPP primaries, like MPP was like a party that was frozen in place. The party just held their breath and just wanted that let's get the primaries out of the way. Because the primary was vicious. It was difficult. It was challenging. You had brother on brother, party member on party member, internal divisions and everything. So the party didn't want to extend that exposure throughout all these periods. And then because it was that, if you went to Tamale, we're going to have all the candidates come there like they did. So a big factor in why they didn't go to Tamale was because of that. Because of the fact that they just felt, look, at this time with our primaries, a lot was going to happen. And also remember, at that time too, they also had to deal with Equatia, which was also a little bit closer. So in the party, you could say, look, the best way to use our resources is not to fight these two battles at the same time, but to fight one and get better. So those could be the reasons. Those could be the reasons why they decided to. But now that the party is finished with its primaries, now the party feels that when they are going into any election, they can go as one. That is why all those who went to Ayawaso East, you've not heard anyone turning on the other. There's no negative story there about NDC.
But then, Doc, if you make that point, you wouldn't find Kennedy Ohinia Japan there, you won't find Kwabena Japan there, you won't find Dr. Baumia there, you won't find all the others who contested in the presidential primaries, you won't find them. And as you know now, the MPP is very seriously talking about unity, having closed-door meetings with party elders, and seeing how they can unify the party. So would you then say, based on these facts, that the MPP now is going into this Ayawaso East by-election as one?
Yes, no, the party now believes that they are one. The party now believes that its internal divisions are gone. They now have a flag bearer who was overwhelmingly chosen. So whatever you are doing as an MPP member now is to project that flag bearer. I think they have made that point very clear. It's 1 month of the elections, and they'll be able to keep everybody on their wraps. That's the difference. So no matter what, now the people jostling are just jostling for constituency executives, regional executives, or national executives. That one is normal. They are going there to propagate themselves. But the central idea is that the party has come together under one person, and everybody there is either projecting it. So that's why if you see all the heir apparents, those who want to be chairman, or national executives or regional executives, they've all gone there to hold the MPP's candidate's hand and project him. That's the difference I'm saying. But you saw elements, in fact, that the direct opposite maybe what's happening in NDC, where some people are saying that, well, Baba, this candidate is the president's candidate, this person is chairman's candidate, this person is Valerie Soya's candidate, this person is chief of staff. You see, those things begin coming, and they will always come. I always tell people that there are certain things that are natural in political party systems, in active partisan political party systems. So long as you don't have a candidate standing there, factionalism, people like this, they are going to happen.
Within the ranks of the MPP, who would you say is Ali Baba Yusuf's candidate?
No, that's what I'm then saying. Precisely because the MPP has selected their candidate, they are all going there as one under that candidate. That's the difference I'm making. Because you cannot go and say that this is Baumia's candidate, you support Baumia. No, Baumia is their candidate. So they can now all rally around one person. That's what I'm saying. And that's the genius of the early MPP primaries. The MPP knew that. As time goes on, so long as you haven't selected a flag bearer, there will be factions surrounding one and not surrounding one. But the moment you have a flag bearer, now everybody must support that person and then the candidate. So that's what I'm saying, that in the case of the NPP, they are all going in solidly for this guy. But in the case of the NDC, because there's even speculations that the independent guy is being supported one of the future presidential aspirants of the NDC. That's why he's not moving. So you always have this, and some of them are true, some of them are untruths, some of them are based on speculations. But so long as the NDC does not have a flag bearer for 2028, you will see these things until the day a new flag bearer is chosen.
I see. I haven't heard that. Which future NDC aspirant are you talking about? Who is behind Omar Sanda? Do you know? Share with us. We'll be happy to get that information.
I don't know. I remember I said that there are speculations.
But you just mentioned, so give us the speculation.
I just said speculation. So people are speculating now. We are all speculating.
What names have you heard in these speculations?
I should tell you that I've heard from the vineyard that there are speculations.
But what names have you heard? What names have you heard through these speculations? I'm interested.
No, I've heard the chief of staff. I've heard Valerie Soya. I've heard what's the name? The vice president. I've heard the finance minister. Of course, all these people seem to be interested in the flag bearership, and it seems they are all testing one message or one candidate or the other in the election.
So, in the list of 4 that you have mentioned, who specifically is behind Omar Sanda? Do you know?
In fact, I'm yet to find out that. When I find out, Johnny, I promise I'll share it with you.
I hear you, Dr. Zato. Pleasure speaking with you this afternoon. We are grateful for your time. And Dr. Zato is a political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. He's also a political analyst. Jonathan Asante Ottare, thank you very much for staying on. Let me ask you a quick question as we wrap up this conversation. So where do we go from here? You heard Dr. Zato. I mean, in a wrap, what do you make of some of the assertions he made?
If you can give me some in particular.
Well, about the NDC's and MPP's choice to contest in this by-election and not in Tamale Central. It says, well, at the time the party appeared disunited, primaries were coming up, they had to deal with Akwetia, so they were being very careful. That could be one of the reasons.
Okay, so
does it sound well to you from the political science perspective?
Yeah, let me respond to that one. In the first place, I told the MPP that decided not to contest Tamale Central was wrong, in as much as they were not ready to spend resources or expend resources over there. You don't go there just because you intend to win. And you know very well that you can't win, therefore you won't go. As a main opposition party, you need data to compare and plan for the next election. So not going for Terminal Central was a wrong decision on the part of the national, executive or NEC or FEC or whichever, unit of the party that had the opportunity to take that particular decision. It was wrong. Contesting in Ayawaso is right. It is not because they now have a presidential candidate. What kind of activity have we seen Dr. Bawumia engage in over there that has energized the grassroots? I have not seen anything, right? So the party is still in that organizational mood. There they want to gather some kind of data or statistics. They know very well they cannot win, and so they should not be engaging in wishful thinking. They can't win. And of course, as I've said earlier on, by-elections demand a lot of resources because the election is concentrated. And so you have to see party bigwigs here and there going there, campaigning, assisting here and there so that they win. And of course, because of the bragging right, it's equally important at this point. One, it is to show that the policy of government, has received widespread support and approval. That is one. Two, you want data. You want to stamp your authority over that place, and you want the MPP to know that you still have the goodwill of the people. So there are so many reasons that might have, encouraged them or intended the NDC, for example, to field this particular candidate. On the side of the MPP, I've checked the elections from 1992 in terms of the MPship. And then Mr. Nasir Mahama has had 4 terms. But if you look at the last one, the 2024 one, getting 23,000 and the other one getting a little over 9,000, that meant that candidate was not that popular. So it is good that they have changed that candidate. But if they really want to use it as a testing ground for future elections, then they ought to have invested in this particular election. But knowing very well that they are going to lose, that is why they are hedging in terms of the resources that they will take out there to get the necessary vote or the people to come out and vote. What about the other issue?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to end it here, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us on your Election Command Center. We're grateful. This is our extensive coverage of the by-election that's presently underway in the Ayawaso East constituency in the Greater Accra region, where we know 5 candidates, the NDC Baba Jamal, the NPP's Baba Ali Yusufa, going head-to-head with other 3 independent candidates, 1 candidate of the LPG as well, and they want to lead the constituency in the Greater Accra region. Well, elections are underway. The police insist that this has been the most peaceful election thus far. We see a lot of heavy police presence there. We understand that prior to this election, there was a show of force by the security services in that constituency just to let the people know that we are present. And I know that as of 5 a.m. or even before that, when I was coming to work earlier today, the police were out there already at vantage points and at the various polling stations. 114 of those polling stations are available at this point and activated for the persons to cast their votes. We also do know that about 49,966 registered voters are casting their ballot today, or are expected to cast their ballot today, to determine who gets to lead them and represent them in the House of Legislature. And earlier we spoke with Dr. Zato and then also Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere. But in studio with me is Mr. Ebenezer Nyako of EN Analytics, and we'll be looking at some of the figures that we have in terms of the voter turnout and other things. Now let's focus more seriously on the voter turnout, especially from 1996. And I'm asking this because Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere spoke about voter turnout and its impact on the party or candidate. He says that, for example, if the voter turnout is good, it will favor the NDC. If it is not too good, the NPP may benefit. I don't know what you think about it. But first, let's look at the figures, and then you can tell me what you think about voter turnout and its effect on the candidate or the one who will win or lose.
Yeah, right. So, Johnny, historically, you can see that I mean, it follows the natural pattern.
Right.
So the ups are usually when, let's say, in between when governments come into power. And usually when turnout are low, especially in Greater Accra region, then the sitting government you're on your way out.
Right.
I think we've mentioned it. So that is why you see lower turnout here. It means that in Greater Accra, it is when turnout is so low, it means that the government is on its way out. Now, let's try and connect this to the by-election. What we see is that this is for the constituency. When it comes to the by-election, it's a bit different. On average, the turnout for by-elections are far lower than what we see.
Right.
So in Ghana, the average turnout in by-elections is around 47%.
Right.
So that is what, between 47 and 50, that is the range that we should be looking at.
Okay.
And not the 64%, the 70. So any turnout around 50% is well within the historical pattern of by-elections. So we shouldn't measure the turnout in respect of the 2024, the 2020. So let's just situate the by-election turnout in context. That is what we are looking at.
Interesting. Now tell me, the turnout and the candidate who wins or loses, what do you think? What's your own opinion?
No, so it is a number of margins. And so because the NDC has a much more larger support, if you translate it into lower turnout, it means larger numbers of the NDC base will not turn out. And that is how he said that it may affect the NDC candidate because of the larger share of the NDC. Okay, so if turnout is so low, it is more likely that the NPP candidates may take advantage of that and get a much larger share. Because their support will be much more energized than the NDC. Because the NDC, we've talked about the fact that Baba Jamal is not a consensus candidate. There are other issues that he's not from the constituency. So if there's going to be any level of apathy, it is more likely to affect Baba Jamal base than the NPP base. Because he is seen as a local person.
So it's in the interest of the NDC to look out for the people to make sure they turn out, because then it will work to their benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Because this election has national implications. The NDC is looking at how do we build upon the 70%.
Dr. Azato calls it a referendum, and that it should not be a referendum, or if you like, a vote of no confidence on the government, because this is a decider. This is more like a midterm election, no?
Yes, in Ghana, we don't have midterm, but you can use this as a proxy. And so it is not just an election. It is, as he said, bragging rights. We're around 28. We've been able to increase the percentage to around 35, 36. And that is something that you can talk about. So if all these factors affect Baba Jamal's vote, that he's not from the constituency, the factionalism is not here well handled, if all of this have impact on that election, then the NDC candidate is more likely to do well. And they can take it further from there.
Thank you. That's Ebenezer Nyako of EN Analytics. Now let's go to the Director General of National Police Patrols. He says this has been the most peaceful election thus far. And you know he's been on the ground. He spoke to us exclusively. Listen.
We have a track record. We did that in Kumewu. We repeated our success in Asin North, and then went on to increase our success in multi-site by-elections at Ejisu. And then we did one for, Ablekuma. And lastly here. So when it comes to organizing by-elections, I think the Ghana Police Service, in terms of we have scored PhD or professorship when it comes to organizing such elections. We are adequately prepared.
For the coalition, I'm trying to see how the place has been barricaded and cordoned off. Do you have enough barricades, just as we saw during the NDC primaries? We saw some nice professional barricading of the environment. Are you going to have same here?
As you can see, you can tell a ripping corn by its look. So you can see the deployment, the way it is. It allows you to go by the way it has been properly designed. That only who the presiding or returning officers with the ballot boxes will be allowed to go to a limit where they will submit their boxes before they enter the collation center, which is the other side. So it has been done, and we still have a lot at Nima division that we can bring to Bifa. If you go outside, you can see they will secure the front. Motorbikes are not allowed in, vehicles are not allowed in. So you can see that the barricades have been properly used to ensure security.
Finally, do you have men on standby task force that will be quickly deployed in case of any eventuality?
Eventuality, yes, we are fully prepared, rapid response. We also have our men in our, what do you call it, Robocop. You know, Robocop well prepared. And the standby men, a lot. I don't want to divulge all here. But as I said, reasons. Yes, but as I said, we've done it before. And we intend to succeed more than we did in the past.
Has Eze Maria made any arrests today?
So far, there has been a lot of comportment. I would say a takbir. Because my people have actually done a lot of comportment. I think a lot of education to credit to the Nima division and their command. They've done a lot of talking here and there. And it's thinking well. So far, the Black Maria is also positioned somewhere, I don't want to mention, ready to come.
So it's on holidays?
No, it's not. It's on standby. We are not always on holidays.
We are ready to put someone in there if the person misbehaves.
If somebody decides to take the law into his hands, that is where we come in. But I say the comportment is overwhelming.
Very well.
It's remarkable and commendable.
We are grateful, sir.
Thank you very much.
That's COP Suraj there. He's in charge of national police patrols, telling us that all has been well. They've done it before. They have the track record. Somebody whispered into my ear that it could be because of the Ramadan, the holy month of Ramadan, and how peaceful the month has been, and also the month of Lent or the Lenten season. Well, these are just people also putting up stuff together. But then the Black Maria is available. Do not go and foment trouble. Vote, go home. When it's time to count, you can come back, stand at a distance, observe the process, and let it be peaceful. Henry Nana Boakye is also national organizer of the NPP. He's been speaking to us exclusively.
So far, we've visited about 7 polling stations. It's been relatively calm. Turnout, I mean, a great feature of any by-election is also low. We are hoping that hopefully by 5 p.m. we should have some improvement in terms of turnout. But let me also commend the police. I think they've done a good job up to this period. We shouldn't forget that we will have the counting period and then collation period as well. So we are hoping that by the end of this exercise, it should be free, fair, peaceful and transparent. Regarding the polls, I see that everybody is also, especially the voters in Ayawaso East, they are also going about their civic duty quite in a very orderly manner. Let me put it that way. So we are very confident that Baba Ali Yusuf, his message resonates very well with the people. I have campaigned with him in several places. Yes, the MPP, we have never won this seat before, but I can tell you that Baba Ali Yusuf can surprise many.
Henry Nana B, he is the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party. They are in this contest represented by Baba Ali Yusuf, and confidence is that he will be able to surprise the electorates and all the watchers, observers as well. Mr. Koko Anyidoho is the Electoral Commission's observer. He's also been on the ground. We've seen many big party bigwigs on the ground on this very occasion, but we do know that the poll started at 7 a.m. as is by law. The Electoral Commission was there present, and in full force, the police were there on the ground and have been there, indicating to us that this has been the most peaceful election. You heard COP Suraj tell us about that. Also, we've had the confidence being expressed by some constituents within the Ayawaso East constituency. This is a very, very important conversation because it also tells a story about Ghana's history and its political history. And I will go to the National Youth Authority, where one of the bigwigs there has been speaking to us Deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority, has been speaking to us. Watch.
Because we know it is a safe space for party.
It's not because it's a safe seat, but it's because the people of Ayawaso East need that leadership that would bring them development. And it's obvious the ruling party would bring the development. It's just like if you have a chief's son is the one that is still alive. If your father is dead, you are not a chief's son. They will not refer to you as a chief's son. And so it is very obvious that the people will go for development.
But there are those in the camp of the NPP who says it's time for change. So constituents will want to change, the NDC and give it to the NPP.
Oh, but that announcement is the NDC. Since when did we come to power? We just came to power under a year ago, and the development that has gone in the constituency is very obvious, and also in the country. And as you note, a lot of them are saying that, Baba Jamal is a stranger, so he will not win. He's a settler. But they have forgotten that over 90% of the people of Ayawaso East have come from various places and they are here. So you think that they will just vote against themselves? Because if they vote against Baba, it means they vote against themselves. He's one of them.
Exactly.
And so it's very obvious he's winning, and they are changing the tune here and there. So, but we are not talking about winning. We are looking at the numbers. We want it to be emphatic. We want it to be pronounced. We want it to mirror the development that we have brought to the country. As you go to buy kinky, I used to buy 6 cedis. Today I bought my kinky, and every time 5 cedis with 1 power. Fuel prices have drastically come down. You think the people of Ayawaso East buy their things from Burkina or Kusumukaya? They buy it from Ghana, and so they have felt the impact of the improvement, and so definitely they would vote for the NDC.
Do you believe in polls? If you do, then Global Info Analytics is predicting a win for the party.
No, but that is just something they have confirmed. We knew it long ago, so they just came to confirm the numbers. But I think they have even under-confirmed our numbers. They say 75% plus, but I think we'll make 85%. I mean, we just want the voter turnout to come up, and as we are going, we've gone around with the Honorable Saeed Mubarak, the MP for Sunyani. You will notice that people are coming out to vote. And as you know, they are fasting. So it's after prayers we see the people troop in their numbers to the polling stations to vote. So I can assure you that the NDC will not only win, but will confirm that we have done so much for the good people of this country.
Thank you so much.
That's Mr. Jacob Adongo Atule. He's the Deputy Director of the National Youth Authority in charge of finance and administration, sharing his thoughts there on the processes so far, and being very optimistic about the NDC's chances of retaining the seat, as it's been the seat of the NDC since 1992. I'm sure that within the constituency, there are conversations that are happening. Many more individuals in the constituency constitutes or comprise in the 49,966 of the eligible voters and registered voters who are supposed to be casting their vote are getting ready to go to the polls. Some have said that they will go to the polls around 3 p.m. Some are the early birds, some will be the late adopters, or if you like, they will go there during the day or later in the day when polls are about to end. The rule is that if you are in the queue before the close of polls at 5 p.m., you get a chance to exercise your franchise. However, if it's 5 p.m. and you get to the polling station, you would not be allowed to get in there. We know the security arrangements as announced by the police that no vehicles are allowed into the precincts of the polling stations. No motorcycles are allowed into the precincts of the polling station. And now we know that the former member of parliament for Ayawaso Central, former Minister for Interior and former Greater Accra Regional Minister, Henry Quartey, is a neighbor to that constituency. He was in the constituency, the Ayawaso East constituency, and he had these words to share.
Well, yes, first of all, I want to, on behalf of political parties in Ghana, thank God. I say so because clearly Ghana continues to grow and democracy continues to deepen. You would agree with me that in other countries, African countries, you don't usually get safe and a peaceful transition from one government to the other. But so far, since the Fourth Republic, it's been good. We've had peaceful transitions and smooth transitions. Again, we'll use this time to pray that our dear brother former member of parliament who's passed. May the good Lord grant him Al-Jannatu Firdaus. It means that may God grant him Paradiso, wherever it is. Usually, when death occurs, by the laws of this country and that of Electoral Commission, there has to be a by-election. So as you can see today, the by-elections are taking place. Having run a few polling stations so far, it has been very peaceful. But I must be quick to say that the turnout has been very low, which is usually the case in by-elections. It is our hope and prayer that people exercise their franchise without any fear. And as we see now, we pray that it will end soon, where the elections are being held in a very peaceful atmosphere. The results should be collated, results declared, and it's transparent.
Chief, make no lie.
Come and join me. Come and join me.
No, this is, I'm tired of this video.
So, the good people who elect their choice of a candidate or a member of parliament elect to lead them. It is our hope and prayer that the good people of Ayawaso East will do the MPP the honors by voting Baba Ali to represent them in parliament. Other than that, I think that it is fine. Let us also continue to make a passionate appeal to the media to give us a fair, balanced reportage in the course of your carrying out your news bulletin. Because you see, false information sometimes creates anxiety, and that leads to people doing all manner of things in our election. But so far, we thank God that Ghana continues to be the beacon of Africa. And let us continue to stand together, work together for the forward movement of Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Henry Korte, he is the former member of parliament for Ayawaso Central constituency. That's a neighboring constituency to the Ayawaso East constituency, where the by-election is happening at this point. There's also Ayawaso East, Ayawaso North, and Ayawaso Central. The guys will say Ayawaso. We'll get to explain that to you later. And somebody asked me, what does Nima mean? Well, Nima is lingua. That means Nime among. Nime among. That's the town of the royals, if you will. And then there's Mamubi, which is also Mamomuemimbi, the people, the original settlers, or the people of the old town or the ancient town. So just if you didn't know, now you know. Now, interestingly, I took a cursory walk through Nima and Mamobi because the Ayawaso East constituency has Nima, has Mamobi, and has a bit of Kanda as part of it. And the issues that they kept talking about, issues about sanitation, for example, I know that in the not so distant past, there have been conversations about Operation Cement Your Lungu, and if you know the corners, if you will. And it's been a project that's been on there, asking or treating people and encouraging them to cement their lungus just so we can have some sanitary conditions in there. There are also conversations about how the entire Nima township looks like. If you go to the neighboring constituencies, Ayawaso West, Ayawaso North, and Central, you find that the picture is totally different. How does a new member of parliament change the narrative about Nima? It's very important. Even though you go to Nima, you have the National Mosque in there. It has a lot of goodwill. But there's also that narrative about Nima that doesn't sound too good. And I'm sure that there are people within the Nima community itself that feel worried about it. The sheikhs, the imams, the local authority, the traditional authority, they all feel worried about it. The Alhaji Idrisu polling station is one of the 10 critical polling stations within the Ayawaso East constituency that holds the power. About 700 plus registered voters will cast their votes there, or are expected to cast their votes there, and it could change the fortunes either in favor of the NPP or the NDC. Noble Cross Bianan is in that part of town, and it brings us this.
So the process has been very peaceful. It has been very smooth at the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 voting center here in the Ayawaso East constituency. And what you're seeing right now, and what you'll see in a moment, will be electoral officials, party agents who are seated and going through the entire election process. The numbers, we understand, out of about 1,000, out of over 1,000, we're seeing less than 300 with about 3 hours, with less than 3 hours to go to the end of the polls. We're seeing less than 300 voters come to cast their votes here at the Alhaji Idris voting center here in the Ayawaso East constituency. It's been uneventful. The police have been able to deal with the situation largely on a preventive leg, because we've not had any concerns raised here. The party agents have not raised any concerns so far. Both the MPP and the NDC, as well as the independent candidate agent here. So what you can see, the electoral officers, some are on their phones, some are chatting, and it's just because the voters are not coming in their numbers, so they've had to while away time a couple of times. That is the situation so far. A few members of parliament and former members of parliament have visited this voting center. The member of parliament for Akwetia, for instance, he has been here. Bernard Bediako has been here also to observe the process, and he is also very confident of victory for the NDC. The former member of parliament on the ticket of the NPP in the Okaikwe North constituency has also been here. Fuseni Issa has been here, and he's telling us that it's going to be a win for the NPP. That is also going against the latest poll from Global Info Analytics that is putting the NDC's Baba Jamal in pole position to win this by-election in the Ayawaso East constituency. Beyond that, we've also seen Hawa Kumsing, the former member of parliament. She has also been here. She has visited some voting centers. This happens to be one of them. She interacted with the party agents, with the electoral officers, with the police officers, and then she was told that the process has been peaceful, has been largely peaceful. Nothing untoward has happened. So she spent a few minutes here, and then of course she went to other areas. Osman Ayariga, the CEO of the Youth Employment Agency, has also been here, also observing the process as part of his duties as a member of the NDC, as an election observer as well. He has also been pleased with the process, also confident of victory, and he is putting the NDC's victory at about 60%. The voting turnout, has remained low. The expectation was that although we were in the morning, 3 hours into the polls, the numbers were not encouraging. The expectation were that as the day progresses, as we get into the 4th, the 5th hour of the day of the voting process, we'll see the numbers increasing or the numbers improving. That has not happened yet. The voters, they trickle in one after the other. You can go like 10 minutes without anybody coming to vote, and then we see two people coming together at a point. So it's not been very usual. It has not followed a particular formula. They come, they vote, and then they leave. Unlike in the morning where you see a few of them gathered here having chit-chats here and there. It's been, you vote, you go. The place has been close to, the opposite of what we saw in the morning. Very almost empty. But of course, the party agents are also going to the various areas in the constituency to try and pull electorates to come and to try and pull voters to come and vote. We just saw a lady who was brought here by one of the party agents, and then also in their quest to try and increase the voter turnout. The NDC tells us that although the turnout has been low, even if it's 2 people who come out to vote here in the Ayawaso East constituency, even if it's 2 people who come out to vote here at the Alhaji Idrisu polling center, they are winning the elections regardless the number. So they are very confident of victory. the constituents are also pleased with the entire process. It has not been disruptive. It has not disrupted their day-to-day activities. Business is ongoing. People are doing what is expected of them, what they are supposed to do. So the process largely has been uneventful, has been smooth, and I mean, hopefully it continues like that for the next couple of hours until the election process is over. I have with me some constituents here. I will engage with some of the constituents. Talk to me. How have you seen the entire voting process so far?
Oh, it is very good. As you can see, everything is going well. So we thank God that everything is going well. No gidi bia, no kasabia mbam bibia e kama antini. The Yesu asise bibia e ku. Aha ni ma branch na mijina na aha ni ma branch ntinu. Ya do bibia ase wo amhwe me so aja TV3 na ejina we. Baba TV so ntim bibia ni a.
Thank you.
Thank
you. So that's one constituent, and he's also pleased with how the process has been. You know, in fact, it was also mentioned that people have a certain conception about the Nima community, that because it is a Muslim-dominated community, it is a Zongo community, there's a tendency for some levels of vandalism, but that does not happen here at all. In fact, the police tell us that, and the Electoral Commission, they're telling us that they have never witnessed any electoral violence within these communities. So the expectations of people, the unfortunate thinking or the unfortunate expectations of people, it is not something that we see happening. Also, maybe because of how police have been deployed, because of how visible the police is, the PR of the Greater Accra Regional Police, Julian Obey, is telling us that they did massive deployments to the constituency, not only for the elections, but also so that they will be able to, protect the entire community, the entire constituency, even on the day of the elections. Back to you in the studios.
Detailed report of what's happening in the Ayawaso East constituency, specifically Alhaji Idrisu polling station 1, and that's quite a very impressive report there. If you look at the turnout is still low, as we do understand. But we do know that the Honorable Bid Zidane, MP for Laura, has also been speaking. This is a man who used to be a Deputy Director of National Elections for the NDC, has been Regional Minister for the Upper West Region, also been Deputy Minister, and is a towering figure within the NDC. He understands elections, and on this occasion, what did he have to share about all that's happening in the Ayawaso East constituency of the Greater Accra region?
I was part of the team that came to campaign in the constituency in the run-up to the by-election. And I was impressed with the various mini rallies that we conducted, and also my interaction with the general public. So this morning, I came here and I visited a few polling stations. And so far, what I've observed is that it is very orderly. It is very, very orderly. And I've seen that security is also good. I've seen policemen all over the place, and people are going about the voting process in an orderly manner. It's low, I agree, but that's the tradition of all by-elections. That has been the trend of all by-elections. And there are very good reasons why by-elections have low voter turnout. The first reason is that people who vote in general elections are voting for two candidates, normally a presidential candidate and a parliamentary candidate. So as a result, people who otherwise would not be coming to vote in the constituency because it is a by-election would all the same come to the constituency to vote because it is a general election. In a general election, you can't vote at where you stay unless you move to your polling station in your constituency. And so it compels many people to report at their various polling stations in their constituencies to vote. So that should also have the number.
Okay. That's Mr. Bid Zidane, Member of Parliament for Laura constituency, He's also been Regional Minister for the Upper West Region and Deputy Director of National Elections of the NDC. And so far, we've heard from Henry Nanabuachi, who is also National Organizer of the NPP. We've also heard from the the National Director General in charge of Police Patrols, COP Suraj, and so many others. Martin is joining me in studio now. Martin, these conviction of the people in terms of how sure they are in their minds that they are winning. NPP says, look, we are winning. NDC says we are winning. We spoke to some political analysts who suggest that, look, the NPP can try, but to win it is not going to be a possibility.
Yeah.
However, to shore up their votes and to build their confidence would be a win for them, because then the people will know that, okay, at least we have been forgiven, we are now bouncing back, etc. Yeah. The NDC says we will win it. I don't know if that connotes complacency or that translates into the hard work that they did prior to the election, as you heard Mr. Bitzedin say. I don't know what's on your mind now.
I mean, from the NDC side, it's two things. It could be, like you're saying, complacency. They feel like we've won it over time, so we can even go to bed and still win it. Or it could be that they believe they've done well for the people, and it is that confidence that they have, for which reason they are saying they will win it. So it could be one of the two. But if anything that happened in the last few days could jolt the NDC's chances, then maybe this would have been the time. Because there was actually the perception that, looking at what happened in the NDC primary, people or the constituents were going to be making huge demands of the candidates. But it looks as though right now, or since voting started, we've not heard of people making those kinds of demands of the candidates before they vote for them. So maybe truly and genuinely, the people just want to elect a leader and let things play out as they may.
Could you also say that they may not be making the demands now because the party, the NDC party, has instituted investigations which are pending, which findings are not known. So they would want to hasten slowly, not to jilt the party and to allow for the process to flow. Would you say that? It is
a possibility. It is a possibility. And then also, now you have almost 50,000 people expected to cast their ballot. How many can you satisfy? That is why there's been a call that we need to broaden the number of people that actually have the power to elect. Then it will be a lot difficult to bribe or at least persuade them into a certain direction.
I think the NPP did that prior to the the primaries that picked Nanado as the flag, Dr. Baomi as the flag bearer. Yeah, exactly. No, recently they did that because they then put everybody at the Accra Sports Stadium, and they decided we're voting en bloc, we're not doing in bits and pieces. The NDC also did a similar thing by putting everybody together to say, hey, we're doing one election. I don't know at what point we decided to monetize or commoditize our elections and our politics so much so that it now does not matter if you are qualified or not. So long as you have deep pockets, you get a chance to lead.
Johnny, it's been coming. And I'm surprised. I will be surprised if anybody is surprised that the demands have gone up. Certainly there's a demand. That's why there's a supply, or there's a supply. That's why the demand is there.
That's right.
Our politics have. It used to be just T-shirts, and that one, it was for the candidate to give to the party supporters to campaign for them. But then it moved from T-shirts to now we started seeing TV sets and motorbikes. And I'm talking as far back as the before the 2020 elections, way back 2012 elections thereabout, you could tell that the interest of people demanding things from politicians or politicians now outbidding each other to get the vote of the constituent started increasing from that time. So by 2020 and worst case 2024, you could tell that now if the thumb was for the highest bidder. And that was an unfortunate turn of event in our political trajectory. And I'm confident that with the kind of discipline the NDC is hoping to bring into the party, going into their own primaries, they would be able to stem the tide, or at least reduce the voter buying or the voter influencing that has gone on. NDC is actually very interested in, MPP is also very interested in what the NDC will do.
Okay.
Because they, the NPP themselves, are also going to go into their primaries.
That's right.
Now, how much money do you have, first of all, let's say even in opposition, to satisfy their base? And if you are looking at a national position like chairman, general secretary, how much can you influence?
Right.
So if they don't nip it in the bud, it's going to be a Herculean task for the political actors themselves. So it should be a bipartisan approach to reverse this tide of, the demands from the constituents and then the decision to get money to purchase items to sell. Just go with your campaign message and convince the people. And I think the Ghanaian electorate has also become matured enough. You can't tell me that if you do not give constituents any sort of item, they will not come out to vote. They know they need a representative in parliament. So they would do, it is their civic responsibility and they would abide by it. But you want them to vote for you or in a certain direction. That is why you are influencing them. So I think that if the politicians together decide not to do that, but to campaign on just the message, you can do the thank yous or gather them together. There's a kinky party. I mean, as a people, we like to commune, fellowship.
I agree with you on that, but I don't think that you would have all politicians agree to it. I mean, there have been instances where politicians have gone into a conclave to agree on something. Somebody comes out there and he decides that, look.
Yeah, so those are the people we need to smoke out.
I want to take this turn. Now, I think also that the politicians and the political parties in particular have also not been fair to themselves and be frank or candid with us. And I say this because each time we talk about vote buying, we talk about treating, as the law calls it, or we talk about any form of financial influence to get people to vote in a certain way or in a certain pattern, you find the political parties suddenly come up announcing that, people should pay their dues. And how much is the dues? You keep asking. Some 1 cedi, some 5 cedis. Let's assume without admitting that each political party, NDC and NPP, the major ones, have 6 million supporters. 6 million times 1 cedi is how much? And is that able to, for example, buy the number of fresh pickups we see? Is that able to immediately take care of the flat screen TVs, the rice, the sugar, the transportation, as they call it, T-shirts, printing, souvenirs, and all of that? Is that enough to fund the big billboards we see splashed all across the country? Is that enough to take care of the artists that are brought in? Is that enough? Yes. Is that enough to take care of the big stage, the giant screens?
On that score,
we need to start asking the politicians to be honest with us. And if the Electoral Commission's laws are anything to go by, the NDC and the MPP should have been disqualified from contesting the 2020 elections.
Exactly.
Because you are supposed to submit a fully audited account to the Electoral Commission at least 6 months before the election. In that 2020 election, both the NDC and the MPP failed to take that box. But the Electoral Commission still allowed them to contest, which is where the issue is.
We probably would have to have a whole show on the Electoral Commission and the failures they have had in whipping our political parties in line. Because, they are all supposed to have district offices. How many of them do? Do they go around to actually check? So the criteria the Electoral Commission needs to ensure that the parties abide by, many of them they flouted, but the EC has not had the kahunas to put them in line or to get them to do the right thing. That conversation we might have later.
The Electoral Commission's first role is to engage in public education. Public education. We see the Electoral Commission come up heavily when it's about time for an election, and then they go to sleep right thereafter. It's a conversation that we must have. But
certainly. Well, so this is just a slight detour, but still very important. So when you're talking about our national elections and politics in general, we are still covering the Ayawaso East by-election, and here at your Election Command Center, we are making sure that we get all the critical voices that are commenting or talking about the activities in the Ayawaso East constituency. Joseph Armstrong is our man who has been, at least he's managed to catch some of the big fishes that have gone through there to observe and monitor, and also, encourage people to turn out to vote. He has been interacting with Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, one-time chair of the National Democratic Congress, currently working with the Vice President's office. And Joseph is still with us. Joseph, thank you for staying with us. So have there been any changes regarding where you are stationed at in terms of the numbers? Have the numbers gone up in terms of voter turnout?
Hello, Martin.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm asking whether the voter turnout has changed since the last time we spoke.
So, Martin, currently the situation is the same, even though we spoke with the former NDC national chairman who says to us that probably it's because they are still in their Ramadan season, and then maybe after 3 p.m. they will turn out to vote. Well, it's a few minutes to 3 or so, if I'm right. But the place is still empty. I'm positioned at Kizito Police Center. I've been to other centers. The situation is the same, where not many people are coming out to vote. And we are still hoping that probably before 4 p.m., we have many more people coming in. But as it stands right now, the situation is still the same. It appears even the national executives of both political parties, the NDC and the MPP, are even more than the electorate that are coming out to vote. But hopefully, in the next 1 or so hours, we'll get many more people coming in to vote. So currently, the situation has it that the political parties are driving new measures to get people coming in to vote. They are moving from house to house, homes to homes, to get people to have this conversation with us. First of all, let me engage this man. Boss, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Okay, so
I'm doing great.
Yeah, you are doing great. You are live on TV3 now. All right. Talk to us.
Well,
what is changing? I'm told you are moving people to go to homes to drag them out to come and vote. How is it going?
Yeah, it's been peaceful. The people seem to respond to our call for them to come and vote. So far, it's been peaceful. From wherever we go, it's been peaceful. And it's also an indication that for us in the MPP, we are peaceful. This area or this constituency is known to be an NDC stronghold. But from what we see, everywhere we go, it's been peaceful, which means that where the NDC see as their stronghold, they don't create violence. But if it were to be a constituency, say, Abdeguma West, you would have been observing or
you also want to give some credit to the Ghana Police Service.
Well,
the Ghana Police Service has been very professional.
Obviously, I can give some credit to them. But you cannot take away the fact that the MPP, we've comported ourselves in a way that's led to the peaceful atmosphere within the constituency. And it is also because NDC do not want to create a chaotic scene that would give or that would put some fear in the delegates or the voters not to step out to vote. But if it was a constituency that they know is not their stronghold, they would have caused chaos and therefore put fear in voters. That's the fact I want to establish, and that's an undeniable fact.
What's your name?
My name is Prince, and I'm the regional organizer.
Regional organizer of MPP. So that is the Prince, regional organizer for the MPP. He's saying that, well, they are very peaceful, and that I'm sure both of them are peaceful. And then he has also given some credit to the Ghana Police Service for this peaceful election we are currently witnessing. So, Martin, I was saying earlier that the political parties are driving means and ways to get the electorate to come out to the polling stations to vote. The NDC I spoke to earlier on told me they've deployed members to go to homes to bring people out to vote. We are not sure whether that is working because as it stands right now, the place is still come to see the police centers here to go back out. Yeah. The EC officials are all having some sort of holidays. From the far end, you can see, and then also, if you look at this far end, you see, some are even putting their heads on the table. Right. I don't know whether they are yawning or whether they are dozing, or as it stands right now, we don't have the electorate coming into this place to vote. The whole place is calm, and that is the situation here now, okay. Martin.
Right. Armstrong, I know also that you gave indications that you interacted with the former national chairman of the NDC. What were some of the key issues he touched on?
So, speaking to the former national chairman of the NDC, he believes strongly that because of the Ramadan season, that's why people are not coming in. And after 3 p.m., people are going to come out in their numbers to vote. For the MPP, they are taking advantage of the situation, saying that probably because the NDC during this by-election did not do anything, so the electorates are upset with them, which is why they are not coming out to vote. Well, we don't know which one is true. We've not done any survey yet to know what has led to the outcome of this. But we all know generally that when it comes to by-elections, people hardly turn out to vote, particularly also being a working day, people have gone to work, and then others were calling that if that be the case, all by-elections probably should be pushed to Saturday, a weekend where people are not going to go to work, or the time for the voting be extended to sometime around 7 p.m., where by then people have closed from work and they will have the chance to come and vote. So, Martin, these are some concerns coming from some national executives and also some observers we've seen here so far. Let me also go ahead and say that I've seen the police putting themselves in order from the other side, where we have the task force who are getting ready for the coalition. Where I'm based is the coalition center. I've seen that they fix some lights around to brighten the place if this coalition or the counting is going to go into the night. I've also seen they are bringing more chairs for the ESO officials to be comfortable in doing their work. And I think the police service and the EC are collaborating more effectively to ensure that this coalition and the final results will be done in a peaceful and a cordial atmosphere, Martin.
Right. Thank you very much. Joseph Gold Armstrong Alogbe, who's been, doing a yeoman's job there. So, like we indicated, he got a few pointers from the former national chair of the NDC, Samuel Ofusampo. Let's listen to some of what his observations have been so far, with about 4 hours to the end of polls.
Well, definitely by-elections, the turnouts are normally lower than the general election. Although during the general election, you have the presidential candidates. Sometimes the presidential candidate's popularity also drives people to come out and vote. In this particular by-election, we are faced with a number of challenges. One of the first challenges is that the by-election is taking place during the holy month of Ramadan. And during the holy month of Ramadan, for people to get up, come and queue and vote is a challenge. And so, obviously, having gone around, I've realized that the turnout is extremely low. In some cases, less than 30%. But one is expecting that if we're able to get about even 50% turnout in a by-election, it will not be bad. We've been assured that after 3 o'clock prayers, a lot of them will turn out to come and vote. Yeah. And so we have asked our prompters to try and move from house to house and ginger the people and get them to come and vote, because it is important that we are able to increase the turnout. But generally, the observation that I have made from the visits to the various police stations is showing a very low turnout.
A very low turnout. Yeah. Also because we are told that the people of Lima are not happy with the NDC administration, because particularly during by-elections, you see the government machinery moving equipment, bulldozers and what have you, to places and also fixing street lights. But they didn't see any of such things happening within their constituencies. The reason they are refusing to come out, and not necessarily just about the Ramadan month. Do you agree?
Well, I don't agree. I have been in Lima politics for a very long time, and I don't think that the few weeks that we have this by-election will be the basis for people to demand some development projects. I believe that once they elect a capable member of parliament, because already the late Honorable Nasser Toure was doing very well for them, and all what we need is to get a fitting replacement so that the concerns of the people will be addressed. I do not think that street lights and others are the reason why they are not coming out. I don't know what survey that you have done, but generally by-elections are always have very low turnout. Significantly because of the Ramadan as we speak, and being in the holy month of Ramadan. Definitely that will. You are great person.
All right, that is the former national chair of the NDC, Samuel Ofusampo, in that interaction with Armstrong Gold Alogbe. And, some of the key issues he raised in that submission raises the question of really and truly what politicians tell constituents or what they do before such by-elections or even general elections. And the question Armstrong posed was very cogent in that we have seen a number of by-elections where a few days to the election period, you see massive construction going on in the constituencies. But that has not been the story for this particular constituency. So I was asking you, could that be a legitimate concern that the constituents are raising, which he has dismissed and said that he does not believe that because there aren't any developmental works going on between this period. And the opposition would have definitely capitalized on that to say that this is just a major vote buying, not just by the candidate seeking your mandate, but the government in power or the bigger political party is trying to use these shenanigans to buy your vote or influence you to vote for them. So we know that a number of the by-elections that have happened have seen these kinds of developments. So it is not out of place to ask that kind of question of any politician, especially a leader of one of the parties or interested parties in this election. And
you know, Martin, I'm one of the few people who think that if by-elections, or if you like general elections, will draw out a government in power or a member of parliament or an MCU or DCU to suddenly start looking at fixing the needs of the people, roads, street lights, traffic lights. You should be voted out, because then it looks like you have taken the people for granted.
Absolutely.
And I asked Dr. Zato a similar question that, look, the MPP was in power for 8 years. If today the MPP has to go back to Ayawaso East to go and campaign, they will be campaigning on the gains that they made within the 8 years. What is the story to tell, and what is there to hold on to? The NDC has been there since 1992. What is the story to hold on to? They are in power now. So the people of Ayawaso East must really be voting based on the issues that they spoke to us about education, about health, about sanitation, about security, about jobs, about all the other, variables that they put into the basket, the wish basket, and the wish list that they have, hoping that there will be some respite for them in good time. And earlier we had asked the question about the presence of the NDC top brass in all of this conversation. I've been made to understand that the CEO of Gold Board, who's also the National Communications Officer, had his father-in-law gruesomely murdered by some armed robbers. He's dead, and 1 week of securities are presently happening in the Ashanti region around the Fort Garrison area. And so that's where you have a lot more of the top brass there. But be that as it may, did the NDC make a conscious effort to say that we are electing Martin, Johnny, Skido, and a few others to go and represent us there? Or was it left to everybody else to decide whether you want to go or you want to stay? It's a conversation that must be had, and we must begin to hold our political figures to strict proof that when you want power, you come to us. When you get power, how do you treat us? It's a question that must be asked. And both of the NDC and the MPP, and in future, if CPP, PPP, PNC, we must be able to ask them questions. There are conversations in this country about people who are members of parliament who want the seat and they are coming up strongly, and then once they get the seat, they seldom come into town. When they come to town, they sit in their V8 and start waving from an open window. It's a conversation. But you see, Martin, also, at the heart of all of this conversation, while the wish list of the people of Ayawaso East, and maybe by extension other constituencies exists, we must also begin to hold the local government accountable. In all this conversation, it is about what the central government and the member of parliament has done or has not done for the people of Ayawaso East. But the municipal chief executive, who also has people that he works with or she works with, are the ones who go around taking property rate, business operation permit, market tolls, and all of those fees and charges that come to them. They will get a bulk amount of money as IGF, and then also get some money from the central government in the interest of the people. The question we must begin to ask is, how do they use these monies in the interest of the people, such that the member of parliament is now not burdened with the thought of having to go to look for money to come and construct a street or a gutter or try to build a school or a clinic or whatever it is, but then will be focused on the work in parliament, either sponsoring a private member's bill or debating issues like the sonar debate is happening now, and many others. We must be able to dichotomize the issues and let people be responsible for what they are. For all you know, there are members of parliament who have had to grapple with their MCs or DCs who are looking forward to become MPs themselves. And so the MCE or the DCE will hold on to the goodies, because as soon as he does the project, the credit may be given to the MP and not him. So hold on to it towards the electioneering period, then releases it. We must have that conversation.
Over time, we've had, where sometimes even there's sabotaging
and rancor, acrimony
between the leadership of at the local level. But it's a very legitimate concern you have raised, where you earlier alluded to the fact that the Electoral Commission has a public educating role to play, which they have actually failed to do over all these years.
That's right.
Because if the public is properly educated on the role of the member of parliament, then when an MP comes or an MP aspirant comes and is campaigning and is throwing promises in the air, I'll build roads, I'll build school, I'll fix it, I'll fix that. Then the constituents themselves, having been educated by the EC and hopefully by themselves, can tell this aspirant that that is not your mandate. You are a lawmaker.
That's right.
Your best bet is to lobby a minister or someone who has the capacity to come and do these developmental projects you are touting you will do when you do come to power. So there is a general need of public education and sensitization to shift our attention
the Electoral Commission is
the way we have been unable to educate our people well, especially getting into elections. And it is coming back to
the Electoral Commission is not alone in this public education or civic responsibility and rights conversation. The National Commission on Civic Education, the Information Service Department are all supposed to be beneficiaries of it. Now, successive governments have not paid attention to these very important institutions of state. So the National NCCE, Civic Education, Commission for Civic Education, is supposed to get a certain budget. They are not supposed to be an institution that gets revenue. So they are supposed to get a certain budget, which budget will be used to educate the people so that they know that this is the role of the MP, this is the role of the MCE or DCE, and this is the role of the unit committee member, this is the role of the assemblyman and the citizen, and why you should pay your taxes and why you should not do this and do that and all of that. How much does the NCCE get from both the NDC and the MPP over time, at least since 1992, when we gave ourselves the 1992 Constitution, which is presently being looked at in terms of review? We have not sustained them because the political class knows that as soon as we give NCCE the necessary empowerment and resources, and they activate the plan to take the scale off the eyes of the people, and the people's eyes are widely open, the people will now start demanding for it. And the critical thing is the consistent editorials that we have done on this platform and 3FM 92.7, where the people are now told that, look, this is your right. I was shocked when I read the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and certain portion, Direct Principles of State Policy, talks about the fact that the happiness of the people is the responsibility of the government. It's in the Constitution. The happiness of the people should be happy. It is in the Constitution. So if the people do not know that my joy is supposed to come from the government, then the government can wait and come and do something small for me and say, praise me.
And that is
that is the responsibility of the government in the first place.
It gets annoying sometimes the way some of the politicians also, play, or they sort of joke around with the constituents. So they wait like election time, they dangle a carrot, before the people, they get excited. Like I've said, in time past, it used to be just T-shirts, and people were clamoring and fighting over T-shirts. It's as if until that politician, they were walking around naked, which is actually not the case. So we need to have that the conscious effort to make the right demands of these political actors. Then the politician will know that they cannot consistently take us for granted.
That's right.
I am happy. A large part of our politics, I would say the last 10 years and counting, the Ghanaian politician is becoming woke. So the demands they would have ordinarily been making is changing. That's why they've graduated from T-shirts to other things.
So hair dryers.
Yes, now they are.
What's the business of a member of parliament distributing
giving out hair dryers and TV? So that's where
TV sets.
I'm happy that. So again, it is another phase of our politics, our growth as a democracy. We are still very young comparative to other countries. But I believe that over time, we would then become conscious enough to know that the things we need to demand from the politician is not the daily food we eat, but then the road, the school. And the politicians themselves need to understand that when you actually do build that school, and this one I'm talking about central government, not just the MP. When you do build that school, when you do construct that road, that hospital, you or a relative of yours or a close family member
That's right.
may need it at some point. So there's this thinking that, oh, we are in power, let's build a road for them.
Right.
And that would you walk in the air? You would also use that road, go to that hospital. If the water supply is consistent, you would also enjoy from it. So they should have the consciousness in mind that let's do it for the nation,
for
not
all
just
of
for
our
ourselves.
sakes.
I mean, former President Akufo-Addo is out of power. Is he driving on a separate road than you and I?
No.
The same roads. So if he constructs roads, or he builds hospitals, or he builds schools, his family members, he himself, would have access or enjoy those benefits. And for all past presidents of past governments and their relatives and their government officials, if you had that responsibility and you played it right, you would even be comfortable in yourself when you are in opposition or out of active politics to enjoy some of the things you used the state's resources that were handed to you to do. And that consciousness, we need to stoke it in the people.
It's interesting, Martin. You school outside, and if you go outside, the political class attend the same health facilities like the ordinary person.
Absolutely.
I don't get it up until now that we still have a situation where a politician or a big wig is not healthy or falls sick. And the first option is to fly the person out of the country. And I always go back to the 1923 conversation about Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. It's not Korle-Bu. It's Korle-Bu. The Korle is there, so Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. Now, I have
it's Ghana man, so it's appropriate that we even learn the right pronunciation of
Korle-Bu and there's Korle-Gono on top of that hill near the Korle, and then the valley near the Korle. So Korle-Bu and Korle-Gono.
Right.
And then there's Korle-Wonko. That's the god or the deity that's with the Korle. But I digress. Now, 1923, Sir Gordon Gorgesberg, he realized that, look, we're taking all the expatriates that had come here, you know, serving the queen and the throne and the crown to administer Gold Coast and all the colonies that they'll fall ill. We'll put them on a ship. It takes time. They get there. Sometimes they die mid-travel, or sometimes they don't return again because it might have gotten worse. So what did they do? They put together Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, and it was the standard that they, as colonialists, would have enjoyed if they were back in the UK or wherever it is. And that was the standard they gave to the people.
Right.
So that the people also enjoyed what they enjoyed, even though the people were subservient to them. Today, we say we are free. The black man is capable of handling his own affairs. We are equal. We're no race, no creed, no color, no caste, whatever it is. We put all the words together. And when we are ill, we are expected to go to Korle-Bu, or go to Accra Regional Hospital, or go to 37, or go to any other, Efian Kwanta, go to Konfanoche, wherever it is. And then the people that we have given jobs to, after queuing like people are queuing now to vote, will be the ones who will sit in a plane. And the first option is to go to France, to Canada, to the US, to UK, Germany, wherever it is, to go and seek medical help. It doesn't make sense.
Absolutely.
We're talking about transportation challenges, and it's happening in Nima right now. What kind of transportation system do they have in Nima that makes their life easy? And I know the ECOWAS market in Nima, which is in the heart of the Ayawaso East constituency. You have people coming from Burkina Faso, you have people coming from Niger and Mali and all those countries to bring cereals. And if you go to the Nima ECOWAS market, as they call it, you have a variety of stuff. You find different species of beans, different varieties of rice, maize, I mean, whatever it is. Then they will tell you, this one comes from this country, this one comes from that country. You go to those places and you find a variety of it. Now, we know that because of that inter-country trade that we have, you have a lot of traffic around that area. Has the politician ever paused to think about how to improve the transportation system there, how to improve the traffic situation there, so that quality man hours are not wasted just sitting in traffic and sweating it off? No, they would rather use the siren and drive past the chaos. So we have organized the chaos, we have presented the chaos, and we have put the chaos there, and at every least opportunity, we mount platform to say, when you vote for me, I'll change your situation. They vote for you, nothing happens.
It
doesn't just add up to me. It doesn't add up to me.
These are some of the conversations that we need to be having consistently. So then when the politician realizes that, or, you know, and I also pray that we will become conscious enough to see that the politician is not an outsider.
Right.
They are almost always from amongst us.
That's right.
So they are not oblivious of the problems or the challenges we have.
They know.
They know. Just that when they get the capacity to change the situation, they seem to either, you know, like former Attorney General Beshi. They get Beshi, so they forget that there is a challenge. This is why the people gave me the mandate. Let me try and fix it. That is why a part of me thinks that when there is a leader that is showing at least some level of commitment in that direction, instead of criticizing their mistakes, support the person. They are not perfect. They are from amongst us. So we just support the person. Let's all push in the same direction. It's wonderful when you go to other countries. They say they are autocratic. Rwanda, for instance, they say Paul Kagame is autocratic. But that autocracy has led to massive development.
Look,
recently in Addis Ababa, the president, His Excellency John Mahama, was in Addis Ababa and said that Addis Ababa is a clean and beautiful city. And he is speaking from experience because he's been there a number of times. And on his recent visit, he has seen major transformation, which means that if the leader has the full backing of the people, they can, you know, bring in some of these transformations that they know the people need and the people know they need. And I'm hoping that now that he has the power, the people would all push in the same direction. I mean, we do politics, but we need to stop.
We need to find a national blueprint. Look, Martin,
and then do one that is of benefit to all of us.
Elsewhere, you find a prime minister in the train with the ordinary people going to work or from work or riding a bicycle. In our case, the person used to ride in the trotros with us. He knows that we are knocking our knees against some metal because we brought in a cargo van and we had to retrofit them with seats and then force our way into it because somebody is looking to cash out. This person who suddenly becomes an MP or MC used to ride these same trotros with us. Suddenly they get power and they are in a V8, so they don't really care about, you know, your woes in the trotro anymore. You know that kind of conversation. Now, we've been talking about sanitation in this country, for example. There's a Nima sanitation example. We've had sanitation ministers to no avail. In this country, there is a town called Asinkushia. That's the meeting place for strategizing war. Asinkushia. It's in the Fanti land. It's led by brother of the great Sir Sam Jonah, right? Ehuna Bobrim, Pra Ajinsem, I think the 5th or so. You should visit Asinkushia. Beautiful place, so neat. You could actually see the fishes in the water. You could see crocodiles, you could see, what do you call it, peacocks, you could see ducks. The children in the town have been conscientized so much that you don't even litter because at every step of the way, there's a litter bin that you can find. So this is a template of what could be done on a national scale. But what do? Do we engage people like Ehuna Bobrim Prajinsem to come and help us? How he, as a chief of a village, has decided that my village will be the cleanest in Ghana. And it is the cleanest, indeed. And there are many who can be. How do we tap into the knowledge and the sense and experience that he has? As opposed to finding somebody who is a political fanatic to say, come and be our sanitation minister. We invest so much, millions of dollars into it, and we find nothing. Somebody who has done it before is better than somebody who says, I can do it and has no track record to prove.
Absolutely.
We need to start using the resources we have and stop looking at people with political lens.
And
Nkrumah did not look at people with political lens. It was one of the traits that also propelled Jerry Rawlings to higher heights. And when I interviewed the Ahoy brothers, they told me that, look, he would ask, they recommend Martin. He doesn't ask where your party card is. He said, can he do the work? Then they say, oh, Martin can do this. Said, give him the work to do. If you can't do the work, he fires you.
And Professor Frimpong Boateng has actually praised former President Rawlings. Same thing. He said he just knew him as a surgeon, was doing well outside, and invited him to come and manage Kolebu. And he said that
do it. Can you do it?
The former president did is one of the trump cards for him. That Rawlings, he supports him. I like the support he got from the former president as well, and the fact that the former president looked at his competence to give him the role to play as the then CEO of Kolebu. For that, he salutes Rawlings any and every day. And I think that we need to go beyond. If the people know how much power they wield, then we can make such demands of the politician. Yeah. The politician is not the one to tell us what to do.
We are supposed to instruct them on what to do.
That's why they are public servants. Yeah. They are not supposed to be public lords or lords over us. But there should be that collective agreement that this is what we need as a people. Let's shift in that direction. Let's push in that direction. And then for the greater good,
but if you live in a country where assemblymen want to be referred as honorable at every step of the way, what do you expect?
If you're watching TV3's live coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election, it's still ongoing. We are just about an hour and a few minutes for polls to close. So stay with us. We'll go back to the constituency in a few minutes to do more like a mop-up, find out how's the last few minutes going. Are people now actually turning up in their numbers as we've been promised by both sides of the political divide? Are those who have gone to work now closing and rushing back to go and cast their ballot? Right. This is your Election Command Center. I'll be back in a moment.
I remember the first time I met Oheneba. The guy smelled so good.
Are you okay? You smell good, oh. Thank you. Call me. Give me your number.
A lovely guy and a lovely scent. Where from this expensive fragrance? So we exchanged contact and I paid him a surprise visit. Oheneba had a secret.
So this is your secret?
Stun washing powder and Sun Up fabric softener leaves your dresses squeaky clean, protects the color, leaves a luxurious scent. Affordable luxury, fall in love with every scent. Look at him, smelling like an odogu. Keep from reach of children. This advert is FDA approved.
Store in collaboration with Media General brings you a 10-day trip to Nairobi, Johannesburg and Cape Town from 6th to 16th March with $2,000. Package includes return flight ticket, Johannesburg and Soweto tours, Photoshop at Bokup, beach day, shopping, wine tasting, sunset cruise with champagne as you relax in a 4-star hotel during the trip with breakfast inclusive. Join us, have fun and explore Johannesburg, Nairobi and Cape Town. Call 0243-535-778 or 0303-956614. Install to the whole we are saying.
At long last, the battle has ended. And thus, Ghana, your beloved country, is free forever.
Ghana, are you ready? The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, in collaboration with the National Theatre and Media General, presents the Freedom Night, your night of ultimate entertainment with great performances by the National Symphony Orchestra, the National Dance Ensemble, and the Ebibi Groma Group. There shall also be a reenactment of the Independence Declaration by the Ghana Actors Guild. Top it all off with electrifying comedy by our MC, Lexi the Comic. Date
5th March 2026.
Time
6:30 p.m. sharp.
See you there.
Land of freedom, toils of the brave, and the sweat of their labor.
It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at rich condos. Central brings the history. A Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it.
Sponsored by Nero Prime Water.
왜 그렇게 예민한데?
지금 예민한 건 너잖아. 내가 그런 말도 못해?
그런 말 안 하는 게 우리 방식 아니야?
They say love always finds a way. But what if love is lost before it's found?
나 우리 시간 좀 갖자.
In a world full of chances, will love survive?
우리 원래 연애를 할 때는 상대방 취향도 존중해주고 그래야 됩니다.
A story of missed moments, broken hearts, and one last chance at love.
너 그 20살 때 만난 아저씨가 너무 아 그런 거 아니야.
Not Found Love, showing on TV3 Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 4 p.m.
TV3 Talented Kids is back again! Even bigger and better, we're unveiling a brand new lineup of contestants with exciting, diverse, and mind-blowing abilities from across the country. For the contestants, Talented Kids is more than a competition. This is a journey of self-discovery, building confidence, resilience, and a platform to grow from young, talented children into tomorrow's professional icons.
Dial *713, *13# or download the MG Reality app to vote for your favorite contestant.
Talented Kids! Free to play!
Talented Kids Season 7.
It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at rich condos. Central brings the history. A Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at rich condos. Central brings the history. A Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it.
Let's go.
Bibima, boss roots, yes, so when I treat the best, I have to some man fans, why, Rasta man say one low, from Bole to Accra, one soul, Jenina City, one do, Kele Will and Nipaya, one bow, but a man day, they want chop rango, but some few ones day, they want show, gonna be the gateway, no be the window, Yenina Dogana, Papa for Simpson, a yan show.
It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it.
One, two, three, let's go.
It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast, then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water.
Ayawaso East constituency will be representing them in Parliament going forward. And I've been here with Johnny Hughes. What we've been doing so far is to pick thoughts from the grounds. Our men and women deployed have been updating us on developments and happenings in the constituency right from morning. And again, another win for Ghana, another win for our democracy, that a democratic exercise has gone on peacefully with no side issues or no unfortunate events happening. Commendations to all the political actors, especially the electorates who are going there to just vote and wait to see who their MP will be. And then also we want to commend the Ghana Police Service, the Electoral Commission, as well as all the other key stakeholders who have played a role, and the media as well. We actually do not tap ourselves on the back for, enough. But I think that the media has also been able to give comprehensive coverage of these elections and to keep you at home, you the viewer, informed of what is happening. So like the clock on your screen shows, we have just about 1 hour 20 minutes, 1 hour 40 minutes, I should say, to the close of polls in the Ayawaso East constituency. Johnny, what are your general thoughts?
Interesting though that in the last few hours we've been sharing with you thoughts from very important key stakeholders for this particular election. I'm talking about NPP and NDC bigwigs who have been there in the constituency, not necessarily voting in that constituency, but also monitoring the process and observing from their party's perspective, and also because they have an interest in what is happening in that part of town. And most importantly, we do know that at this point, all the candidates have been able to cast their votes. So they are waiting with bated breath, hoping that something will happen in their favor. We do know that there's been consistent talk about voter turnout, Martin, and we will get into that data about voter turnout, at least from 1996. And very interesting dynamics that put together our very own Ebenezer Nyako of EN Analytics and our research desk, Wisdom Safo, and the team put together that data about the voter turnout. We know that it is synonymous with by-elections, that you don't get a lot of people turning out to vote, especially on by-elections, because people have not pre-planned to do this, or people have other responsibilities in terms of job and other personal things to do. We know that in the last hour, we had asked questions prior to that about the seeming absence or conspicuous absence of some NDC bigwigs who would have ordinarily been there. But then we are told that father-in-law of Sami Jemfi, a CEO of Gold Board, murdered. It has 1 week of securities being held for him today in the Ashanti region. So most of them have gone to the Ashanti region. But again, I will reiterate the question I asked: is that really an excuse to abandon, for want of a better expression, the party in this crucial election? Is it a matter of complacency, we have asked, or is it a matter of sheer coincidence, be too coincidental? So that's the real conversation. We'll go now to the screen and then check out what the data is pointing towards us. 1996 to 2024, what does the figures look like in terms of voter turnout? It's been spoken about. We know that some 49,966 registered voters are supposed to vote in this election in 114 different polling stations in 11 electoral areas in the Ayawaso East constituency. Question: will we get all the 49,000 plus people turning up to vote? No. That's no, because even in the general election, you don't get that.
You don't get that.
Now, if we don't get all of them voting, what quantum or what percentage of the 49,966 would be enough to say that, well, this by-election is not a fiasco, and that is not just another ticking of a certain box. It's a question that must engage our minds, because it is supposed to be the universal adult suffrage exercising their franchise. It is supposed to be first past the post, but it must represent the totality of the communities within the Ayawaso East constituency. A bit of Kanda, a bit of Mamobi, and largely Nima, if you have all of Nima. So we'll go straight to the screen now.
Before you bring in the numbers, Johnny, you know, the questions you asked, it was also put to Samuel Fosampofo.
Right.
And he was saying that he hopes that at least 50%, 50% of the constituents come out to vote.
Right.
So we are looking at a little over 20,000 of the registered voters come out to vote to make more representational.
Right.
But you know, like you're saying, first past the post, so whoever gets even +1 is actually...
If you get 19,000, you are fine. If
whichever
you get
number you get...
8,000, you are fine. And your opponent gets 6,000, you're okay. Or even 7,650, you're okay.
With the kind of, with the way things are shaping up in the constituency, before we take you through those numbers, we want to touch base with our reporters now that we have just about an hour and 15 minutes to go. Earlier, George Quening as well was telling us about how the Ghana Police Service was helping the Electoral Commission to put the necessary logistics in place for the sorting and the counting, which is a very important part of the entire
COP Suraj, head
process.
of National Patrol Team, who had said that this is the peaceful election yet, and that everything was in place, and that they have extra men waiting, and that they have their RoboCops waiting, they have Black Maria waiting. So if you come fomenting trouble, you will be in deep trouble. They will bundle you and put you away. But we know that Stanley Nibleu also has some more information, Martin.
Yes, and Stanley has also been one of our men who's been following the election process in there. Stanley Nibleu, good evening to you, or still, is it still afternoon? Well, it's 3:45. So thank you for joining us, Stanley. So where exactly are you stationed at the moment, and what can you tell us about the last stretch of today's exercise in Ayawaso East?
Okay, so Martin, currently I'm stationed at the Coalition Center, and it is also the Roman Catholic polling center. It's this very center is actually hosting 3 of the polling centers, and as I speak, it's about less than 1 hour, 30 minutes more for the entire post to come to a close. And so we have had a lot of people trooping in. Currently, as I speak, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, flanked by a lot of party supporters, have just trooped into the inner perimeter to observe the process. And before the Regional Minister, Linda Kulu actually came in, there were the deployment of 2 sets of deployment of police personnel to show up the number of personnel deployed to protect the process. And I must say that this time around, so the first batch that came in, they were unarmed. There were about 100. And just before they came, a few moments later, another set of armed police officers, about 100 more, also came in with their accoutrements. And this tells you that the police service is very ready for tonight's coalition. So it also sends a signal to people or anybody within the Ayawaso East enclave that if you are preparing to foment trouble, to snatch any ballot box, to interfere with the counting, the coalition, the sorting out of ballot papers, then you must have a rethink of mind, because the police is very well prepared. As I speak, a lot more people have trooped in. But one other thing that I must also put across is that the media, before I came on air, the Greater Accra Regional Police Commander, Madam Juliana Obin, spoke to me personally, inquiring whether I have accreditation. I told her, actually, our office is actually working on one for us. But the actual issue is that in about 20 minutes, they are going to start every media personnel from this coalition center. If you don't have any accreditation, they're going to make sure that you are booted out of this polling center. They simply want to prevent the issue of overcrowding, so that their men would take full control over this center.
Right. Stanley, do we still have you with us?
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
good. Yeah, so I thought we actually lost here. So, I mean, it's good the issues you have raised for us to follow, to get to know or have an idea of how they are preparing for the latter part of of today's exercise. But how have the constituents also, been reacting? Earlier, we heard Boache Jako talk about the fact that we technically do not even need the police to be there for people to go out to exercise their franchise. But of course, humans as we are, there may be one or two unscrupulous individuals amongst us. So having police presence is important. What can you tell us about the character of the constituents who have also gone out to vote? Are they saying they feel intimidated, or they actually applaud the police for being present and being around for today's exercise?
So, Martin, I must say that the opinion that the former energy minister shared was his personal opinion, and he is entitled to his opinion, because other people, other NPP members that have strong this center, and we have actually engaged them, they have all actually commended the arrangements by the Ghana Police Service. I mean, the security arrangements that have been done across board. And they have actually commended the Police Management Board, the IGP, and the entire police personnel that have been deployed to the ground. And for the voters, even though the voter turnout is still low, then all those who have come in to actually go through the process, none of them, I have not seen any of them that had actually complained about being intimidated by the number of police personnel that have been deployed to the ground.
Right. Okay, Stanley, thank you so much for that report. Stanley Nible, who is one of our men in the Ayawaso East constituency, updating us on how the latter part of today's exercise is looking like. Back to you, John.
Great. And from Stanley, we go straight to George Eko Chestnut Quainin, who's also a man there on the ground in the Ayawaso East constituency. He's been sharing with us some security arrangements in that constituency relative to the by-election. Hello, George. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. It's some 70 minutes or so to the top of the hour, as we say in broadcasting. What can you share? Where are you?
Okay, thank you so much, Johnny. And I'm actually coming to you live from the Duma roundabout. It's just a few meters away from the Coalition Center, which is the St. Isidore Catholic Church. So this is the Syria part of the Coalition Center. There's reinforcement. Security detail is very high here. You can see the famous Black Maria, the Ifakara Matampanda to that area. So that's this. So no one can come here and comment any trouble. Even the presence of the security will scare you. But in this very, by-election, we have 5 aspirants and 2 independent candidates. One from the MPP, one from the NDC, the other from the LP. But I have one of the independent candidates with David Kano, and he's been highly positive about, turnout events. But I was going to take his initial impressions. Turnout, was this very impressive?
Yeah, at least from the beginning, it was not that impressive because, we are fasting. So during the fasting, we wake up at dawn and all those stuff. So in the morning, the energy is not that there. People are relaxing. But during the afternoon, where there's going to be an afternoon prayer, automatically, those who are even sleeping will wake up and all those things. So during the afternoon and getting to this time of the day, it's very impressive. People are now coming out automatically and they are voting. So we are wishing for the best.
I heard you wanted the EC to just put this on hold and maybe do it after Ramadan. Is that what it is?
Yeah, earlier I suggested so because of the community we are in. So we have some Christians among us.
Muslim dominated.
Muslim dominated. We give that priority in the sense that some decisions are being affected by that. So that we would have done it after the Ramadan. That would have been more effective compared to now. But whatever it is a government institution. It's a decision from above. So
okay.
We can't say much about that.
So you join for other people to contest this by-election. Look at the thing about Jamal. Are you not scared? He has been in politics for a long time now. And you want to compete with him?
I think when we talk about Jamal, he contested at Keputia. And then he lost at Keputia with a hairdresser. That's what I heard. So I'm not scared. As a whole engineer, I shouldn't be scared. Engineers, we face bigger problems more than Baba Jamal.
Okay. So the reason Johnny called me is because of the security detail here. Are you impressed? Look at this. It's a bit scary for me if you actually
Yeah, I think I agree with you. But in terms of security details, I think I am okay. because we don't want, so Nima itself already is not a violent area, but we are okay with what is around.
So, David Kana is one of the, aspirants of this very by-election. So I want to, show you the very, entrance of the coalition center. So you can see the police detail here, reinforcements, just some few, minutes to the end of voting. So this very coalition center will be highly sought after. Electorate of voters would want to come and witness the declaration of the result to exactly win this very by-election. So this is what it is. This is the entrance of the coalition center. You have the police detail here, Johnny.
Well, George, I thank you very much indeed. Now, before you go, I'm also interested to find out the fact that we're told that after 3 p.m. prayers this afternoon, a lot more folks will come to the polling centers to cast their votes, which will then wipe away the notion of low voter turnout. It's past 3 p.m., it's almost 4 p.m. Has anything changed in terms of the voter turnout?
So because about the coalition center, I actually took numbers of some people at the polling stations, and I'm getting news that some people are actually thronging the polling stations to vote. So let's say it might not be impressive, but it's quite good according to one of the big wigs of the NDC party. So hopefully, at the end of the day, we'll have more people turning out as opposed to.
And as we get ready to close polls in just about an hour, you're at the coalition center. Do we see the big men now gravitating towards that central point?
Okay. So in a matter of like 5 minutes ago, I saw the regional minister, Lenoku, entering. And I think she's the only person I've seen so far. But maybe as time goes on, I'm sure other people from both sides of the party, which NDC and NDC might come in, because this is where the results will be declared anyway. So, hopefully we'll be seeing all these big persons that maybe we want to see around 5 more. Thanks.
Great. George, I want to thank you very much indeed for your time. That's George Eko-Chestnut Quainim. He is our man on the ground. He's presently at the Coalition Center in the Ayawaso East constituency of the Greater Accra region, where there's a by-election presently happening. 5 candidates, Baba Jamal of the NDC, Ali Yusuf of the MPP leading the charge in that direction. Omar Sanda, who used to be with the NDC, now running independent, Mr. Kano and 1 others. 5 of them hoping to become member of parliament for the Ayawaso East constituency to represent them in the House of Legislature to be part of the 276 representatives that are mandated by law to be in parliament. The elections have started at 7 a.m. and will run on till 5 p.m. If you're in the queue before 5 p.m., you know the deal, you get a chance to vote. And then we also do know that in between this period, 114 polling centers is what we're working with. We have a total of 49,966 registered or eligible voters who are expected to cast their vote today. There have been conversations about vote buying in the run-up to this major election. There's been conversations also about monetization, conversations about abuse of incumbency in certain areas. And then all those conversations keep brooding and coming up. Advisory from key members, both on the NDC and MPP side. They are very enthusiastic and hopeful and optimistic that this election will be in their interest, whether it's MPP or NDC. But the power rests with the people. As an old advert used to say, the power is yours. And the power is with the people. The people will now determine and decide who gets to lead them in that conversation. And you'll notice that if you look at that chain of the figures that we had relative to the voter turnout situation in the Ayawaso East constituency, especially since 1996. You realize that in 1996, for example, there was not an election to change over a government, so the figures were up. In the year 2000, when there was to be a change of government that would signal the advent of the Kufuor-led administration, the figures dropped. And then in 2004, when Kufuor sought his second term, the figures shot up. In 2008, when President Mills and the late President Mills and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo went head-to-head, it went into a third round. Time was the decider in that conversation. The results dropped. Then on to 2012, there was not a change in government. At the time, President Mills had died, and John Dramani Mahama, then Vice President, had taken over the reins of power, had just about 3 or so months to campaign, and so it was a continuity of the government. And then the figures shot up again. And then in 2016, when there was a change in government, you saw the figures shot downwards again. It came downwards, it dropped because then John Mahama was kicked out of power after his first term, and then Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was brought in. Fast forward to 2020, there was not a change in government, so the figures went up again. And then in 2024, when the change of government happened, the figures dropped again. So that has been the pattern in terms of the voter turnout in the Ayawaso East constituency of the Greater Accra region. Hopefully, maybe the story might change because there's no change in government at this point. It's just that the Member of Parliament died intestate and has to be replaced by another worthy person who is fit enough to represent the people of Ayawaso East. And that's the enterprise we've been engaged in here on your Election Command Center right from 6 a.m. up until this time. We're continuing the coverage until the time when the last ballot is counted and the declaration is made by the Electoral Commission. And we'll shortly be handing over to the evening team who will take over from here. Earlier in the morning, you're seeing Nashoko Mensah Doku and Beatrice Edu. And later this afternoon, you've seen Johnny Hughes and Martin Esedu. That later to come, Kemini Amano and Alfredo Kansi will be on your screens to take over. But Martin, it's been a long run, indeed. And I like the comportment in the Ayawaso East constituency. The police are there, but then there's also comportment on the part of the citizens.
We cannot, talk about that enough. The fact that, again, we are maturing as a democracy, and this is another, right step in, in our pursuit of excellence when it comes to our electoral cycle, our democratic processes. I think commendations to the constituents in the Ayawaso East constituency. Again, prior to this, the 2024 general elections showed that we can, if we put our minds to it, that it's just a difference in ideology, that we all want to build one country. It's not an MPP Ghana or an NDC Ghana, it's just one. However, the route I want to use to build it is different from yours. So let us agree, go to the people, sell our message to them, then they choose which of us is competent enough or whose idea is superior. Then they vote for us, and then we just support whoever is in power. That is how I believe we can grow and grow faster. But if there is this deliberate attempt to undermine whoever the people have given a mandate to, and you just want to oppose for being on the opposition's sake, then that one you are shooting yourself in the foot because they will feel hard done by you. And when you are fortunate to get the mantle of the people to lead, you would face the same fate. So we need to work together as a unit, as a country. Then Look at what happened when this smoke debate came up. Look at how there was this national rally behind the smoke, to the extent that now all our missions across the world are expected to host Kente and Fugu fairs. So I believe that there is a consciousness that we can all pursue as a nation.
It comes back to the conversation about the blueprint, the National Development Planning Commission Authority, and what the national blueprint is. I would have opted for a different approach to say that this is where we want to get. We want to get from Accra to Bumpurugu, and you tell us what your mode of transportation and method will be. I will share my mode and method, and the people will decide which method best fits them. As opposed to saying that, Martin, you come, where do you want to take us? I want to take you to Atiavi, and then I come and I say, no, I want to go to something at his place, or Bodhi. We should have a certain direction as a country where we want to go in terms of even members of parliament, MCs, DCs, and for their respective areas, what exactly we want them to do for us. And we must stick to that plan and ensure that they are doing just that for us. We're wrapping up our session at this point. I want to say thank you to Dr. Zato, to Dr. Jonathan Asante Otri, and to everybody else who contributed to it. Our reporters on the ground, amazing guys, fantastic guys. Also to COP Suraj, also to Henry Quarte, and then to Samuel Fosuampofo, to Rashid Tanko Computer, who spoke with us. All the resource people,
and then all the resource people we spoke to. We say thank you. So it's been Johnny Hughes and myself, Martin Esedu, that we're handing the baton over to the
afternoon team, the evening team, Kemini Amano and Alfred Kofi Okansi. Interesting. Both of them are from Adans.
Hey.
The Greater Accra is represented heavily.
This is your election command center. Stay with us. There's still more to come.
All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Comfort Noche Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfonochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Singmanso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast, then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it.
One, two, three, let's go.
Remain your election command center. Welcome back from that quick break. It's less than an hour. The countdown to who exactly will represent the people of the Ayawaso East constituency will begin. And here on your election command center, we're on the ground to bring you everything you need to know in all the 114 polling stations. The turnout hasn't been that impressive. We'll tell you about it shortly. I am Alfred Okanse. Welcome.
And I am on the desk as well. I am Kamini Amano, and today we'll be taking you to the collation of the elections at Ayawaso Central. And Alfred, listen, we've been talking about Ayawaso Central, and perhaps what we haven't told our viewers is, Ayawaso East. What we haven't told our viewers is that we sit here in that constituency, Ayawaso East constituency.
Absolutely.
Geographically speaking, its capital, Nima, is the center of Accra. And, it's interesting that it's only recently that Ayawaso East became a municipality of its own. Obviously, this neighborhood, this constituency, small size in nature in terms of geography, highly dense in terms of its population, is a very significant player in the socio-economic makeup of the Greater Accra region, which is why this election, despite a lot of attention being given to the fact that this is a stronghold for the NDC, it also makes it very significant that this constituency is a very important contributor to the urban ecosystem of the Greater Accra region, which is why today's election outcome will not only affect the people of Nima, will not only affect the people of Kaukudi, and as Johnny has explained before, the people of Mamobi, but it will affect each and every one of us here in the Greater Accra region. Absolutely. And so we hope that you stay on with us until and after the declaration, where we bring you conversations here as well. But we've also got Joseph Akable here.
Absolutely. Yep. So Joseph Akable is here with us, and we'll go on the board a bit as we go on to tell you exactly how things are playing out here on your election command center. As you've just indicated, the boundaries of this constituency. This is our constituency here at Media General. This is where we are. We understand the architecture, the workings, and then also the framework of this constituency. So that's why we've spent quite some time to let you understand how things are playing out on the ground. In the next 44 minutes, the polls would close and the counting and the sorting will begin, and then the counting will continue. Eventually, we'll get to know who amongst the 5 persons who have put themselves up to be elected by the constituents of the Ayawaso East constituency to represent them in this 9th Parliament. Guess what? We've been on the ground throughout the period. One of the things that is sticking out quite strongly is the security arrangement on the ground. So we'll spend quite some time talking about security. But Joseph, now looking at the almost 50,000, that is persons who are eligible voters in this constituency, and the voter turnout that we've seen low, which is consistent with by-elections in this country, it clearly tells you that we may be having just something below, 40,000, is it not?
Absolutely, and that can sometimes be very, very tricky. And if you look at the numbers that we've had over the years, so the political parties will tell you that in areas where they have comparative advantage, in areas where they are the dominant forces there, they would always prefer to want people to show up to vote because it's a numbers game. And like all probabilities work out, if more people show up and more people are likely to vote for you, the less people show up, it's more likely that you're going to lose a bit more. So then it will come down to your opponent's ability to be able to galvanize people to come out in their numbers to vote. A lot of the predictions, a lot of the polls are pointing in one direction unless there's an ultimate surprise. And the outcome in terms of those who are showing up so far, what we expect it to be conclusively will still be just below the average of the national elections and be consistent with other by-elections. So it may point out to the fact that the stage is perhaps rife for a consistent results, just with albeit lower numbers or potentially an upset. I know that is something that the National Democratic Congress will not want to hear at all, Alfred.
For the upset, a number of people have ruled it out. But then again, a number of things are playing out today. The fact that it's a weekday, it's a working day, that's number one. 2, this is what we've seen consistent with by-elections. But most importantly as well, this is a constituency that is predominantly Muslim. They're in the Ramadan period. There isn't much that you would see with people, the hustle and bustle of the Nima and Mamobi areas. If you go there within this period, there's slow movement because it's Ramadan, they're fasting. Everybody is going about their business at a rather slow pace. They're fasting, they'll break the fast in the next 2 hours. And so we'll get to see what plays out eventually as well. But Kem, you have a man who has already stuck out his neck.
Absolutely.
As usual.
Absolutely.
As who is going to win.
And this afternoon, when we spoke to the NDC candidate, Baba Jamal, he said, look, I don't believe in polls. I don't believe what he has put up. And, I was thinking, but he's put up that you're going to win. You don't believe that you're going to win?
The two of them have a history. So
they do have a history, don't they?
They do.
I'll quickly introduce our man in the studio with me, Musa Dankwa. He's Executive Director of Global Info Analytics. Gentlemen, I'm going to come back to you. But right now, let's talk briefly with Musa Dankwa and then establish ourselves on the ground as well. Musa, is the election turning out the way your data predicted?
Thank you very much. Nothing has been counted yet.
You're true, but I mean, based on what you're seeing so far, did you do some exit polls?
No. We just did an actual survey of the results today.
I see.
So we're projecting a 75% for Baba Jamal. I mean, look, it's the law of proportionality.
Right.
The place is heavily NDC. So those who come out to vote, even if it's a small number, it will be the same proportion. So when it comes to polling, we don't deal with the absolute numbers. It's proportion. So if you have a proportion of 5,000 people coming out.
Right.
They will vote the same way as the 20,000 if everything is done normally. So I don't expect to see anything dramatically different from the polls, actually.
I see. I want to come back to you because I want us to look at the turnout. Throughout the day, we have described it as having a slow start. Alfred talked about the Ramadan period, which could have affected people's ability to come out early on in the day. But getting to the end of the polls, you're seeing the numbers starting to balloon. And I'll pick your thoughts on that briefly. But let me go back to the gentleman on the other side. Alfred, you're taking us to Ayawaso?
Absolutely. Let's go straight to the constituency. And just minutes ago, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oklu, arrived in the constituency talking about the security situation there as well, which, the Ghana Police Service has been commended by both MPP and the NDC and the parties, the LPG, all taking part in this, about the security arrangements that have been put in place in that constituency. Now, let's hear from the Greater Accra Regional Minister, who has been speaking to the media about the security arrangements. We'll cross over shortly to Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe, our man who's following the Greater Accra Regional Minister right now. But let's hear from here.
Muslims are fasting, so we should understand. And so what we are asking our coordinators to do is that those who cannot work, they should make sure that they provide them with the necessary cars. If there are cars available, they should make sure that they bring them to the polling centers to come and vote. But as far as I'm concerned, so far so good. The government has really done so well. Ayawaso East has been a seat for NDC party, and we are hoping that at the end of the day, it still remains.
Will you be surprised if at the end of this election, it doesn't go in your favor?
It will go in our favor, my dear.
Will you be surprised?
I wouldn't be. It will go in our favor. That is what
you think you've done enough work on the ground?
Oh yes, my dear. It will go in our
You've done enough work?
Yes.
Well, Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe, you've been with the regional minister talking about security and other issues on the ground. Tell us a bit more what you're seeing, where you've been in this constituency, and what you're picking up regarding the security arrangements ahead of the sorting and the counting and the declaration 38 minutes away from now.
Yeah, so, Alfred, as it stands right now, about some 30 minutes to end the polls, the police have begun cutting off the main road. So you see that they've brought a lot of barricades to prevent the flow of traffic. So no commercial vehicles are allowed to use this enclave. You are not allowed. The only vehicles you see passing here are the police vehicles, and no private vehicles are allowed access. And also the police have already formed their wall where they are ensuring that nobody have access to the collating center. Some 30 minutes away from now, if you come in, they check your ID card, and if you have no business going to vote, they ask you to go back. And even the media personnel who are also sitting in there are not allowed to go anywhere close to police, particularly those without accreditation. I've seen a number of police personnel coming in also with their Robocop jackets. You are told many of them in their numbers are positioned in there. I've seen the Black Maria. Some FPU banks also brought in a standby. I don't know what exactly for, but obviously, if people misbehave, they get to pick them and put them in the Black Maria. So currently, Alfred, that is what is happening here with many of the police hierarchy, high command, all coming in here to ensure that they position this place well ahead of the close of post. Trying to take you inside for you to see how the barricade has been positioned in there, Alfred. So exactly what you see behind the scene now, where you see more police vehicles coming into the yard. So from where I was, let me take you through how the whole process is like right now. So from this place, you see the place, how demarcated this place all the way to the policy center, moving to where all the action will be taking place. I just hope the police give me some permission to get close to where exactly the policy will be happening. So this is how they barricaded the whole place. And then, Commissioner, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. So, Alfred, if you see, this is how the whole place has been barricaded ahead of the police center. If you go straight in there, you see they position some lights and things in there to help with the lighting of the area. The police will not allow me access to that place because they're saying that they've not started the process yet. So this is how far I can come and report on this. But as it stands right now, with some 30 minutes for the close of poll, you see the ET officials are having some holiday. Nobody is coming in to cast their ballots. That is exactly what is happening here now with all the police personnel all waiting patiently for the 5 p.m. clock for them to end the entire process. So, Alfred, that is exactly what is happening here right now. Let me get close to Juliana Obin, who is also trying to stick with the media and see if we can get some few information from her and see if she can speak to us. Well, she's briefing the media ahead of the close of polls. So hopefully we'll get to have some conversation with her after her briefing. Alfred.
Right. Now, it's a very, very interesting point you make about the security situation and all the outlays that you've seen in there. For the many who know, NEMA has a certain profile which the indigents have contested themselves consistently, that profile is misplaced, is wrong, it's one that has no basis in fact. But then again, this is an election that the stakes, one will say, are high in another aspect, so the police will not want to take anything for granted. Now, we see that the Coalition Center itself has its own arrangement. You've been to a number of the polling stations in the constituency. We have 114 of them. What's the security situation or arrangement in the number of polling stations that you've been to so far?
All the police stations have been so far, at least no less than 30 police personnel were deployed to those places to ensure that the SIE was well conducted. And then, in the past, we see many of these people or these personnel on their phones, playing with their phones, but today, you hardly will see a police personnel on location holding a mobile phone, playing with it of that sort, as we used to see in the past. I think today, the police administration came very prepared for this election. Probably that's what has also accounted for the peaceful nature of the election, which is so far taken to both divide, the NDC and that of the MPP. I spoke with Henry Porter, who happens to be a former Deputy Minister for Interior, who also commended the Ghana Police Service. I spoke with the NDC, some of the national executives, and they all commended the Ghana Police Service for this professional work they've done so far. So basically, you see, the police personnel really came prepared for this election. About an hour ago, we saw the Home Police Unit, the task force, and other special forces walking in majestically to where the coalition will be taking place. So I just speak to you now about, let me not disclose the number because they told me for a security reason they don't want us to mention the number of police personnel who are in there. But approximately around over 200 police personnel are all stationed in there. They are not going to go to where the coalition will be taking place itself. They are just stationed around, just on standby in case of any eventuality. They just move in swiftly to ensure that they bring the situation under control. I'm trying to get to Julian Obin, see if indeed she can give us any further updates on what exactly we are to expect as we are very close to the end of close of polls. And Alfred, if you can just give me some minutes, I'll try and then get to her and have this conversation right now. Hello, madam. Good evening to you. You are live on TV3. Let's have this quick conversation with some less than 30 minutes for us to go close polls. We want to know the security arrangements to put in place. We've seen a lot of barricades here, what it means, who has the right to enter to the coalition center, whether we are expecting some accreditations, any special accreditation, if you don't mind, madam. Yes, so we are live on it. Let's have this. Yeah. Yeah, so that is Juliana Obin, DSP Juliana Obin, the Superintendent Juliana Obin, the Greater Accra Regional Police PRO, who want to give us some. So, madam, just share with us what all these barricades we see mean.
5 o'clock, we are getting close to the end of the police center, and we definitely have security in this area. And there are people who are accredited to get to some spaces. There are others who are not accredited. Before 5 o'clock, we're going to speed the system and make sure that those who are not accredited will not enter the space. That's
Any special accreditation?
Of course, we have for the media accreditations. We also have other individuals, for instance, those that are. We have those lists that we are working with. So we're going to go
Perfect. There, that's Joseph Gold Alogbe there on the ground. Julian Oben giving some detail about the security arrangement. Joseph Akable is with me here in the studio. Clearly, we see the police is not leaving anything to chance. 30 police personnel at each polling station, 114 of them. But the coalition center, we see the arrangement, they're clear. What we're going to see in the next 30 minutes ahead of us, you know?
I mean, not surprising, and it's very good that we have Mr. Kumado who will be joining us shortly, and he would admit and make the point that in the last successive elections that we've had, the most violence have actually been recorded at collation centers. It's moved from polling stations, it's now we're at collation centers, right from Techiman South, all through to what we saw even last year when the attempts were being made to flip seats and all of that. They were taking place at collation centers. So we have gotten to the level where we generally vote in a peaceful manner.
Sure.
We generally count at the polling station in a peaceful manner. When we get to the stage where we have to put them together, then it becomes a problem. The Electoral Commission had told us that they were going to pilot a new system of transmitting results. We've not heard much about it today. It's something that we'll be digging to follow up on.
I think the last IPAC they had ahead of today, they had indicated they were going to try it. But I understand that the parties did not agree. And look, Rashid Franco Computer is going to be joining us, so Kem, we'll get a bit more into that. Yes. Shall we? Look, yeah?
While we're on the subject of security, gentlemen, let's bring in now Richard Kumado, who's a security analyst. Let's look at the arrangement today. And Alfred, you said 30 officers for each of the 114 polling stations for a constituency like Ayawaso. The question is why? What could be behind that? And Richard, I'm hoping that you've been making some readings into this. What will that be?
I was at a constituency myself. I spent about 3 days at the constituency. The police were there themselves. They did a risk assessment, and they came to a conclusion that the profile of NIMA determines that there has to be 30 police officers at each police station. Normally, what they do is that they look at the constituency outlook, then they do the risk assessment, then they pick a cost-effective operation, then an option that ensures that security economics is well managed, that security operation will be aligned to security budget. So this is what we do. And at the end of the day, when we place the numbers there, we are sure that the objective of placing the numbers there will be achieved.
I see. I'm going to come back and take you up on some of the things you said, but Mr. Dankwa, let me pick your thoughts on this. The numbers we're seeing as against the people who are voting, is it necessary?
The police know better, but I mean, NIMA is not a hotbed for political violence. I mean, yes, you can say that NIMA fits a certain profile, but when it comes to electioneering, you don't normally see NIMA as one of the trouble spots.
I see. And when we have a lot of our security people out there like this, does it have an impact on people's interest in the election?
Not really. Where there's a threat of violence, the police presence gives people confidence to come out. And NIMA is not that kind of profile constituency, so I don't think it will have impact on who comes out to vote.
Who comes out to vote?
Today, NIMA is unique. It's a Muslim or largely Muslim-populated voters, and we're in Ramadan. Normally, Ramadan, in the morning time, people are sleeping, so they tend to get back to business in the afternoon time. Towards maybe from 3, 4, 5, you see activities, but I think that is when the polls will be closing. So that could have impact on the turnout in NIMA as well.
I see. And Mr. Kumado, as you heard from Mr. Dankwa, look, there may be certain characteristics within the Ayawaso East constituency that has caused us to think that there could be problems. But electorally speaking, NIMA and the other parts of Ayawaso East have not been problematic to our electoral cycles in a while, which is why perhaps these numbers could be a waste of resources. tonight?
No, I disagree. Don't say this is a waste of resources. We are highly professionals. We are highly trained people. We know exactly what we are doing. We put the interest of the state very high, and the interest of the constituent is very high. And that is exactly what the police have done. This is police operation. We are not even talking about the number of BNI officers within the crowd and within the police stations. This is what we do best, and we'll always put our best foot forward. So leave that space for us. It's a space we have managed productively over the years. And it is the constituency outlook that determines how many police officers you deploy to a particular police station. We are not even talking about the coalition center, where you will need a little bit more numbers as compared to the police station. The IGP Christian Teteyahono pulled it off in Akwatia. There was no problem. When the MPP have their presidential elections, we pull it off. We didn't have a problem. When we left Kumewu, both NDC and MPP were clapping for the Ghana Police Service. So we should allow him to do his job. When he gets it right, we clap for him. And when he gets it wrong, we criticize him. But we cannot say it's a waste of resources.
So what is the Richard?
We are talking of trouble. We are not just talking of trouble. We are looking at several things that comes with the outlook of the constituency.
I say, Richard, hang on for me. What is the reason then behind this? You've talked about outlook of the constituency. You've talked about intelligence that has been gathered on the ground. What is about this constituency that could make the police do what they're doing today? You said you were there for 3 days.
No, when you say make the police do what they are doing today, I don't think the police is.
Well, the police is on. No, hang on. I think you're reading too deeply into my words, right? The police is doing something today, which is manning the election. They have 30 police officers per constituency for the 114 constituencies that we have. The question I'm asking is, you have been on the constituency. You say you've spent 3 days there while the police was doing their work. What is it about this constituency that makes us want to take hundreds of police officers there for this exercise?
No, the police determines that. I just told you the procedure we go through. The police will first do the constituency outlook.
What is the constituency outlook? What is the constituency outlook that you know?
I'll be sending you an invoice. Okay, so when we talk about the constituency outlook, we are looking at the total number of people within the constituency. We are looking at the demography. We are looking at the history of the constituency. We are looking at the total number of police stations. We are looking at proximity of the constituency. Then we are also looking at some other factors that determines law enforcement operations, just to mention few ones. Then you also look at what the projections will be when you actually do the risk assessment. So it is a risk assessment and the projection outcome of the risk assessment that determines which police officer is sent to which area, because this particular constituency is three. You are talking about Mamobi, you are talking about Nima, then you are talking about aspect of Kanda. So these are the three areas, and these particular areas, when you do the risk assessment, projects an outcome. It is based on this outcome that determines how many officers you will need on the field, and who will be sent to where, and who does what, and what the planning regimes are going to be. So that is exactly what they do. In an election where everything is at stake and the police wouldn't want to take chances.
Well, Richard, hang in there for me. I'll move on now to Rashid Tanko Computer, who is the Deputy IT and Elections Director for the NDC. It's about 20 minutes now to the end of the voting exercise. Subsequent to that will be the sorting and accounting process and the rest. We here at your Election Command Center will be with you throughout the exercises to follow. Mr. Tanko, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Tanko, can you hear me? Well, it would appear Tanko is not ready for us, but Rashid Tanko Computer, if you can't hear me, at some point you should pay attention to the connection with us. Richard Kumado is a security analyst who's still here with me. Let's, wind down on this conversation around security because we have to understand whether perhaps in the security architecture of things, maybe an overkill is better than not preparing enough, because my question or my confusion surrounds whether or not we are working with the stereotype of Nima, which is only a community within this constituency, the capital of the Ayawaso East constituency, or there really is real imminent threat, which is why we have to do what we are doing. What explanation can you give us?
Creative problem this afternoon for the people of Nema. They are our people, we love them. They have no stereotype. I love Nima. I have monitored Nima severally in the past.
Mr. Kumado, hang on for me, Richard. I'll bring in now Rashid Tanko Computer, the Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the National Democratic Congress. Tanko, good evening to you.
Good evening, Kemeni. How are you?
I'm doing well. How is the election going as far as the NDC is concerned?
We are certain of victory. I mean, we want to increase our margin of victory today. We want to hand over every defeat to our opponent, the MPP. As we speak now, we are ready. I'm at the collation center. We have set up our system. Everything is ready. We're expecting the results to start trickling in the shortly after 5. And that's why the low turnout. We are keeping our eye on the ball. I can assure you, we are winning with a very beautiful margin. That is what we are expecting today.
That tune of victory has not changed since the beginning of the processes leading up to now. But does this also mean that you're satisfied with the electoral process so far?
Well, today, I must say, we are satisfied with the process. Security setup was top-notch. Everything was on course. The Electoral Commission, we had 2 IPAC meetings with them. They tried to iron out some of their operational processes, and it worked well for us today. I mean, everything went on well, and that is a plus to the NDC government, because His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did indicate during his campaign that electoral violence was the thing of the past. And today, you're saying that there is no electoral violence whatsoever. Everything went on point, everything went on successfully, and we are satisfied with it.
I see. We know that at your last IPAC meeting, there were discussions with the Electoral Commission to pilot a new electoral system. Was that done in this by-election?
Well, it's on course. They gave them tablets, the presiding officers, to scan the pink sheet and forward to them. And that is what they are trying. They are just running an idea of going for electronic transmissions. That is what they are trying to do. Although currently they are not backed by any law. And so because of that, it's just the administrative thing they are doing. So we are fine with it. We told them we have no problem. So long as it is not what we are going to use to collect the results, it's for their own internal purpose. We are fine to do it. They are there. They have the formless, and each of the presiding officers have one. And I'm sure they will use that to transmit their electronic results.
I see. And so you're telling us that in today's exercise, the Electoral Commission piloted the electronic transmission of results.
Of course, yes, they have it. They said they want to try it and then see. And so, as political parties, we didn't object to it. We think it's their administrative things. But that is not what they are going to use to collect the results.
Okay. So how does that work? Explain to us how it has worked so far with the quote and unquote, the old system.
Well, they have not started yet. But what I do know is that what they are trying to do is they are just going to scan the face of the pink sheet and then and transmit it to their app. They have an app that they say they've developed, and then the app will generate the results for them on that one. That is for their own internal thing. The old one is where we use the manual system. We go through the results at each polling center, at the collection center. That's what we are going to do this evening at the collection center. We will continue to do the manual one, but they will also have the electronic one to help them in their listing. That is what they are trying to do.
Tanko, in other observations today, we realized that stalwarts of the NDC are not in Ayawaso East constituency. Why is that?
In fact, whoever tells you that is not telling you the truth.
But so far, it is only you we have seen.
Oh, all of them are here. In fact, we have All the national organizer is here. The deputy general secretary is here herself. In fact, she even was interviewed by the media. You have my director of election, Mahdi, is here, is doing his work. All the national officers, they are here. The director of research is here. They're all here. In fact, last Sunday, when we had the last election, rally on Sunday, you have the chief of staff, Honorable Julius Debra, leading high-power government officials to the rally to campaign for Baba Jamal. We also have the general secretary and the national chairman himself. They were in the constituency campaigning. So Baba Jamal, in fact, is the party which is leading the charge for the election. So all the top shots are here. We can't as a state now. We have senior government officials who are here at the collation center. To see how we are going to collate the result.
I see.
Anybody telling they are not here, it's not true.
But today, the usual suspects, we haven't seen them. The names that you mentioned before are not the usual faces we speak to when I mean, except for yourself, they are not the usual faces we speak to when it comes to issues of the NDC. And today you have an important election like the Ayawaso East, and some of them are not there to face our cameras. Is it a matter of complacency or is an abandonment of your candidate, Baba Jamal?
I mean, that is not the case. I don't know the person you are referring to. All of them are here. The people you've been speaking to anytime we go to the election, they are here. I'm sure your cameras miss them. They are all here. The Deputy General Secretary, Gandhi, was here this morning. I mean, he went around the polling stations, and he was here. We have our lady, the other Deputy General Secretary, Barbara, she just spoke with some of the media. They are here. All of them are here. It's just they come the constituency, 113 polling stations. It's possible your cameramen are somewhere and they are also somewhere.
I'd like to believe so. But Tanko, tonight, what does it look like for the NDC? As far as the end of the process is concerned.
We are expecting a huge margin of victory for Baba Jamal, and we are expecting our opponent to receive a heavy blow in terms of defeat. That is what we are expecting. Because the people, they've got our message. They are saying that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done well in his one-year government. They are satisfied with his performance, and they will want somebody who will sit the seat that the former MP was sitting, which is NDC seat. They will still want to hand over the party, and this is the seat to the NDC party. And then so we are certain that we are going to have a sweet victory this evening.
We'll talk again soon, Tanko. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Rashid Tanko Computer is Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC. The gentlemen are back in the studio with some numbers, some facts, some figures as well. We'll go through them and then we'll come to a chat with Musa Dankwa here on the desk. Alfred.
Right. So, as you indicated, Musa Dankwa has already put out his neck on the chopping board on this one, although he had his own issues with the primaries of the NDC. But then again, this one, he's been clear that it's going to be Baba Jamal's day. That over 75 percentage points victory is what he has predicted after the polls for Baba Jamal. Now, Joseph, if you look at what we are seeing now as against what happened in the 2024 elections, the late member of parliament did increase the NDC's fortunes in the constituency as compared to the same vote that he got in the 2020 election. In fact, he increased it by over 3,000 votes. That did not reach the 75%. But that's a bold declaration we're seeing there, is it not?
I mean, two ways to look at it. I mean, the first will be that as far as the NDC is concerned, they will just take any win. I mean, any win is a win. They would want to win the seat. The second issue would also be that depending on how the outcome would be, we would have to put it in the context that it is a by-election. So potentially the bigger basket that they would all be picking from will be a bit smaller. And so if Baba Jamal pulls off the 75.3%, it will mean that he would have done extremely well, because we know that the presidential candidates drive people to the voting areas to show up in their numbers to vote. There is this voting number here that I thought was very interesting, the 2.7%. This Umaru Sanda gentleman, whom we all know used to belong to the fold of the NDC, deciding to go as an independent candidate. In fact, he's the one that many have looked at and said that if there's going to be any unforeseen surprise, as the posters will want to put it, he's the one who could force that to happen. But it doesn't appear he's making any significant gains at all. And it's not surprising. I mean, he's not particularly a strong candidate, so to speak. And you've heard the NDC chairman make the point that, well, it's not a case that he had even participated in the primary.
Yeah.
If he had participated in the primary and he had issues, the party would have approached it a bit more differently, in that it means that there could be the potential that there were genuine grievances that he had which had not been resolved. But that again tells us that maybe from the start, we do not know his strength because he did not participate in that particular process.
But
you can imagine if the wife of the late MP had decided to come this way around, would have started off by saying that, well, we know how her strength looks like in relation to the NDC internal process.
In fact, the Omar Sanda has been described as a grassroots person. And that's why, obviously, you didn't hear so much about him. In fact, the first time I heard about him was when Ibrahim Sani Dara, who used to speak for the GFA, put out a write-up about him. You know, because the Omar Sanda we know is not a politician. Yeah. But then again, this is the man, because of his own issues he had with the NDC, decided he was going to go independent. The party took a decision to expel him based on its own constitutional provisions. So, to the extent that the party has a validly elected
in fact, they tried to give him an olive branch of sorts. They gave him up until the last rally. The chairman said that he should show up there, and if he show up, he'll be forgiven. And the chairman said because he was not present, he was going to be away from the party for a while. And if he comes back, you need at least 5 years before he can contest any position.
And that's what we are seeing playing out now, that if eventually that decision to expel him based on the party's own constitutional provisions. As to how much of an impact he would have beyond this, I'm sure Musa Dankwa has done his own work on the ground, talking to the people as to the influence that Omar Sanda Mohammed would have on them. But then again, another issue that would impact this projection possibly is the turnout. I don't know if Kem will find out from Musa Dankwa if he took that into consideration. Because yes, we have almost 50,000, registered or validly elected registered voters in this constituency. But then even if you have 20,000 showing up, 75% of the 20,000 is what we're going to look at. But if the voter turnout was considered in this entire projection that Musa Dankwa put out, how is it also playing into the various percentage points that we see in there? Baba Ali, you see, for the MPP, their only reason why they fielded him was that he's an indigent. He grew up in the constituency. His parents are known in the constituency. In fact, he was a former teacher in the Makaranta schools in the constituency. So he's born and bred there. He's not the one who contested in 2024 on the ticket of the NPP. So the NPP has had to change their candidate to test the mettle of Baba Ali Yusuf against Honorable Baba Jamal to see whether their fortunes are going to look great. But if you look at how the NPP itself is showing up in this constituency, you have the clear indication that probably they are only testing the waters to see how this will go ahead of 2028.
I mean, what we can also say safely in response to the point you make is that the NDC ideally would have preferred a smoother primary like the NPP had, because the NDC has the seat. But unfortunately, they did not have a smooth primary. And that is why the NPP, maybe they are testing his strength to decide what will happen in the main election that will take place subsequently. But it's also an opportunity for them to look at things and say that, well, is Baba Jamal the indeed preferred candidate of the NDC? Is he? Because it's a big question that people would ask. I mean, we've not had a situation where a primary has been organized. You had the Parliamentary caucus, whom he was potentially going to join, raise concerns and want the entire election, which he had emerged victorious, nullified completely. The party had to intervene, a committee, and all of that. We've seen all of that playing out there. But substantively, the MPP's path has been much smoother, which potentially means that whatever numbers the MPP would be enjoying, they may just stick to it.
They had an acclamation.
With regards to Baba Jamal, there's a potential that there may be people who will not be particularly excited with how things were conducted with regard to the NDC primary, and will take the view that, well, because of that, we are just not going to show up to vote, because after all, Yankoto will be winning.
True.
And any party that is holding a seat comfortably, it is one thing that you do not want to hear, because the people who are seeking to take the seat from you, they are motivated. If they have 10 people to vote for them, they are finding the 10 people and taking them to the center. Whereas your people are there in their numbers and simply saying that, well, we are going to win anyways, it doesn't make any difference. I'm at work, when I close in good time, I'll get back and vote. So all of that is going to play out. But either ways, The 75, I think, if you look at the electoral cycle data, will be great if he's able to chalk it. Because, mind you, he's not just seeking to retain the seat, he will hope that he will subsequently go on to hold on to the seat for the NDC. So that is a bold prediction. It's what the polls in terms of the numbers are saying. Very significant number, but we can see how it's well going to play out. But we have to look out for Umaru
Sanda Mohammed. And Kem, this is why I bring you in on what Musa Dankwa put out for Umaru Sanda, and taking into consideration the fact that, one, the voter apathy is at play with the numbers that we have seen. That's number one. Secondly, as well, this is actually by far the highest victory margin that the NDC will win in this constituency. This is a constituency that has been won by the NDC since it was created. Okay? But then again, we see clearly that the 75%, a bold one, would actually be the highest, even though the NPP has not had a good showing. They've had something appreciable beyond 25, 30% in previous elections. But Musa Dankwa is convinced, 75% for Baba Jamal. Kem.
Indeed, good questions you asked there. And then I want Musa Dankwa to look at some of the numbers that you have mentioned so far. Musa, first, let's look at the turnout, right? And how it is likely to impact the outcome. We are still seeing a slow turnout just as we began from this morning. How is it likely to change the outcome based on your predictions?
Look, when we talk about polling, we don't talk about the absolute numbers.
Okay.
And today, it could be 30% turnout. 30% of 50,000 is probably about 15,000. What we are saying is that
of that 15,000,
NDC will get 75% of that.
Wow. How does this compare with other wins? Because for some people, it's not a matter of the NDC winning, but it's by what margin the NDC will win.
Okay,
will win.
Let's look at it from this angle. If in 2024, the former MP won by 71%, at that time, people didn't say Ghana was heading in the right direction. We've experienced 12 months, probably 13, 14 months. And the poll shows that 81% of the people in Ayawaso East are saying Ghana is headed in the right direction. 81%. Another 81% are saying that the president is doing a good job. So you don't expect that to negatively reduce the proportion of vote they get compared to last time.
Even if turnout is low?
Yeah, it's proportion.
No,
unless MPP is able to whip their people and make them more enthusiastic than the NDC people, then that will change proportionately slightly, but it will not let them win the seat.
Is the MPP likely to improve in this election or decline?
I think they will decline.
You think they will decline?
Yes, because look, I'm trying to dig party affiliation for Ayawaso East. In the last poll we did there some few years back to see what proportion were NDC and what proportion was MPP, to see whether it has declined compared to what we are seeing now. I'll get that for you. But at the moment, 75% of the respondents are saying that they are NDC affiliate. And we've seen MPP drop nationally. And if they have dropped nationally, it won't be different from Nima.
But so despite the growth we have seen in the MPP's showing in Ayawaso East, your prediction tonight is that there will be a decline to that. Because since 1992, we've seen the MPP make progress. You're saying that tonight, that is more likely to decline than appreciate.
Yeah. Look, I've just got the data now. Way back in 2023, people who openly said they were NDC was about 74%. It has not changed from what we saw today.
Right.
That was 2023. We sampled voters in Ayawaso East, and party affiliation there was 73.9. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, 73.9. MPP was 10%, but 16% were not disclosing. And normally in the stronghold of NDC, those who don't disclose are MPP people. So if you add the 10% to the 6%, you get 16%. In the current poll, 15% said they were MPP. Floating voters then was 8.1%. Today it is 9%. So nothing has changed now as East per the data.
What's the margin of error on this poll?
Usually it's about 3%. Going up, bro.
Minus plus 3%?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go back to the gentleman because we have information on the voter turnout over the years. And I want the gentleman to discuss that briefly. We'll come back and try to make a computation of some of the things that we've seen, right, from the gentleman, and then talk more, because now it's about 30 seconds to the end of the poll. Gentlemen.
Absolutely. Now, as I indicated earlier, if you look at in terms of the voter turnout, this will probably be the lowest, and we have to put it in context that this is the only by-election we're looking at in that constituency. Okay, so if we have a low voter turnout, it probably would be consistent with the turnouts that we've seen in by-elections in the country, is it not?
Absolutely, but the 2024 figure is very bad. I mean, 64.0%. Generally, if you compare from 96 all the way to 2020, you will see that it's slightly above the national average. The national average, depending on which election cycle it is mostly in the 70% range. But again, that a lot of people also place based on what period we are compiling a new register or not. We can have all of that conversation. But generally, it's a constituency that people tend to show up to vote. But we saw a bit of a significant dip in 2016. You recall all the controversies prior to that with regards to the register. So the first time it went up significantly to 1.8%, then 64.0% being a turnout for 2024. So potentially, we may be a bit lower than this, but it will not be out of place. It will be consistent with how the by-election numbers look generally. And the point that Musa Dankwa was making about the proportionality and who stands to gain or who stands to lose more, I think it's a bit of the nuancing that makes it extremely very difficult for you to tell who is going to win. It's the reason why the party that holds onto the seat will generally want people to show up. Because if people are not showing up from the onset, we can't tell who is in whose place or in whose benefit it is going to be. But we also see from the trend of even the national outcomes, the national results proper, that where you have people not showing up, it tends to favor the opposition parties more than the incumbent party.
But then again, you take even with that trend, it is based on the historical performance of the opposition party and the margin of victory.
Yes.
In Ayawaso East, the NPP has not gone beyond 30%.
Also of significance would be the 8-year cycle as well.
Absolutely.
So it also hits in the 8-year cycle.
Absolutely.
So all those are very
and this is the party in power, the incumbent, and all of these dynamics will play in. But then again, if you look at the margin of victory, let's flip that. You'll see the margin of victory for the NDC since this election started. In fact, the constituency was created, as a matter of fact. This projection by Musa Dankwa, and I did indicate earlier, this projection by Musa Dankwa is by far the highest that the NDC has won in this constituency, if you look at it. Because over time, in fact, in the 2024 elections, the margin of victory, the NDC, the late Member of Parliament, Honorable Toure, won with 70 percentage points of the valid vote cast. The year before, it was just about 68% thereabout. And then you see consistently, they've won between 60 to 70% of the valid vote cast. But Musa Dankwa's prediction is that Alhaj Baba Jamal will win by 75 percentage points of the valid vote cast. That's the highest since 1996, since this constituency was created. It's been NDC all through and through. But then again, this is what we see in 2024, 70%. But 75% for Musa Dankwa, that's what he says. This is it.
Absolutely. That would be very interesting. And I think, Kemini, this helps put the data in a bit of perspective on the MPP performance as well. The MP performance has not particularly been that consistent. And we'll look at two data points, 2016 and that of 2020. So 2016, 36.1%. They increased to 38.2% for 2020, but it dropped to 28.8% in 2024. And Alfred has made reference to 2024 because of the high number, 70%. And if you look at it across board all the way from 1996, you see that that will be the highest. So, I mean, if Baba Jamal's, the prediction, what he's saying in terms of Baba Jamal's outcome is anything to go by, that will put him outside of that particular range, which is the point that is being made that, well, would that be possible given the range that they've seen so far? That is a big question that we would have to ask. Given the context that these numbers are general election numbers. And we always want to emphasize that point because the general election outcomes are generally a bit different because of the presence of the presidential candidates. They drive people to come out in their numbers to vote. And so when you are still getting these numbers, one would argue that, well, it does appear that there was a period here maybe between the 2000 period all the way to 2020 that the NPP appeared, even though not on a consistent trend in terms of moving one direction, but they drop, they move up a little, they drop, they come up a little again, as we see, ended here in 2020. But unfortunately, the story was quite different in 2024, Alfred. So very interesting numbers there. We should be inching close of polls now.
Close of polls, yes. The polls have closed as we speak across all 114 polling stations in the Ayawaso East constituency. 11 electoral areas we're keeping an eye on. We're going to show you the 10 most populous polling stations in terms of the registered voters. We'll tell you shortly. George Queening is at the Coalition Center right now, and the IGP has also visited the Coalition Center and other areas in the constituency. George, tell us exactly what's happening where you are.
Okay. A very good evening, and this is the Nima West Electoral Area Command Center, and this is the vehicle of the IGP. He came to get final briefing, and so from here, he's heading to the Coalition Center, which is at the state. So that's him. He's waving his officers after doing a great job, and so he got briefing here at the Nima West Electoral Area Command Center, right? Like I rightly mentioned, he's moving here to the Coalition Center where the declaration will be held. So all the polling centers, the polls have closed, and we're expecting to get all these ballots counted at these various polling centers, and the final one declared at the Coalition Center. So security has been very tight at this very constituency, and so it's a reason why there was no sort of trouble of violence emanating in this very by-election. Some 45,000 voters, actually advanced voters for this very by-election. And voter turnout has not been very impressive because Ramadan is what and so yeah, let's see how the election functions and show the of process and safety changes. You have a very active but also this is what it is. The IGP is here in French Education Center, where the English and even the related to one have done our past and we've got all the very useful stuff that so we'll keep updating you as when we get any information out there.
Perfect. George, thank you so much. And we saw the IGP's vehicle move from that polling station, is visiting other polling stations, and eventually be at the Coalition Center. The security situation is well grounded, as we see them. But here's what we do know, that what is going to be happening in the next couple of hours ahead of us is in threefold. There's going to be the sorting, and then there's going to be the counting, and then the declaration. We understand as the polls have closed right now, the sorting has started at a number of the polling stations as we're monitoring right now here on your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. Kem, now the point that Joseph made before we cross over to George about the voter trends and then also the trend of the victory for the NDC. Musa Dankwa's prediction is by far going to be the highest in terms of the margin of victory for any NDC candidate, 75%. The highest they've gone in this constituency was the last election, 70% victory margin that the Honorable Toure won for the NDC in that constituency. Maybe we want to find out what's influencing this.
Absolutely. And Alfred, I think Mr. Dankwa has already hinted to the fact that, look, based on their polls, 81% of the people there, think that the country is headed in the right direction. And that could be a reason that parts this a little bit. But the gentleman is here with me. I want to pick on something else that Blay has pointed out, right? That 2.5% from Umar Sanda, who's a former member of the NDC, and how it could influence the place of the NDC, not only in this election, because obviously it won't have a significant effect on the winner of the poll today, as is predicted by Baba Jamal, but it could have an effect on how the NDC rallies itself going forward. And Musa Dankwa, we've seen things like this before. A candidate goes separate ways. Maybe they have a good showing, maybe they don't have a good showing. But at the end of the day, we see that it leaves the party wanting at a grassroots. And as we've heard Alfred say, Umar Osanda is a grassroots person. As far as the constituency is, is concerned, more importantly, Nima. What's your take on this?
Look, political parties have a way of doing things. And Umaru Sanda is an assemblyman, grassroots. If he was at the level of former MP, so the level that he is at will determine the kind of sway he will have in the constituency. The power he has now is really about assembly elections, not constituency level elections. So if it was, let's say, Haji Amina who went independent, then the impact could be very significant. Or any of the guys who contested the primaries and they lost, if they had gone the other way, it would have been a bit different.
Even outside of tonight, you don't think that there will be need for some rallying going forward?
Look, the party is bigger than one individual. And they have their own way of sorting things out. I don't believe he's a too big fish to the real NDC in Ayawaso East. And look, there is their stronghold. It's not a swing constituency where small disaffection could impact on 10, 20 vote. You know, in some cases, people won election by 15, 20 vote. Nima is a stronghold, or Ayawaso is come on, is NDC stronghold. So the impact will be very negligible.
Why do you think that, and when we look at the demographic of this area, we have the urban side, we have the non-urban side, you know, just to put it mildly, right? Why do you think that despite what some people have said, look, these non-urban sides have not had a lot of development? And I'm not talking roads, because by virtue of where it is, there are good roads in Ayawaso East, right? Why do you think despite that, this constituency continues to stand by the NDC?
It's again, it's demographic.
Right.
Demography. Look, if you look at the people who live in Nima, take away the Moli Dagbani group, the biggest so far in Nima. The other ethnic groups are groups that are known to be NDC sympathizers. The Hausa group, maybe the Chamba group, the Kotokoli group, the Kusuntu. These are ethnic groups or tribes within the ethnic groups that tend to support NDC. And indeed, these are the same tribes that, if you want to go back to history, suffered during the Aliens Compliance Order of 1969. So they traced their support for NDC back to those times. And that hasn't changed. Though Kufuor tried a lot to kind of, water down that effect. But it's the reason why so many of said groups, minority groups, coalesce around the NDC people.
Can the NDC afford to be complacent in Ayawaso East?
No, you can't be complacent anywhere. You need to always galvanize as much as we can.
Right.
You want to maximize your vote. So you can't be complacent. The difference between Nima and other places I've seen the by-election is that, look, Nima is an urban. It's already built up. What can you do with that? Right? So as an MP, your challenges are around soft issues. Education access, maybe those scholarships, employment, skills training, and that kind of thing, and maybe crime reduction and other things. And maybe sanitation, because if you pull Nima at the moment, one of the big issues they face is sanitation.
Absolutely. And Mr. Dankwa, I'll let you finish that point, but we're seeing some pictures from the constituency where sorting of the ballot has begun. Remember, it's 13 minutes after polls closed at 5 p.m. Your election command center is taking you through until declaration, and sorting has begun at some polling stations right now. We'll go on the ground shortly and then bring you sights and sounds from there. But Mr. Danquah, you've been talking about sanitation. I want you to finish that point so that we deal a bit more with the development issues.
Yeah. So when you do a survey in Nima, you see sanitation being high up, and drainage. And when it comes to drainage, you could see that it wouldn't take it's going to take a longer period of time to deal with the drainage situation. The big one that's being done on the Kanda down there is one of the biggest challenges. They're dealing with that. But within the Nima community, there are some challenges regarding drainage and sanitation. Once you're able to deal with sanitation in particular, I think a lot of people will be satisfied. And then you address the employment issue, the health access, and those kind of things. But you don't need big ticket items like in schools.
Because by virtue of its geographical placement, those things exist. Yeah, and I've covered Nima on and off or in and out of the studio over the years as a journalist. And I think that despite attempts over the years to improve the livelihoods there, things improve only up to a point, but not appreciable enough. I'm tempted to ask why that is the case. Why do you think we move forward, but not forward enough?
Look, the only way you can move people en masse from poverty is education. You've seen a lot of improvement in education and access to education. I think in the past, people tend to rely on just the Islamic education, but now they are attending the secular schools, and they have people who have degrees in Nima, senior high and junior high. But there's still quite high number of people who have no formal education in Nima. That's where skills development is very important. So there are so many ways you can address issues of Nima, but you must understand the issue from really ground, not really about these cosmetics. And also, look, people of Nima travel a lot. If you go to Europe right now, a lot of them are from Nima. Go to Germany, Holland. I live those, so I know. They travel quite a lot.
Right.
So Nima is a very vibrant community, and everything that you can have it in Nima. The good, the bad, and the worst are all in Nima. So their needs are different from other constituencies, and you need to really have a very holistic view of how to bring development to them. And their development, as I emphasize, is not of hard infrastructure, but soft development.
Sanitation, drainage, education, like you've mentioned. But one of the things you covered in your polls is about vote buying incidents in the NDC primary. And 83% of your respondents said they were concerned about that. Did that surprise you?
No. You see, Ghanaian voters are very discerning. The kind of people we have voting now are not the same as those who were voting in Rawlings' time, 1992, 96, 2000, even 2012. It's changed quite dramatically. So things that we were otherwise tolerating these days are not tolerated.
Yeah.
So people know what is not right for them, and they will speak about it. But the problem is that in Nima, they were not happy with the situation, but it didn't change their vote because they are still loyal to the NDC.
No. No, explain that to me, right? Because 83% told you that they are concerned about vote buying in the primary.
Yes.
We see the same 83% tell you they are concerned about monetization of Ghana's democracy. And so those who took the money and the gifts, well, I'll come back to the issue of monocracy, because I wanted to ask you, who are those then who took the gifts?
Those are delegates. They're not general voters.
Oh no, but they will be voting today.
Oh, but they'll be very harmful in terms of compared to the general voters.
But some of them will be voting.
They will certainly be voting. In fact, the one who will be there early in the morning to vote.
Right. I want to go onto the ground now and bring you some sights and sounds from there. What you see are live pictures of the sorting process in the collation center. Would that be correct? Which polling station are we looking at? This is a polling station, and the sorting and counting has begun already. Let's listen in, and then we'll come back into the studio.
NDC, MPP, Sanda, MPP, NDC,
So these are live pictures from the Alhaji Idrisu #2 polling station where counting is ongoing. Based on what we have heard and seen so far, the NPP voter roll or vote is what we are seeing in the first left. In the middle is that of the NDC, and then Umar Sanda, the former member of the NDC, is first on the right. What we are seeing now, that is the vote or ballot cast for Umar Sanda Mohammed, who is a former member of the NDC and an independent candidate in this by-election. Next is the NDC, the candidate for that party, Alhaji Baba Jamal Ahmed, and those are the ballot cast for him. Next to that is the NPP's ballot. Ali Seidu, those are the votes cast for the candidate for the MPP. Musa Dankwa is still here with me. I want to wrap it up with Mr. Dankwa, and then we'll go full throttle on the ground. Remember, we are live also on 392.7 FM, but it's best to listen to us there. Also, watch us on Facebook.com or YouTube. Mr. Dankwa, now we are seeing the process come to a close step by step, right? Sorting is taking place, counting is taking place. This is one of the biggest polling stations, and so you are not surprised by what you're seeing so far.
No, we haven't had any numbers.
We haven't had any, but we can see. We haven't also mentioned any numbers, but we can see what's going on, and. It would appear that there was good turnout over here. This is Baba Jamal's
which electoral area is this one? That's what I want to know.
Oh, which electoral area?
Yeah.
I have my producers get that for us. But this is Alhaji Idrisu house 1 or 2. This is Alhaji Idrisu house 1, where I think Baba Jamal voted in house 2, which is just the opposite side, and it would appear that there was good turnout here based on what we are seeing so far. But I was asking earlier on the issues of the vote buying. If 83% of the people are saying that, look, I don't like this, then who are those who take the gifts and those who take the monies?
Look, this poll is among general voters. Those who took the money and the TV sets are delegates. They are not among even though they are part of the general voters, but they are the micro minority within the general voters. There are about 50,000 or so voters in Ayawaso East, and there are only about 1,100 or so delegates. So it's a fraction of that. But generally, what people told us is that they're not happy with what they saw. And they wish it hasn't happened. And they're concerned about money becoming a big issue in our democracy. But when you ask them whether that would influence them to vote in their vote, 80% said no, it won't influence them. It's because it's NDC stronghold. If this had happened in a swing constituency, it would have been disaster.
I see. Musa Nakwa, by the end of today, your differences between you and Baba Jamal would have been resolved.
No.
Am I also predicting correct?
No, you see,
my poll is correct here.
Look. These guys are politicians. They're not like you and I, who will be frank with each other. When they have the camera, their language and everything changes. So let's leave it there.
Thank you very much for joining us on this coverage. Musa Dankwa is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. Counting has begun at Alhaji Idrisu House number 1. Let's listen in now.
9, 30, 31, 32. MPP had 32. And we are going to end this. One,
As you see live on your screens and listen to us on Radio 3 FM 92.7, counting has begun at Alhaji Idrisu House number 1 polling center. Shortly, we will return there. In the meantime, let's head for Pentecost Emmanuel Temple, where Evelyn Tingma is on standby for us. Evelyn, what can you report from there?
So, company counting here has ended, I must say. We have 2 centers here during the protest. The 2 centers have all finished counting their ballots here, and I'll run you through what we had here. So for Center 1, we were expecting a total number of 388 people to cast their ballots. But at the end of the day, 173 people voted. And out of that, for Center 1, the MPP, Baba Ali, had 30 votes, 3-0. Baba Jamal of the NDC, 68 votes, 6-8. LPG, 0. Independent candidate, Sanda Mohammed, had 74 votes, 7-4. And the other independent candidate had 0. So now for Center 2, we were expecting 417 voters. At the end of the day, 186 people cast their ballots. And out of that, Baba Ali of the NPP had 29 votes. Baba Jamal,
you are listening to the
of the NDC had 71 votes. And the independent candidate, Sanda Mohammed, had 86. Sanda Mohammed here, who won all the 2 centers here at the Pentecost Emmanuel Temple here. So that is the result that we have here.
Evelyn, let's go over the numbers again.
So for polling center 1, Baba Ali of the NPP had 30 votes, 3-0. Baba Jamal had 68 votes, 6-8. And independent candidate Sanda Mohammed had 74 votes, 7-4. Now for Center 2, we had Baba Ali of the NPP garnering 29 votes, 2-9. Baba Jamal of the NDC had 71 votes, 7-1. And then independent candidate Sanda Mohammed had 86 votes, 8-6.
Very well, Evelyn, thank you so much for bringing us those numbers. Alfred and Blay, we're just starting to get our very first results stream into our studio. Surprisingly, Umar Sanda, the independent candidate at the Pentecost Emmanuel polling centers 1 and 2, he appears to be in the lead ahead of the NDC candidate.
I'll tell you what. If you reference what we said earlier, this may probably not come as a big surprise. I did indicate to you that this is a grassroots man, which Musa Dankwa confirmed that he is an assembly member. If we know grassroots politics, all politics is local, and that's what we do now. So writing off Umar Sanda Mohammed would be a very big mistake, and that's why for me the 2.4% that was allocated to him by Musa Dankwa in this forecast may be one that, at least if the trends are anything to go by, probably will be revising our notes in that regard. Because I did some checks on him. He's a man who, yes, you don't see him in the front line of the NDC, but in previous elections, he's worked on the ground, mobilizing grassroots within that constituency for the NDC. And that's why, at least based on the pointers that the former GFA spokesperson Ibrahim Sanidara gave in that write-up, I was looking out for what Umar Sanda Mohammed was going to do. And so with what we're seeing now, clearly no surprise, 2 polling stations out of 114, obviously it's a long way, but it's a statement, okay? It's a statement that you cannot discount, because if this man who decided to go independent did not even contest in the primaries, take note. If he had contested in the primaries, the dynamics probably would be different. Now, he didn't contest in the primaries, decides to go independent, and he's already winning some polling stations. That clearly tells you what's happening there in that constituency, is it not?
An interesting thing I noticed with the results that she put out, it has to do with the voter turnout, and the NDC will be worried if they see these numbers as well, because for the center, the first center, they were expecting 388 individuals to come and vote. 173 showed up. So that's less than 50%. So you have 215 people failing to show up to participate in this particular election. Then the independent candidate emerges victorious with 74. Baba Jamal follows, and not too far off with 68. The second center, where she brought us the results as well, 417 were expected to vote. Those who showed up were 186. Again, less than 50% showing up to vote. 231 individuals did not show up to vote. Then Sanda emerges victorious with 86, with the NDC following with 71 as well. So interesting numbers there. We have some more results, Alfred, we can bring.
Indeed, and that's what we're going to go on the ground now to get some more details of exactly what's happening now. But then again, the voter turnout that you mentioned is important. And we did reference that earlier, that, look, the turnout was going to be one that will be a big decider.
Even at the time we talked about the turnout, we didn't even put it within the context of the fact that there is an independent candidate in the mix. In fact, we only discussed it within the context of saying that, well, generally, the people do not show up to vote. And so when they do not show up to vote, it becomes a free-for-all fight. And depending on who is able to marshal the numbers, that person will be able to make significant gains. But an important consideration, which we ought to now place within the context of the analysis, will be the fact that there is an independent candidate. So if people are not showing up, it means that there are lesser votes for everyone to fight for. And from even the video that Kemini brought us, the visuals that he brought us from that voting center where the sorting was being done, you could clearly see that Sanda was basically neck and neck with the MPP candidate, so to speak. And so when Evelyn now reports and tells us that he's actually won those 2 stations that are close to each other, then that begs the question that, well, which one will be his consistent performance? Would that consistent performance be what Evelyn has reported or what we saw where he's close to the MPP candidate? Either ways, it will mean that the NDC numbers may not look too good eventually.
But, Kem, that also brings up another angle. There's something at play as well, that if you're having this low voter turnout, who is losing? Who is being most affected by the low voter turnout? Clearly, it's Baba Jamal. But what we are seeing now, because if these 2 polling stations that Umar Sanda Mohammed won, the numbers there is anything to go by, we have all of them, over 50% of the registered voters in those polling stations not coming out to vote.
In fact, those who did not show up are more than the accumulated
who-
votes for all those who what they obtained. So if you pick Center 2, for instance, Sander got 86. Those who did not show up are 231.
Absolute. So all things being equal, let's just play it that way. That if this voter turnout, the low voter turnout continues in these other polling stations, then the NDC will have something to worry about, is it not?
Yes, and then also our knowledge of the outcomes of by-elections and elections in general when it comes to voter turnout and the impact on those. So first, let's look at what Musa Dankwa says. He says that irrespective of the turnout, he does not discount that the turnout could have an impact. But even if 3 people turn out, 75% of that he thinks will go for Baba Jamal. Now we get that out of the way. Then we also look at the fact that this election, it won't be only about a win. It will be by what margin the NDC is winning.
Absolutely.
And if this performance we've seen from Umar Sanda Mohammed is replicated in many constituencies, then we expect that notion that the prediction Musa Dankwa has brought out may have there could be an impact. But if it continues with more people not turning out than the actual outcome, then it's likely that Musa Dankwa's poll outcome is what we'll see by the end of today. So it's let's wait and see kind of situation,
Absolutely.
right?
It's very early days.
Too soon,
Yes,
too soon for us to
yes.
say anything concrete. That this is how it's going to go. But it'll be very interesting, fascinating outcome to come tonight.
Yeah, but if there's anything that I can be very certain of in terms of the turnout, and that one, it barely changes. For all the by-elections that we've done, right from the very first numbers that come in, when we begin to see the turnout numbers, it just plays out subsequently in all the other areas. And so that is one aspect that maybe we may hold it a bit constant and expecting that the proportion, who will be getting what and more of what maybe what will look a bit different. But potentially the 2.7 may just be too low for him.
It may be too low.
Indeed. That's the point I was making earlier. That when we saw the data from Musa Dankwa, I raised some questions about Umar Sanda Mohammed's 2.7%. But then again, with this low voter turnout, it could play out in a number of ways. One, we should also be looking at who is being heavily impacted by the low voter turnout. Because clearly, if we're holding that particular factor constant, we are seeing less than 50% of the registered voted in some constituencies, some polling stations, not turning up to vote. Now, if that continues, and maybe in other polling stations we have 50% or less, who is losing as a result of the low voter turnout?
What does it say?
Impacted? What does it actually also say? And then also, the point we referenced earlier, that we are in a period where in a densely Muslim-populated constituency like Ayawaso East, where they're in the Ramadan, they are fasting, and you have to go and queue. Within this period, a lot of people don't want to engage in, a heavily energy-sapping activity. So they would rather stay in their homes. Others, at some point, if you recall, were speaking to George that they wanted the sun to just go low a bit before they come out to vote, because they didn't just want to have the whole bit of having to be in the sun, energy sapped, the ones they're already conserving within this fasting period. And then also, this is a working day as well. This constituency is filled with a lot of entrepreneurs. You have, when you go to Nima, you go to Mamobi, 441 and all those places, there are people who own their businesses and they run them. So it's not as though they'll be out of the constituency and so cannot vote, right? But the other issue is they having to leave their businesses, and they'll be concerned enough to want to leave their businesses to go and queue and vote. Okay, they had to have a reason to do that. So what I see impacting heavily on this voter turnout is perhaps this Ramadan period that we find ourselves in, and then also the fact that, well, this is a by-election, well, this is foregone conclusion that, the NDC will win, and so let's not be really show up. But that's where the trick is going to play out. And if what Omar Sanda Mohammed is showing us is anything to go by, then we're in for possibly Omar Sanda Mohammed showing up more than what Musa Dankwa has given him.
As predicted. And and Alfred, it won't be the first time. It won't be the first time that Musa Dankwa may be having it wrong for the candidates that follow. Remember, in the NPP primary as well, the show when Dr. Brian Champong came up with in that primary surpassed what Musa Dankwa had indicated. It surprised all of us here in the studio. We thought he had the sweetest victory in terms of that race, right? We could be seeing the same thing here, and so it shouldn't surprise us. Also, Musa Dankwa says his margin of error is -+3, which means that he gives himself enough room to make a mistake. And so we should see how that goes as well in terms of applying it to what the outcome will be. And again, like Blaise said, it's too soon, it's too early to make any conclusions, but there is a very intriguing start to the race.
The two polling stations, are they part of the top 10 most populous polling stations?
No.
Well, that's another dynamic to look at as well, because then the top 10, let's run through the top 10 polling stations in terms of the voter population, and then also as to how that will play out regarding the voter turnout. Because if we don't see much of these registered voters turning out to vote, then it would feed into the trend we are seeing already. What are the top 10 polling stations by registered voters?
So there is the Alhaji Idrisu, House 2. I think one of those centers, Crosby or one of the other colleagues was present there. So they are looking at 719. Then there is the opposite Club 10 at Kanda, 714. The Frankie's down, house number 77/10, 712. Then there's Rurak Mosque, 441-2, 678. Then the Godson Inter French or English School, that is Anima, that is 657 as well. And with the trend that we've seen so far, we may be doing less than half of these numbers. So we may expect to do maybe 200 here and there. On the average, if you look at the spread that we have on the screen now, we don't expect to cross 250 or even hit 300 for any of these numbers. Then there is the SAL Valley Preparatory School where they are doing 649 registered voters, Kanda GNTC 647, and Old Alaska Cinema Hall, Nima doing 640. And the Frankie's Annex 2, Nima also 640. Then 617 for the Frankie's Annex 2, actually 617. Then the final one, the 441 Primary Healthcare Nima 2, also doing 615. So these are the large constituencies where the numbers are very important. And what we'll be doing for our viewers is when the results start coming through and when we start having a lot of polling station results, we are going to put it side by side, compute them and show you how things are looking in terms of whether we've had a bulk of the results come out. We'll also be tracking the voter turnout because it's very significant to the outcome that we are all expecting. And when we look at the voter outcome closely, we'll be able to tell who is likely to gain and who is likely to lose. But these are the 10 centers that we are seeing that we all have to keep our eyes on because this is where the numbers are, and more important, this is where the battle will be. This is where the battleground will basically be. And what we are understanding from the local politics potentially will be that, Alfred, it does appear that where the results was announced earlier on, it appears to be a bit of a stronghold for Sanda. But we'll see how it plays down, subsequently in the other areas as well. But very early days yet we see once again a significant vote. And I think in doing the Musa Dankwa projections, we would have to place it within the understanding that Mr. Sanda did not participate in the NDC primaries. It's very important. It's very important because if he had participated, that would give all of us a clear sense of what it's supposed to be. So potentially, if you are an NDC delegate and you are being engaged and they are asking you who you'd want to vote for, I'm not too sure I'll be too comfortable saying that, well, I want to vote for the gentleman who has been suspended from the party.
No, but you see, the point, that's the point I referenced earlier about Umaru Sanda Mohammed's influence. He might have been using the submarine approach where, you know what, I am on the ground, I'm engaging, the media is not talking about me that much. The only thing the media is talking about is that I've been suspended from the NDC, but then the people on the ground. They know me. I've worked with them in previous elections, and so they'll pander to me. And that's why I reference his influence in that constituency. It's quite strong, in fact. With the information we're getting about him, he has played a key role on the quiet for the NDC in previous elections that they have won as well. Yeah.
Jamal himself is also a grassroots person.
True.
If we are defining grassroots as somebody who is in touch with the base of the community or the constituency, Baba Jamal is one person who is also a grassroots constituency. So, I would also want us to measure ourselves, right? That while this is very intriguing, that things are starting differently.
I know what you want to see. Just want to see the results so that we did analysis proper.
Let's cross over to Eric Mawena Egbeta. The Ghana Police Service is addressing the media at St. Kizito Catholic Church. That's a very important area or location in that constituency, St. Kizito. But let's cross over now to Crosby, Noble Crosby Annan. He is at one of the 10 popular polling stations, Alhaji Idrisu House 1 polling station. Crosby, what's happening where you are?
Alfred, so what you're seeing right now is the electoral officials trying to transfer the data or the numbers onto the pink sheets. You and I both know how important pink sheets are in the electoral process of the country. So at the end of the sorting and the counting process, if no objections have been raised from all the agents present, then the electoral officials will then transfer the numbers they have onto the pink sheet in the full glare of the party agents, who will also certify the numbers that have been written on the various pink sheets to serve as evidence. But it has all come to an end here at the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 and Alhaji Idrisu House 1B voting centers here in the Ayawaso East constituency. For the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 voting center, we expected 722 votes. That's what we expected to see. But at the end of the voting process, we saw people, 226 of them coming to vote. We had one rejected.
Noble, hold on a bit for me, please. Let's cross over now to St. Kizito, where the police are addressing the press. Mawena is there for us.
About violence, it's just about come and cast your votes, make your choice, and let peace prevail.
Grace Ansar Kofi, who joined us in terms of interactions and expectations ahead of the final collation expected. Some few moments from officials of
we'll establish a better connection to Eric Mawena in a bit to get some details of exactly what the police addressed the press about. But Noble Crosby Annan is at the Alhaji polling station, just to give us an idea of what's happening there right now. But look, the trend that we established regarding the low voter turnout is playing out in a very interesting way. Interesting in a negative tone, because in one of the polling stations that over 700 registered voters were expected to turn up to vote. Just about 200 of them turned up to vote, is it not?
Yes, absolutely. That is actually the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 polling station there. It's one of the very significant numbers. In fact, we understand it should be number one in terms of the numbers that we saw prior. But what we've received from Noble Crosby Annan, who is over there, thus indicates that only 226 persons showed up and participated in this particular election. And the MPP candidate had 32, the NDC candidate 160, whereas Sanda, the independent candidate, had 33 votes. And so you see that in this particular instance, Baba Jamal is first. You have the independent candidate placing second, and the MPP candidate placing third. If you go to the Alhaji Idrisu House B, 1B as well, you also see the same trend in terms of the number of people who are showing up 433 expected to show up. We are looking at the vote cast being just 136. Mind you, when we walked through these numbers, I did make the point that I don't think we're going to do 50% for any of them, because right from the first results, we're doing less than 50%, and that is what is playing out again. You had Sanda getting 35. You have the MPP candidate getting 27, whereas the NDC had 73. It's quite clear that he's following very, very closely in terms of the independent candidates being right behind, and it does appear that the MPP may not necessarily get a second spot, which would mean that potentially Baba Jamal's 75% projection is being chipped off one way or the other by an individual from the fold of the NDC. Again, we can look at the Pentecost Emmanuel Temple polling station, another polling station results that we can share with you, and we are focusing again
that's
on the
where
voter
Evelyn brought us
turnout.
earlier.
Voter turnout significant again. The expected voters 388, the ballot cast 173. The center 2, the expected voters 417, the ballot cast 187. The vote outcome follows the same trend generally, Alfred. And so
the outcome has been 30 to 35 percentage points. That's what we're seeing. 30 to 35 voter turnout, and it's not looking good. And Noble Crosby Annan is there for us at the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 polling station. Crosby, you were taking us through what the electoral officials there are doing, but we have the results. What has been the reaction there right now?
The results, these are the results. At the end of the voting process, the NPP, represented by Baba Ali, they polled 32, and that is from the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 voting center. The NDC topped or led the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 voting center with 160 votes, and then the independent candidate, Sanda, he also polled 33 votes. So if you look at the arrangements, it would be the NDC leading here, followed by the independent candidate Sanda. The NDC leading with 160, Sanda coming in second with 33, and then the NPP coming in third with 32. Of course, the LPG's Ibrahim Idrisu, he did not get any vote. So did Kano David, also not get any vote at the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 voting center. Just beside the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 voting center is the Alhaji Idrisu House 1B voting center, and we expected 433 people to come and cast their ballots here today. Out of the 433 expectation, we only had 136 of them coming to vote, and that is less than half of the number. 136 people came to vote out of the 433. We had one rejected ballot, but if you want to know the breakdown of the votes from the Alhaji Idrisu House 1B voting center, the NPP had 27 votes, the NDC had 73 votes, and then Sanda, the independent candidate, if you like, the man who came out of the NDC, he also polled 35 votes. Again, the arrangement would mean that the NDC leading here with 73, Sanda coming in second with 35, the NDC coming in third with 27. Kano David, another independent candidate, and then Ibrahim Idrisu of the LPG. All of these people did not poll any votes. They had 0 votes. So if you come to these voting centers, this is what it's looking like already. I should also tell you that we've seen some police officers, they are beginning to gradually pack up and then leave, because the process has come to an end. It was a smooth voting process. There were no concerns raised by any of the party agents, any of the Electoral Commission officials. Neither did a concern come from the police service or the constituents. Neither did it come from the voters too. It was a very smooth, transparent process. The turnout, of course, like you now know, like has been evidenced throughout the day, has been very low. But it has all come to an end. We've seen a clear winner here, at least in these two voting centers, Alhaji Idrisu House 2 and then Alhaji Idrisu House 1B. The Electoral Commission officials, in the presence of the party agents, they are still filling the forms, transferring the data onto the pink sheets for future reference. Like I mentioned, you know how important pink sheets are. And then it will be signed certified and signed by the party agents, and then it will become the proper results of the voting centers here. I should also tell you that this polling station or this voting centers, they saw the presence of some bigwigs of all the parties. Amongst them was the former energy minister, Boakye Jaku. He was here when he was going on a tour to, observe the entire voting process. He visited a number of voting centers, including these voting centers. He engaged with the media, shared a few concerns about the low turnout, about the presence of the police and his expectations. We also saw some former member of parliament, like the former MP for Okaikwe North, Fuseni Issa, was also here in the early hours of the day, also to observe the process. We also saw former MP Hawa Kumsin also passing by. We saw Osman Ayariga, the CEO of the Youth Employment Agency, also. He also came here to observe the process. And then I should also mention that this is the polling center that the NDC candidates, I'm talking about Baba Jamal, who coincidentally has won here, not to the surprise of many. He also came here to vote. This is his voting center. This is where he came to vote. He also engaged with the media, and after he voted and he was speaking with the media, he was also very certain that he's winning the day. He did not want to dwell much on the percentage suggested or predicted by Global Info Analytics. Neither did a few of the party supporters who came here. They were all calling for a win. A win is a win regardless how many votes difference or regardless the percentage of win. All they were expecting is a win, and now the NDC has won. At the end of the day, when we are able to do the proper collation, proper coordination, then we will know which of the candidates has won in the constituency, which of the 5 candidates is representing the Ayawaso East constituency or the East Ayawaso constituency in Parliament to champion development for them. So that has been it for me here at the Alhaji Idrisu Center 1B and Center 2 of the Ayawaso East constituency voting process. Back to you guys in the studio, Alfred.
Great reporting there, Noble Crosby Anand from the Alhaji Idrisu House 2 polling station and Alhaji Idrisu House 1B polling stations. And as a result has been already put out, 722 expected voters. And out of that, only 226 showed up, just about 35%. Now, rejected ballot 1, NPP candidate 32, NDC, that's Baba Jamal, 160. And then Umar Sanda Mohammed, the independent candidate, 33. Kano David and Ibrahim Idrisu of the LPG both had 0. And then Alhaji Idrisu House 1B, 433 expected, 136 votes were cast. Rejected ballot 1, NPP 27, NDC 73, and Umar Sanda Mohammed 35. We've got the Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center polling station results. Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center, center number 1, NDC Baba Jamal 92. The NPP 28, and then you had the LPG candidate 0, and Mohammed Umar, that's Mohammed Umar Sanda, that also he got 1. In this polling station, guys, you see Umar Sanda's performance here is not too good, but that's what we were saying, that he would have a strong hold, just like any other candidate in any election. So you see some of the polling stations, the strength and mettle of Alhaji Baba Jamal is clear and evident. For instance, in this Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center, he polled 92 out of the valid vote cast 121. Baba Jamal polled 92 as against the NPP candidate 28. And then the independent candidate Umar Sanda Mohammed 1. David Kano 0. The Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center polling station 2.
Put that center beside the first results that we got. Remember that center that
In fact, there's a result that's consistent with all 3. So the center 1 and the center 2 Omar Sanda Mohammed did not show up well. In fact, the Center 1, he had 1 vote. The Center 2, he had 0. Baba Jamal had 55 out of the 74 valid votes cast, as against the NPP candidates 19. And then LPG, Omar Sanda, and then David Kano all had 0 each. So you see that in the polling stations that Baba Jamal wins, he wins convincingly with a very wide margin of victory. As against the polling stations that Omar Sanda Mohammed wins, Baba Jamal shows up, but then again, with a difference of 10 votes and then the difference of 15 votes, Omar Sanda wins. So that is what will play to the advantage of Baba Jamal, even at the polling stations that Omar Sanda wins.
And the third one is that generally Baba Jamal is winning across the centers that we've had so far. I mean, so that should enable us to easily determine what we are dealing with. So we'll know that the places where we've seen Sanda win are typically his stronghold. I mean, if the numbers are anything to go by. Whereas where we've seen Baba Jamal win that convincingly, we can isolate those ones to be typical stronghold because of the outcome. Because he's winning anyways. He's winning anywhere. I mean, so far we've not seen a single station, with the exception of the initial ones that Evelyn brought to us, where you have Sanda picking those ones up. All the other stations that we've had so far, Baba Jamal appears to be in the lead. The second spot, are you getting a clear sense of who is picking that spot?
Well, based on what we have seen so far, the second spot is a fight between Baba Ali and then Omar Sanda Mohammed, the two of them. But if you look at the polling stations that Baba Ali, the NPP candidate, came second, he came second with an appreciably wide margin. For instance, this polling station we're talking about, the Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center, he came second with 28, as against Omar Sanda Mohammed 1. And then the Center 2, he came second with 19, as against Omar Sanda Mohammed 0. So if you go back and juxtapose this with the place that Omar Sanda placed second, here's how it played out. The votes there, that's Pentecost Emmanuel Temple polling station, Baba Ali polled 30, Baba Jamal polled 68, then Omar Sanda 74. So the difference between Baba Ali and Omar Sanda Mohammed at Pentecost Emmanuel polling station Center 1 was 34 votes. Now, if you bring that difference to the Ebenezer Memorial Daycare Center polling Center 1, the difference of the vote margin between the MPP Baba Ali and Omar Sanda is 27, right? So in the polling stations that Omar Sanda Mohammed places second, he gets more in terms of the margin of victory than Baba Ali of the NPP. I mean, if the trend continues...
For those of you who don't like numbers, you are simply saying that it does appear that Sanda is picking the second spot from the numbers so far.
All things being equal.
From the numbers so far. And if that continues to play out, it will mean that he's likely to pick the second spot, which leaves us to one conclusion.
Absolutely. We have 8 out of 114 polling station results.
Too early, like Emily was
saying.
We
want to wait to see. Because Omar Sanda, we're seeing him show up in the polling stations that he has some strong foot in, or in his stronghold. Baba Ali would have his own strongholds as well, even in the places that Baba Jamal wins. But Kemini, yes.
Maybe a question. Then Kemini will bring Kemini on the same question as well. I mean, Crosby was making the point that as far as the NDC is concerned, they will take any victory. They just want a victory. Would that be satisfactory? Does it matter the margin, or it does not matter? I don't know where you stand on that, Kemini.
Matters, right? Because if the NDC has won well over the years, and Baba Jamal comes in, given the backdrop of the events that led him here, and he doesn't make the mark, make it better than the departed MP or even MPs before him, then the question will be whether or not even the NDC supports Baba Jamal. And I think that's a question, that's a question you've raised in the beginning of this coverage tonight, right? Because if people are making 60%, 70%, you've even been tipped to make 75%, and you come up not reaching there. I would ask the question whether or not the NDC fully is rallying behind Baba Jamal, or could there be other factors that could be leading to that? But then again, I'll be the voice of caution here, that we've got to slow down Because of these eight constituencies that, eight polling stations that we have announced, I think that we have only now seen 2 where the NPP appears to have picked up its pants and is delivering some numbers. And so we're still a far way from home to determine whether or not this is going left or this is going right or this is somewhere in the center. But what we see clearly is that Umar Sanda Mohammed is giving us a good performance that we want to even look at further. And that's where we are now. And I want us to leave it at that. I know it's intriguing.
But
it's intriguing.
There's some information as well. I'm just picking up that these polling stations that Umar Sanda is showing up strongly, he was the assemblyman in the polling station.
So I guess it makes sense, right?
That also is a dynamic that we want to place some emphasis on.
It makes sense.
Absolutely, because then obviously being an assemblyman there, the grassroots politics will play to his favor. Eric Mayonagbeta is with Rashid Tanko Computer, Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC. Mauna, what's Rashid telling you?
All right, so let's speak to the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC, who we've been speaking to in some great detail. But this time, you have the results from your collation center, and you're ready to show it to our viewers as well. Talk to us. What is it looking like? Did you cross a 75% margin you were hoping for?
I indicated to you that we're going to beat the MPP with huge margin. They thought we were joking. We've worked for it. For the past 2 weeks, we've been in the constituency, working around. The people are living testimonies of the good performance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and they were ready to deliver a verdict for the NDC. I'm not surprised. That's why the low turnout. If you look at the figures we have, currently we've collated 91 polling stations out of the 113 polling stations. Very beautiful resource. We've gotten almost 9,000. That's 8,597. MPP is languishing around 3,000. That's how I told them. They're going to get bad results. They should have contested this election. I don't know who advised them to come and contest this election.
Can we see?
Oh, yes. This is our resource. It's there. Live. Real time. It's coming. And you see it populating. Within a few times, you see the resource coming. When you finish the polling station, it will come. That's the resource in there.
But you're hovering around 63%. 63% in terms of low voter turnout, but you were hoping for 75 and all of that, because I had some of your supporters say even if it's 2 people who turn up to vote, you're winning this convincingly.
Of course, because of the good works of the NDC. That is why we are seeing this. As I speak now, it's adding up. We are now in 92 polling stations, and the results keep on adding. Okay, see, because it's Ramadan, it's not easy. Ideally, the election should have been postponed, but constitutionally, we can't. The Constitution stipulated that it should be 60 days after the demise of a candidate, and it's an MP. And then so we're boxed within the time. But it fell within the Ramadan time, and that is why the turnout is a bit low. But despite that, look at the performance of the NDC.
We'll talk inside again pretty shortly, because we'll both go to the coalition center, and hopefully by then we'll see a bit more in terms of the numbers. But thank you very much for speaking to us. Let me quickly grab the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC as well, Mustafa Gbande, who is also here, and just pick quick thoughts from him in relation to what it is that we've seen. I appreciate you joining us as well. You're cruising to victory. From my interaction with Rashid Tanko, who has the number, you're cruising to victory.
Another vote of no confidence in the noise, the disturbance, and the pestilence of the MPP. Noise doesn't change the verdict of the people. And I can assure you that there's no going to be an election in this country that will not reflect the vote of no confidence by the people against the MPP. And that Ghanaians will never forgive them of their defraud, of the fact that they deceived the people of this country. We have lived the experience of bad governance in the last 8 years, and we are living the moments of a modest, disciplined government that is running according to the pace of how the country needs to grow. They say that there's low voter turnout, and that is because we haven't pumped money into it. For them, election is about money. For us, election is to allow the people to pass a verdict. The MPP should have come here and tout the influence and the contribution of President Akufo-Addo being a resident just here. But he has nothing to show. He's been living just here. He has not contributed to anything to this community. Now, today happens to be a market day of this constituency. And you know Zongos and our markets. Number two, today is a working day. Unlike Saturdays where if we're lucky to hold election on Saturday, the voter turnout increase. Today also fall within a period where people are in communion with God, seeking the face of God, both Muslims and Christians. Because of these key important period that we find ourselves, it may have contributed to the issue of low voter turnout. But the persuasion is that if 10% of the people of this constituency have voted, 80% of that 10% will vote for the NDC as a clear sign of no confidence against the MPP.
I'm seeing the numbers. You're hovering around 63%. It's nowhere close to the 80% you mentioned. And you mentioned abandonment by the previous administration. You in the NDC have enjoyed more success than any other party in the history of the Fourth Republic in this particular constituency. The people say they want jobs. The people say they want development within the constituency. You've been in charge of it and you haven't given them that. Some will say that's the reason why the people are not coming out to vote for you.
How did you know that we've come into government for 1 year, 2 months? We should have bridged the gap of defrauding this country for 8 years. Is it possible that the MPP's stock in trade and their pride is that we've stolen from the people of Ghana and we have not yet been arrested, and so they are saints? No. We have a dual responsibility. A responsibility to develop this country, a responsibility to hold people accountable. The prime of these two is that people haven't stopped having children, people have not stopped eating, people have not stopped falling sick, people have not stopped going to school. Government would have to bridge this gap. And that when you have done that and stabilized the rate at which people would have died, if President Akufo-Addo's government's foundation was what would have laid and stood on, when you have finished bridging the gap, then you can hold people responsible. And so for me, I am saying that within 1 year, 2 months, there is hope in this country. Even the fact that for the first time, we have experienced a violent-free by-election should tell you the kind of leadership that is in place. The kind of leadership in charge is what influences violence or no violence in by-elections. Even the MPP are feeling very peaceful in this election. It's a characteristic of President Mahama, it's a characteristic of the NDC regime, and they should be happy that this government is in place. And so for them to even walk into this constituency, to have a voice, tells you that they have no conscience, that you have stolen, and the fact that you are not in court exonerates you from being a thief. That is the MPP's threshold of governance with credibility and integrity. Posterity will keep judging them in every election. Like this one, he's talking about 63%. By the time we finish, I know that it will go a little bit higher. Computer is here. We already collated about 86 polling stations. We know our results.
92.
We know our results. At the end of the day, what is important is that there will be a vote of no confidence against the MPP in this election. That is very important.
That's the most important thing to you. But let's look ahead to what is the expectation of the constituency here, because we've been interacting with them, we've been having conversations. Many are the things that they look forward to seeing. Top of it, jobs, dealing with drug abuse, drug addiction, and what have you. Is there a concrete plan beyond winning the seats that the NDC has for the Ayawaso East constituency with Baba Jamal?
You know, this is the first time government have consciously, through the security and law enforcement agencies, combated the issue of drug abuse. This is Nima. This is our community. if you were on red, you are still a member of our family. This government is taking a bull by the horn to dismantle such drug cartels. It's a key indicator of development in the community. Number two, this government will focus in terms of what it has promised the Zongo communities, it will fulfill. The foundation is being laid. This government, this community is expecting that when there are jobs, they will benefit from those jobs. And President Mahama's regime is a regime that every Ghanaian is happy and enjoying. And so if there were jobs, any other person from this constituency who qualifies for that job will get. The NDC's government will give what it has. It cannot give what it doesn't have. We are not a Ponzi scheme. Like they came and sang songs of development when they were doing nothing. We are not governing in that way. We are governing with honesty and sincerity. And I can assure you that the people are very hopeful of this government. The people, first of all, have faith in this government. The people understand the exigencies of time that we find ourselves in, that this is a young government that have had to bridge and hold the heat of the deep hole that President Akufo-Addo and his appointees have kept us in for the past 8 years. It is not a joke. And so we appreciate the lack of patience, the expectations, and I can assure you that President Mahama at a slow pace is delivering on what we have promised this country as a foundation that will grow this country.
Just finally, because you mentioned matters of accountability, and I'm sure you know where this is going, is a concern people have generally across the length and breadth of this country, the slow-paced nature with which you're delivering on your promise of holding the previous regime accountable. You've mentioned them a number of times. Where are we on that is a question everybody keeps asking.
I think that I belong to persons who feel that all the former appointees of the MPP should have been standing trial by now. But it doesn't work that way. There are two schools of thought. There's an issue of development and the gaps. Then there's an issue of accountability. So President Mahama is having to find himself in these two schools of thought. But if you check in the last 1.5 years, or in the last 1 year, 2 months, President Mahama have largely focused on developing the life of the people of Ghana, bridging the gap. Like I said earlier, people have not stopped going to hospitals. Will you leave these people and go chasing criminals? People have not stopped falling sick. Will you leave these people and go chasing criminals? People who have to go to schools, salaries who have to pay. Will you leave all of these important, responsibility and go chasing just persons who have stolen from this country? There is that understanding that, look, prioritize both, but bridge the gap of development first. And that is what government is doing. The fact that you have not been arrested today doesn't mean you cannot be arrested. Political crimes doesn't expire. It is true and it is factual that President Akufo-Addo and his appointees have led a fraudulent regime, but time will catch up with them. It doesn't matter how it delays, it will catch up with them. For them to even come here, apart from what you know and I know, to be shouting on top of their voice, don't worry, when we finish counting, you will see the results.
All right, then. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll interact a bit more subsequently. That's the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, also the presidency. And this is what it looks like here. A lot of the officers or officials of the Electoral Commission from the 113 polling stations, they continue to come in. They go through a process, just like we saw in Akwetia, where you go through a verification process from the entrance. Then subsequently, there's some work done by the officials who are there. Then you make your way in. The projection of the results as to the polling stations, what the numbers are, and what will subsequently be a declaration, all is going to happen. And we see the police moving some headlights, right? Some very huge headlights means they are going to illuminate this place pretty shortly. We see a bit more in terms of reinforcement as well from officials of the Ghana Police Service who are making their way here, ready with quite some gear as well all in anticipation of quelling whatever tension may arise or misunderstanding may arise from this collation process. Not that there's that expectation, in all honesty, in terms of what it is that we've seen all throughout the day up until now. The NDC have showed us what is their provisional results, and it looks quite good for them in terms of where the results will end up. Because remember, in a parliamentary election, it's a simple majority, and percentages as to turnout and all of that do not come into play at all. And so a simple majority, yes, low voter turnout has come up. They've explained it away quite thoroughly in terms of why we're seeing the numbers that we've seen all throughout. And if you know, historically, by-elections don't do well in terms of a voter turnout as well. This is where we are currently. A bit more in terms of the EC officials continue to come through, and so not quite sure when the projections will begin. But we continue to be here for you, your election command center, and we'll bring you the details as and when they do come through. Back to you in the studio.
And Eric Mayonegbeta with that very important detail there from the coalition center. We know exactly what the preparation is over there, how things are going to play out shortly. Already, we understand a number of the polling station results are being transmitted to the coalition center, where we just showed you the Ghana Police Service mounting the huge lights also to ensure that everything is in place to eliminate the area, because as we've seen in previous elections during the coalition, one of the elements that influences violence is the darkness. Okay, when the place is dark, people try to have all of these, very questionable thoughts in their minds and engage in the nefarious activities of trying to either snatch a ballot box or tamper with the entire process. The Electoral Commission has been quite clear with their collaboration with the Ghana Police Service that that is not going to happen. We've seen measures already in place, so we'll keep an eye on how things are playing out at the coalition center. We'll bring you up to the minute date and issues as they play out in the minute shortly. But let me also remind you that we have so far 36 out of the 114 polling station results here on your election command center. The NDC is showing us 91 out of the 114. And based on what Rashid Tanko computer showed to us on the camera, based on their provisional results that they have received, some 8,597. 8,597. That's the 91 out of the 114 polling station results. They say they are at 63.57%. We dwelt on that to ask a few more questions as to what they, the NDC themselves, believe would be their own performance, because Musa Dankwa has put them at an ambitious 75%, which is going to be the highest. If this comes to pass, it would be the highest victory margin that any NDC candidate has won in the Ayawaso East constituency since its creation, since the creation of the constituency till date. We track from 1996, the highest the party has won in terms of the vote victory margin is the 70%. 70%. 75% will be the highest that we're going to see. And we'll tell you the trends shortly, Joseph, and that's what we see there. That the lowest in terms of the performance of the NDC was in the 2000 election. Even though they won with less than 45% of the valid vote cast during that election.
Absolutely. So the 2000 election that you make reference to, the NDC picked up the seat with 44.8%. If you go a step back, you see that they are done 53.1%. It dropped to 44.8%. But since then, you can just see the trend. They've been on the ascendancy at least till 2012. Then after 2012, there's a bit of a decline that brings them all the way down to 61.2% in 2020. Then the departed MP lifted the NDC up to 70%, which is the current record, which Musa Dankwa is projecting they may do around 75, which is more than this particular number. I want us to take a look at the MPP number and keep something in mind. It's an interesting observation that I made when Mayonegbeta spoke to Mustafa Gbande and Rashid Tanko as well, and Alfred, I want to bring you in on this. You will see quite clearly that they were all talking about the performance of the NPP. They didn't seem interested in the performance of the independent candidates. I thought that was interesting, because from what we are seeing on the ground, it does clearly show that the independent candidate has put up quite a showing. And if in the long run, by the close of the polls, in terms of the coalition process, everything comes to a conclusion and the NDC do not get the 70% or exceed it, the question now remains that will it have made a difference if Sanda had not contested as an independent candidate? A lot of the time, people will say that, well, it's a by-election, it's a weekday, there's fasting taking place by our Muslim brothers, our Catholic brothers are also in the Lent period. All those analyses are things that they are variables. I mean, they are variables because no matter if each day we vote on an election day, there's something that happens. It can either be a weekday or it can be a weekend. We've heard people even say that we shouldn't do it on Saturday because of our brothers, the Adventists. So all those are variables that are in place. The only concern that we see every time around is that by-elections generally do not record a good turnout like we see in the general elections. So that is one that we can all concede to. But what we can also not play out of it is that more often than not, the by-election results, with the exception of instances where the seats are massively flipped, in instances where you see clearly that it's a stronghold of a political party and it's flipped, generally, they follow the trend of the general results as well. And if you as a political party decide not to isolate the numbers and do the analysis closely and you want to hide behind the fact and say simply that, well, it's a by-election, you will see your real smoothness level in a general election. And I can quickly just stay within Ayawaso, but this time go to West Wuogon. Ayawaso, West Wuogon. You remember when that by-election took place after Jaku had died and Lydia Sarah Malhassan won that by-election? The point was being made that, well, the results do not mean much because it's a by-election. People said that, well, she's won it anyways. It's still the outcome that people expect it to be. We all saw how chaotic that particular by-election was. But eventually the general election took place and we know that the NDC currently holds on to that particular seat in the person of John Dumelo.
On that analysis, you know where Ayawaso was Wuogon in the 2020, Lydia Malhassan retained for the NPP. So that's an outlier, right? But then again, the point you made has some level of validity as well.
In fact, if you go a step back a bit, you will see the trend generally that, especially when someone like Kwame Wadaku was contesting in that particular constituency, you see the trend generally that it did appear that the NDC was gaining a bit of momentum in that constituency. So, yes, we are holding valid that it's a by-election, but we're also saying that the outcome, with the exception of significant flips, are mostly consistent with the strength of the political parties.
That's not in doubt at all. In
Absolutely.
fact, if you look
so
at,
in doing the analysis, you cannot isolate and put it out and say that because it's a by-election, because it's a weekday, because it's Lent, because there's fasting taking place, all of that put together, whatever percentage you're going to get from it, you're going to simply take it as a victory.
Well, you see, that's if the victory margin is lower than any that we've seen in history, that is one.
I mean, currently,
the
NDC number is what, 63?
Yes, 63. That's actually would be the third highest in terms of the margin of victory for the party in the constituency. The highest is 70% we saw in 2024. Then the second highest is 2012, 65.4%. And then also it continues in that order.
I mean, if the 63 is anything to go by, then that will put it above the 2016 and the 2021.
But here's what's striking. In all those two instances where the NDC won with a high margin of victory in the Ayawaso constituency, the general election, the NDC won the presidential. 2012, 65.4%. John Mahama won. 2024, 70%. John Mahama won. 2016, 2020, even though the NPP won the presidential, you see the showing of the NDC in there. Look at 2000.
Yes, 2000.
Look at the year 2000, where the NDC had the lowest in the constituency. The NPP won in the presidential.
The general elections, yes,
right?
the presidential.
John Ajay Kufuor came
You want to
power.
do 96 as well?
1996, you see, the late Jerry Rawlings won, but he had 53.1%. That you can say that, well, in terms of numbers, the constituency, the total valid votes cast in there was building up, okay? But then if you see the dip in the performance of the NDC in the subsequent election in the year 2000, clearly tells you how things are playing out in terms of the margins and the analysis that we are seeing right now. But I want to also look at the point that you made about how things are playing out when it comes to by-elections, right? Because in the Ayawaso enclave, Now we are moving from Ayawaso East constituency. The Ayawaso enclave, we've had the Ayawaso West Wuogon by-election. But now, after the 2024 election, the NDC has exerted its hold in the Ayawaso enclave. If you look at the Ayawaso North constituency, it's being occupied by the NDC candidate now. Ayawaso Central, the NDC won it for the first time in the 2024 elections. And Henry Kote was here in Ayawaso East during this by-election, right? But now the NDC occupies the Ayawaso Central constituency for the first time since its creation. Ayawaso West Wuogon has been swinging between NDC and the MPP, but then the MPP has held it since 2000, when Fremont Selpare won it, and then also the later Jacko also then took over from Fremont Selpare. Then Lady Al Hassan came in, and now we have John Dumelo. So the MPP has held the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency by far a lot more since its creation than the NDC. But now the NDC holds it. Ayawaso North, the NDC holds that particular seat as well. And then Ayawaso East. So all the 4 constituencies in the Ayawaso enclave is now being occupied by the NDC after the 2024 elections. And so that clearly tells you that in terms of its hold and metal and influence and impact for the NDC in the Ayawaso enclave, after the 2024 elections, they have it. They hold it. As against the previous elections where it was a share between the MPP and the NDC. The NPP was holding Ayawaso Central and Ayawaso West Wuogon. Then the NDC was holding Ayawaso North and Ayawaso East. But now all 4 of them for the NDC.
Likely to keep that.
It's a very interesting development that you want to see things playing out.
Let's look at it from the 2020 angle. And the 2020 angle, because if you recall the 2016 elections, the NPP had significant majority in Parliament. After the 2020 election, it was so close that the MPP had to bank their hopes on an independent candidate. The party had issues with Afomena in order to enable the MPP form a majority. The point being made is that since 2022, the NDC has been on an ascendancy in terms of a parliamentary dominance. From a significant gap in 2020, the NDC went a significant step to close that gap up, came to virtually the same numbers, leaving the government of the day to fall on an independent candidate to form the majority in Parliament. And now we saw the 2024 election outcome to the same results playing out again, the NDC exerting that dominance. The point being made is that the Ayawaso situation that we make it out there, we can extend it to the central region, where we've seen that play out, even here in the Greater Accra region, even in areas in the Bono areas, places like Winchi, in times past, Buzia's home constituency, basically. These are areas that typically the NDC would not have been any go area for the NDC, but they've made inroads in all of those areas. So since 2020, it does appear that the NDC, to an extent, parliamentary machinery has been well oiled and doing very well in terms of the electoral outcomes so far. And
the evidence is what we see playing out in the Ayawaso enclave, at least based on what I just referenced, that all 4 constituency seats in the Ayawaso enclave are held by the NDC.
There's a bit of excuse that the MPP will throw in all of this. They'll tell you that this graph right behind us will tell us that whatever is happening today is consistent with the graph here.
That they've always lost.
They've always lost, yeah.
But now the engagement will be where the margin of the loss.
They'll tell you that Central and West were outliers, but very significant to the extent that they were seats that they comfortably held on to. And I think for the opposition New Patriotic Party, there should be some conversation to be had. You remember when we did the Akwetia by-election as well, where the NDC candidate emerged victorious, and we've heard from NDC officials, even at the last rally that took place, make the point that they are ready to meet the MPP in any election that takes place anywhere in the country. They want to go over and defeat the MPP to show them that they don't stand a chance in the next election, general election that will take place in 2020.
But there are others who are also saying same for the NPP, that look, the history doesn't favor you. So why even waste resources and time to contest in the Ayawaso East, by-election? It goes with the same narrative.
Political parties exist to contest elections.
Let us contest. Let's
the only time it works.
What we can.
You remember what happened in Akwetia? You remember the Akwetia situation? The NPP had basically suggested that the NDC backs off. And I remember the chairman at the time, Johnson the syndicate had said that he said no, they were going to contest. I think that the fact remains that I lean towards the thinking that political parties exist to contest elections.
And for me...
And what better way would we get data to make sense of than when they participate?
And that's the more reason why the NPP participating has given us a contest and something to talk about, right? And what we are seeing now playing out. And you said that you're wondering why, and Kamini, this is why we invite you into onto the table of men. But you see, Joseph was saying that...
she's the only one who has a table
absolutely.
now.
That's the whole idea. Joseph
and my table is big enough for the two of you.
It was referencing the fact that Mustafa Gbande conveniently skipped the performance of Umaro Sanda Mohammed. But it's more like...
In fact, Rashid Tanko did the same thing.
Absolutely.
When they asked him the result, he said, we are defeating the MPP.
The MPP.
We are shutting the MPP down. True. The same thing from Mandi.
The MPP is their contender. In fact, I don't think they even want to talk about Umaro Sanda being the contender. Per se, it's like telling Ebusia Payne to park to talk about Odobroni. They will skip. They don't want to talk about it. Because afterwards they might probably be looking at reconciliation and so on.
Absolutely, which is why I asked Musa Dankwa about what role that could play before he told us that he didn't think that Umaro Sanda was a big fish enough to upset the NDC's votes tonight. But obviously, based on the streams that are coming, even when you look at the bottom of our screen now, at Alhaji Idrisu number 2, look at the vote difference between the NPP's candidate and Umar Sanda, the independent candidate. The race is more or less outside of who is the projected lead at this point. The race is more or less between the NPP candidates and Umar Sanda. Obviously, Baba Jamal is the projected lead so far. And gentlemen, you talked about how the Ayawaso constituency or Ayawaso East constituency consistently, it would appear that the whole Ayawaso makeup is in favor of the NDC. And you can understand why, because before the split in 2012 to form these areas, the NDC had twice won the area in 1992 and with Yaya Seidu. Of course, we know what happened then. And then in 1996 as well, the party had won Ayawa. So before then, the split happened in 2012. And so that historical context is there for why the NDC has dominance over the years in the Ayawaso neighborhood, Ayawaso East, West, and the likes, Ayawaso North as well. So it's going to be really interesting, right, tonight as to what the NDC is going to do going forward, because clearly Umar Sanda has shown that he being an assemblyman is not a small fish to fry. And let's take that conversation now to Jonathan Asante Ochre, who is a political analyst. Doc, I appreciate your time tonight, but is this how you expected the election to play out in its dying embers?
Well, let me say good evening to your good self and to your viewers. If you checked the interviews that I've granted since morning, especially on Kasapa, they asked me about global info analytics data. And what I said was that if the voter turnout is low, that 75% will not be attained. And coupled with that, if you look at the margin that Mr. Baba Jamal used to beat the Nasir Mohammed's wife, now that should tell you that he doesn't have that overwhelming control over the people in that constituency. So if Mr. Umar Sanda has resources and he gets the followers of the woman, the wife of the wife of the late, parliamentarian, then the dynamics of the elections there will have changed. Because the MPP doesn't have a foothold. Yes, we know. But if you have an independent candidate, that appears because as part of his narrative on one of the television stations, he said that he was the one who brought the late MP. So it means that he has a very long history in that particular constituency. He wasn't a pushover. So if you have those who voted for the woman apathetic against Mr. Baba Jamal, then certainly they will go for Omar Sanda. And that is why you see that impressive showing.
He took that departure, the events that took place during the primary, for granted.
Yes, and it is a lesson to the leadership of the party. Look, I have a litany of issues that probably the party will have to ponder over. One, if Ayawaso East has seen this number, barring all the factors opposed to people coming out to vote in their numbers, being a period in which they are fasting, others may not want to be tainted by politics. It is a Tuesday, others have gone to work. The presence, the imperial presence of the police itself would scare some people from coming out to vote. Because if I go out there and the unthinkable happens, who's going to look after my children, who's going to look after my wife, who's going to look after my husband, and so on and so forth. All these factors might have militated. Then what I call the Ashanti disease. The Ashanti disease is also, or it has caught up with the NDC in the Ayawaso East, the Ashanti disease. You remember, before the 2024 elections, the primaries that they conducted, the PC primaries, parliamentary candidate primaries, the delegate went out there, took a lot of largesse, television, fridges, motorbikes, name them. So the general populace, the general electorate in the Ashanti region, in some constituencies to be specific, said that, well, those who took those things, this is not the person we like, but you took A, B, C, and D and voted for this person. Go out there and vote for him. That is one. Two, either you bring us the same fridges, television sets, and so on and so forth, that we are not coming out there to vote. That is the Ashanti disease that has caught up with the NDC in Ayawaso East Wago. Even that one was general elections. This is a by-election. And of course, I've given out the factors, opposed to things of that nature. That apart, the performance of the party in Ayawaso East Wago is an indictment on
Mr. Asante-Ochoa, it would appear we have lost the audio to your connection to us. If you've muted yourself, kindly unmute, but we'll rework that line. We've just been discussing the performance so far, as we have announced to you. So far, the projected lead is the NDC candidate, Baba Jamal. And of course, that is without question at the moment. Counting is still ongoing in some of the polling stations. We expect collation to take place. We here at your election command center are with you until declaration. Jonathan Asante-Ochoa is a Doctor of Political Science, and he's here with us on the subject matter of tonight. Doc, you were making a point.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I said I was going on the tangent that the performance at Ayawaso East is an indictment on the performance of the central government. Because the central government has performed so creditably well, of which I'm of the view that, is it better?
Yes, go on.
Of which I'm of the view that should positively influence the pattern of vote over there. Of course, he won or he's going to win anyway. But if the performance of the central government, and looking at the data that Global Info Analysis brought, in terms of the approval rating of the president, 81% thereabout, then there should have been some kind of reflection over there. Two things are involved. Either the candidate doesn't have the overwhelming support of the general masses over there, or the grassroots have become apathetic against the party in government. It is very easy for apathy to rear its ugly head when you find yourself in government.
But what could make the grassroots apathetic towards the government of the day?
Because the grassroots keep saying that when they call people in leadership, they don't pick their calls.
Well, that's a general problem. It's not just the grassroots that faces it. Why should the grassroots be given any preferential treatment?
I think probably you are playing the devil's advocate here in your question. But those who help in bringing the party to power, you don't want to say that those who find themselves in government now are more better than those who are outside the party, who are outside government. They are not. It is just that it is not everybody that can get a position. But see, sometimes when you listen to someone, listen to the person's problem or issue, maybe you can say a word or two to encourage the person to reassure. So if you look at what the chairman has done in his thank you tour, which I listened to some, so it's like, well, he's calming people down because there is some kind of undercurrent. Many are those who are complaining about being jobless after. I've seen so many communication out there. So in general, the government has performed, in general. But the party faithful seem not to be, ready to listen. So I propose that set up a post-appointment committee that will go around, meet individual stakeholders, opinion leaders within the party. There are hundreds and thousands of people who have visited that were going to get some position, and they didn't get that. Just reassure them, find means of calming them down so they don't give undue pressure on the president and the government for them to do things that will derail the gains of the government that we are seeing today.
Well, where in the world is this practiced? And would that not be poor precedents we would want to do? Also, let's not forget that the chairman of the party has been doing a thank you tour. That in itself is reconnecting with grassroots. So if that is the problem, then it should have been taken care of by that thank you tour.
That is exactly what I said. That, I haven't listened to some of the commentaries he passed out there. It's like he's reassuring. One way or the other, I don't want to say that he has a presidential ambition or not. It is reassuring. He was reassuring the people that, well, don't derail the benefit. It is Kobna today, tomorrow it could be Kojo. You contested for DCship, you couldn't get. That means that you are even within the high profile of the party, and so on and so forth. So I'm saying that, look, the grassroots complain that these are the very people, when we call them in opposition, they were picking. Now, suddenly you call them, they are not picking. Some can even show you as many calls as over 500 neglected, messages neglected. That is the MPP disease that got them out.
But what's the probability? What's the probability? What's the probability that in this case it may not be a grassroots discontent scenario? However, it could be discontent with the events that led up to the primary, the FEC investigation, the lack of action thereof that people, in terms of people's expectations of what should have been done, because of course some actions were taken after FEC came up with its investigative report. That committee came up with this investigative report. What is the probability that that could be the problem that has caused apathy with the general voter population?
It is all
Well, Doc, hang on. Just before I take your opinion on that, we'll head to the grounds because Mawina Egbeta is bringing in some new information. Mawina, what's going on?
Everything has gone very well. Expectations have been met. I've just my director of elections has just shared some data with me, and it looks like the NDC has retained the seat. Honorable Baba Jamal is making 63% out of 112 polling stations so far. And so that's something to comfort us, something to make us feel good, and to commend and congratulate him for hard work. It's not easy to go through an election, especially a by-election. You know, a by-election is the most difficult one. Both parties, the entire party machinery descends on the constituency. So to manage to fend them off is actually a big deal. And I want to commend Honorable Baba Jamal for that. So for now, I think going by the morning, everything has been quiet and cool, calm. People have discharged their civic duties without any creating any issues. The police have done their bit. The EC has done its work properly. I've seen all the returning officers lined up with their pink sheets, and so generally it's gone well. I think what we'll be waiting for at this point is just the declaration that His Excellency Baba Jamal has won the election, and that the EC, I'm sure, they are the only ones seized with that duty. So once we are sure that everything is fine, I think I want to call it a day at this end and go and continue business at Parliament.
Talk of business in chamber. There's a conversation surrounding what the caucus position is with respect to the Honorable Baba Jamal that you supported during the primaries, the wife of the late MP, and there isn't a bit of pleasantries, if we can put it that lightly, between the caucus and then Baba Jamal. There are those who suggest there could be a difficulty in having to work together and come together and work towards the work towards the agenda of the NDC in Parliament. How do you respond to persons who mention that you didn't support him and you've been left with him because that was the outcome of the primary, and now you're being forced to work with him?
Well, I'm hearing this for the first time from you. I'm not aware that there's any tension between the caucus and Honorable, but I don't expect it. It doesn't happen. I mean, we went into a primary, we went through the motions, and then he emerged. He's the party's candidate. He's our candidate. We own him. So that is it. I haven't picked anywhere, not a snippet in the caucus that there are issues. I don't know about anyone supporting, the caucus supporting, and I haven't heard. At this point, the caucus, we are pretty much neutral. It's about our party. So you realize that even when we ran up to the primary, our involvement was very scaled down. It's after the primary that you see MPs, we came around, we did house to house, door to door. That is our work. We work for party. So anyone who emerges as the party's candidate is the candidate of the caucus. I can assure you of that. I don't know, I'm not aware. I'm not aware at all that
So there's smooth sailing, there's a general welcome for him that is expected.
Look, folks, remember, Baba Jamal is on his own without even coming into parliament. He's a heavyweight in the party. You can't go messing around him. Do you understand? So this is someone who worked in the party. He was in the youth wing. He's been member of parliament. It's not. In fact, he was High Commissioner to Nigeria. So he comes with his own clout. A clout that benefits us. A clout that enhances our standing and reputation in parliament. We are embracing him. We are happy for him. Absolutely. There is no concern at all. There is no concern.
Final question, just so you can go and take care of that business. That's the question of what difference does this seat really make for you in the NDC and the majority caucus in Parliament? Because you have an overwhelming majority support from all the independent candidates as well. What difference does this make to you in contributing to the betterment of the lives of Ghanaians?
We had an overwhelming majority before the unfortunate incident of, was it 4th or 7th January when Honorable Nazar passed? He was sitting right there with us. So nothing changes. We're just bringing him to replace him. We haven't gone for another seat somewhere. Do you understand? This is not like an MPP seat that we are going after. This is our own seat. And the dictates of our democracy says that there must be a by-election. We can't say that we are staying out because we have an over. No, we will contest the by-election. And anyone who goes into elections goes in to win. So we win in the seat. It's our seat. That's it. There's no other story.
Honorable, thank you very much. That's the Honorable Zuera Mohammed speaking to us. She's a member of Parliament for Salaga South, and was seeing a bit more in terms of the results being splashed onto the projector now, and that is what we're expecting. A lot of the officials as well from the Electoral Commission are concerned, but I meant officials of the NDC as well. The Director of Elections of the NDC says the job is done and he's making his way out of the college. But you are leaving too early. You should wait so your candidate is declared victorious before you decide to leave.
We have collated 113 polling stations. That is the total number of polling stations for the elections. And we have provisional results that we have from our collation is that the NDC has gotten 10,803, whilst the MPP got 4,000 votes. Our votes accounted to 63.33%, whilst of that of the MPP is 23.45%. I mean, this is provisional. This is from our collation. We have done. As we've won the election, I told you we're going to win the election. Despite the low turnout, the turnout have voted massively for the NDC. We are grateful to the good people of Ayawaso. It's Nima. We will continue to do the goodies that we promised them. We will develop the constituency. They've voted a very experienced politician. Don't forget, Alhaji Baba Jamal has been an MP before, a former minister. He's also a former Deputy General Secretary of the party. And with this sweet victory, I can assure you he's going to continue the good work of our former MP.
If you're leaving, who is the party's rep from National who is here? Baba Jamal, we know, will be declared victorious here per your provisional results. Where are the party officials to support him?
The party officials, we have our own collation center. My director of election, Mahdi, is handling that aspect whilst I'm here. But the job is done. I mean, the rest is just putting it together. We have our regional director of elections. We have our national organizer. They are all the party bigwigs. They are in the collation center. You've just spoken to one of our MPs. The job is done. I mean, we don't want to make any fanfare out of this. The most important thing is that we've gotten the job properly done. Our MP has been elected. They've given us confidence. In fact, this is what we call a vote of confidence for the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I mean, you've seen it. Despite the Ramadan, the low turnout is a result of Ramadan. Ideally, this election should have been postponed. But because of constitutional dictates, we cannot. The constitution is 60 days. So we are working within the time. I mean, imagine the people fasting and coming to vote. They've done well. We have to thank the good people of Nima for what they have done today. And we are happy with the results. The results is here. You might think that we are there, but this is the results that we have done. 113 polling stations. And this is the results. It's out there. Yes, it's provisional because we don't have the power to declare results. So we are relying on provisional. We wait for the Electoral Commission. So far, the figures that we have here are not different from what they are projecting over there. So we are sure that it will come to the same figures.
Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to speaking to the candidates as well. That's Deputy Director of Elections and IT of the NDC, Rashid Tanko, speaking to us as well. Back to you in the studio right now.
Our Mawana Egbeta there at the Coalition Center. Shortly, we expect that everything will come to a head. Polling stations have begun to stream in their results to the Coalition Center. What we observe from the ground is that it's been a mix of the manual process and the piloted process as well. Remember that Rashid Tanko had told us about the piloted process of electronically transmitting the result from the polling station level to the Coalition Center. We've also seen our reporters report to us how it's being manually transmitted as well. So it would appear that the pilot is going hand in hand with the manual process as well. But Jonathan Asante-Otri, political scientist, is still here with us. And Doc, you hear the NDC's confidence level is really high from Honorable Zuera Mohammed Ibrahima Salaga Western MP, and the Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the party, Rashid Tanko Computer, talk about their own results. As of now, there hasn't been official declaration yet. I need my viewers to know that there is a projected lead, which is the NDC's candidate. But Doc, when you look at that confidence, are they being confident in the wrong matter tonight?
Well, as far as the public is concerned, they will have to show or exude that kind of confidence to assure the people that they are on the ground. But of course, behind the scenes, they will have a lot more work to do. This is a by-election, and if you look at the number of voters on the register and you look at the total voter turnout, of course, it is very low. And so I was of the view that, you see, that disease of finding yourself in government and thinking that everything is rosy when the party is concerned, that is something that is quite dangerous. As I said earlier on, no two ways, the government has done very well. Because you cannot take an economy in which inflation was 23.8, debt to GDP 65%, CD to the dollar 15, 16, 17, thereabout, interest rate moving around 29, 30 and beyond. And all these indicators have seen positive within a year. But you see, that is different. That is why I argued, and which the General Secretary, decided to do or implement. I spoke about this. The NPP has taken the initiative during their conference to say that when they find themselves in government, if you are holding dual positions as a member of, one from the party, and government gives you a position, you have to give off one. So you see, for now, they intend to also implement something of that sort. But people have been asking certain questions. The party will have to be strong on the ground. Do not delude yourself that the party is the one that is the same in government. It is wrong. It is wrong. So if you have Mr. Samije, for example, being the chair of the chief CEO of the Gold Board, how will he get the opportunity to communicate as a communication officer? Because the work there is a handful.
Very well. Doc, hold your thoughts for me. We'll take a quick break and then segue into News 360.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Who will be careful Endpoint one?
Chesena me ankasa me period no say problems room ntina ma wo ho idea ma me papa chesena nyana sam ketewa na mkwan point no mo hwe me modam no mo hwe bibia na so mo medro me fire no ene ma won kra me nu kofro kwa na mkwan mu a eba and everything yourself
me ma me no adwodwo eda ho a wontumi nante ene ne ko endpoint o mama no nura ene ne ho idea watimi asori anante.
That's endpoint for you. Of Acrobato. Hello. Hey, ohwehwe what chair. Okay. A free bra wo di endpoint what dance. Am me call you no. Me just say my name Koye and person my name nyina and imagine Sabema. Na me be fear for there. The one nyina jaresa. You heard everything. I have secret. Endpoint is my secret. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. I'm free.
At long last, the battle has ended. And thus, Ghana, your beloved country, is free forever.
Ghana, are you ready? The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park
in collaboration with the National Theatre and Media General, presents the Freedom Night, your night of ultimate entertainment with great performances by the National Symphony Orchestra, the National Dance Ensemble, and the Ebibi Groma Group. There shall also be a reenactment of the Independence Declaration by the Ghana Actors Guild. Top it all off with electrifying comedy by our MC, Lexi the Comic. Date
5th March 2026.
Time
6:30 p.m. sharp.
See you there.
Land of freedom, toils of the brave.